The next day, Mrs. Chui was sent on a train back to her hometown by Deputy Company Commander Chui. Chui Tianxi cried so hard that he kept shouting for his grandma not to leave and Fu Hua not to come over. Deputy Company Commander Chui was determined to discipline his son well. He slapped him twice. Tianxi then stopped yelling and even dared not to cry. He just looked at his scary father with red eyes. It was 5 days later that Fu Hua arrived at the family compound. She knew her husband's intention of bringing her to the army, so she was ruthless in educating Tianxi. Without her mother-in-law to interrupt, Tianxi also understood that no one would protect him here. After a few days, Tianxi actually became a lot more obedient. Fu Hua heard from her husband that the reason she was able to join the army was thanks to the advice of Captain Li's wife. She wanted to have a good relationship with Xin Jingshu, so she would go to Xin Jingshu to chat whenever she had time. Over time, their relationship improved. On this day, Li Chaoyang was resting at home, so Xin Jingshu asked him to build a chicken coop in the yard. The army stipulated that each family of military dependents could raise 3 chickens. Thinking that they could not finish the vegetables in the vegetable garden, they might as well use the leftover leaves to feed the chickens so that they would not have to buy eggs in the future. The days passed in a plain and happy manner. When Li Chaoyang went to work, Chen Jingshu would use diluted spiritual spring water to water the fields. The vegetables in the vegetable garden grew lush and juicy, especially the tomatoes and cucumbers. The tomatoes were bright red and very juicy, and the cucumbers were emerald green and looked very fresh at first glance. Tomatoes and cucumbers can not only be used as dishes, but also as fruits. The two of them couldn't finish them, so Xin Jingshu asked Li Chaoyang to take the extra ones to the army to share with the soldiers. This caused a huge stir. Those who were close to Li Chaoyang ate his tomatoes and cucumbers and praised them for being delicious. Those who had families even asked their wives to learn the techniques of growing tomatoes and cucumbers from Xin Jingshu. For a time, the doorstep of Xin Jingshu's home became a new gathering place for information exchange among military wives. Xin Jingshu did not hide her skills and shared with them her normal vegetable growing techniques, but the taste of vegetables grown by others was quite different from that grown by her. Let's talk about Yi Wanqing. After Yi Wanqing was bought by the 3 brothers as a wife, she truly experienced what Hades on earth was like. During the day, she had to do the laundry and cook for the 3 brothers and was also asked to go to the mountains to open up wasteland and farm. At night, she was tortured by the 3 men in turn. Sometimes, the 3 brothers were not human and would come together to torture her. Fortunately, she found out she was pregnant last month, and life has become a little better now. Yi Wanqing was digging the ground on the mountain, looked up at the sun in the sky, and then returned home, supporting her sore waist. It's called going home, but in fact it's just 3 thatched houses connected together. After putting the farm tools away, she washed her hands and went back to the house. She took out a piece of porcelain hidden under the bed and cut her finger with it. Then she took out the bracelet on her chest and dripped blood on it. A long time passed, but there was still no change on the bracelet. There was no longer any ripple in Yi Wanqing's dull eyes. She put away the bracelet, hid the porcelain pieces, and then went to the yard to cook. Lunch was simple, just porridge made with some coarse grains and wild vegetables. She had never eaten dry food since she came here. Eating this porridge every day kept her from starving to death. The 3 brothers came back from work and cursed at the unappetizing wild vegetable porridge in the bowl. Yi Wanqing huddled aside with the bowl in her hand, trying to reduce her presence as much as possible, fearing that she would be scolded and beaten if she was not careful. After the 3 brothers finished their meal, Yi Wanqing took the initiative to clean up the dishes. After doing this, she took some hose and went up the mountain. She was living like a zombie. If the bracelet hadn't given her a glimmer of hope, she would have become fertilizer for the weeds on the mountain. It's not like she didn't try to escape, but the people in this small village, somewhere unknown, were incredibly united. As long as she is out of everyone's sight, the villagers will come looking for her spontaneously, and when she is found, she will be beaten severely. After running away and fighting so many times, Yuanqing realized that she could not escape from here. Now, she is pregnant again. Yuanqing reached out and touched her belly, with an expression on her face that showed whether it was sadness or joy. Comrade, save me, save me. Suddenly, Yuanqing heard a cry for help. She subconsciously covered her belly and took 2 steps back, staring around vigilantly. Who? Who is it? Save me. The voice came again. Yuanqing heard it clearly this time. The sound came from a small pit not far ahead. She held her composure, gripped the tightly in her hand, and slowly walked towards the pit. It was already April or May, and the grass around was lush and green. Even the previously bare pit was now covered with emerald green grass. When Yuanqing approached, she found a small bulge in the pit, with a lot of branches and dead leaves on top of it. If you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't tell that there was a person hiding inside. Who are you? Why are you here? Yuanqing kept swallowing her saliva, holding it with both hands in a defensive state. Save me. Judging from the voice, it should be a man. But his voice was too weak, and his words for help were intermittent. Yuanqing waited for a long time, and the man in the pit stopped talking, as if he had fainted. She plucked up her courage and used A to pick away the dead branches that were resting on the man. She saw that the man was lying on the ground, wearing a military green uniform with a few bloodstains on it. Seeing this green color, Yuanqing was so excited that she almost cried. If this man is a soldier, he will definitely be able to rescue herself. She didn't think any more and jumped into the pit directly, clearing away all the debris on the man's body. Then she shook the man's arm vigorously. Comrade. Comrade. Wake up, comrade. The man seemed to be in great pain, frowning even in a coma. Yuanqing looked at his chapped lips, and without saying a word, she went to get her water bag and fed him water bit by bit. After a long time, the man's eyes finally opened and he vaguely saw a woman with a sallow complexion and messy hair looking at him with a worried look. Comrade. Wake up. Why are you here? Comrade. Seeing that he opened his eyes, Yuanqing hurriedly asked about his identity. She had a hunch that this man was the one who could change her destiny. Thank you. I was on a mission and encountered an ambush. The man fainted again after saying this. The man's voice was not loud, but she was close enough to hear it all. Yuanqing's eyes suddenly lit up. This man was wearing a military uniform and was out on a mission when he encountered an ambush. If she rescued this man, he would definitely not ignore her. Thinking of this, Yuanqing shook him hard a few times to wake him up. But it was obvious that this person was too weak. No matter how much she shook him, he never opened his eyes. Yuanqing reached out her hand and touched under his nose. Seeing that he was still breathing, she felt relieved. As long as he is alive, she still has a chance. Yuanqing placed the branch on his body again, and then brought the grass she had hoed over and scattered it on the body. After making sure that no one else would find this place, she gritted her teeth and cut her palm with a bright red blood dripped down. Yuanqing simply tore off a piece of cloth from her body to wrap her hands, then turned around and went home. She would rather go directly to the health center to get medicine, but she had no money. Thinking of the ferocious looks of the 3 brothers, Yuanqing couldn't help but shudder, but now she had to do it. The soldier in the pit was obviously suffering from excessive blood loss. She had to get the medicine to stop the bleeding and heal the wound as soon as possible. As long as this soldier can survive, she will have hope of escaping from here. The worst that could happen is that I'll be beaten up by the 3 of them again. As long as I can escape from here, getting beaten won't matter. After returning home, the 3 brothers rested in their respective thatched huts. Yuanqing suppressed her fear and went directly to the eldest of the 3. Master, I accidentally hurt my hand. Yuanqing lowered her eyebrows and knelt in front of the man's bed like in the old days, speaking softly. The man on the bed was not asleep. When he heard Yuanqing's voice, he turned around and took a look at his hand whose blood had soaked through the cloth. His brows suddenly knitted together, and then a hint of deep disgust flashed in his eyes. He pointed at Yuanqing's head and cursed, "You dead woman. Don't you want to work, so you hurt yourself? You eat and live with me all day long, and you don't want to do any work. What's the matter? I haven't beaten you for 2 days, and you're itching for it, right? Yi Wanqing shivered all over reflexively, her head pressed tightly against the ground, humble and afraid. No, no. I really didn't mean it. Master, I'm pregnant, please. Send me to the clinic to get some medicine. Ever since Yi Wanqing came here, the three brothers ordered her to call them masters. They wanted to enslave Yi Wanqing from the bottom of their hearts. Let her know clearly that she is just a dog, raised by the three brothers. The man cursed a few words, but out of consideration for the fact that she was pregnant with their child, he turned over on the bed impatiently, grabbed Yi Wanqing's hair, and walked towards the clinic. Yi Wanqing didn't dare to struggle or cry out in pain, and just staggered to the clinic. When they got there, the village doctor applied some medicine to her, bandaged her hand with a rag boiled in boiling water, and finally gave her some medicine powder, asking her to change the medicine every 2 days. Don't think you can stop working just because your hand is injured. I'm telling you, you'd better be honest. If I find out what you're up to, I'll skin you alive. Yes, yes. I dare not. I won't. I'll go to work right now. I'll go now. Yi Wanqing held her head with both hands, as if frightened by the man's words. Seeing her like this, the man nodded with satisfaction, and urged Yi Wanqing to hurry up the mountain to open up wasteland. Yi Wanqing ran up the mountain and breathed a sigh of relief. After making sure that there were no people around, she jumped into the pit and gave him the newly obtained medicine powder. She didn't dare to tear off her clothes again, for fear that the three brothers would see the clues. She tore a few strips of cloth from the hem of the man's clothes to bandage him. After doing all this, she gave the man some more water and quickly climbed up to work. But when the sun went down, the man didn't wake up. After thinking it over, Yi Wanqing put the dry and hard steamed bread that she had hidden on her body for who knows how long in the man's hand. There was still some water in the water bag, so she left it to him. This steamed bread was the dry food she prepared for her escape. A child in the village was feeding the dog with the steamed bread, and she snatched it from the dog's mouth. But now she gave it to this man. I hope this man will live up to her expectations, wake up early, and take her away from here. The next day, Yi Wanqing got up early, made a pot of wild vegetable porridge quickly, drank most of the bowl herself, told the man, and then carried up the mountain. Brother, this woman is getting more and more sensible. The second brother drank the wild vegetable porridge in the bowl and said with a smile, "Ha! The wife who was beaten down, the dough who was kneaded. This woman must be beaten." The eldest brother looked at his two younger brothers with some pride and said earnestly, "Remember, if we buy a woman again in the future, the first thing we will do is beat her to death. Beat her until she is afraid and surrender." Yes. Listen to your eldest brother. Yes. You are right, eldest brother. When Yi Wanqing ran to the mountain, the man in the pit was eating the steamed buns she had left for him. Are you awake? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Yi Wanqing ran towards him in surprise, with light and hope in her eyes. Is it you?
Who saved me?
When the man first saw Yi Wanqing, he quietly put his hand on his waist, but when he heard that she cared about him so much, he relaxed his vigilance. Yes, I was working here yesterday, and I heard you shouting for help. Yi Wanqing pointed to the place where she was hoeing the ground, and turned back to point at the wound on his arm. How is your injury? I could only get this little bit of medicine. The man touched the bandaged wound with gratitude in his eyes. Thank you. The bleeding has stopped. If I hadn't met you, I might. He didn't finish the next sentence. If she hadn't heard his cry for help and saved him, he would have died yesterday. My name is Luo Xiongdong. I came from Beijing. This time my mission was framed, so I had to flee here. Fortunately, I met you.
Oh,
I just happened to meet. When Yi Wanqing heard that he was from Beijing, she was so excited that she didn't know what to say. Her brain was working fast, and suddenly a light flashed, and she burst into tears.
Wu.
Comrade, please save me.
I
Was deceived by human traffickers to come here.
Wu.
Can you take me away with you?
What?
You were trafficked here? Luo Xiongdong was surprised. He thought the girl in front of him was a native villager here. Unexpectedly, she was trafficked. Girl, don't cry. Don't worry, I will definitely take you away from here. Luo Xiongdong is not good at comforting people. Looking at Yi Wanqing, who was crying, he just felt panicked. Okay. Thank you. Brother Luo, I knew you were a good person, a hero. Yi Wanqing raised her head and looked at Luo Xiongdong, her eyes full of gratitude, admiration, and joy. Luo Xiongdong didn't know why. His dark face turned red, and he quickly avoided her sight. It's just. There are many girls who were trafficked in the village, and the villagers also help each other to supervise. If they find someone running away, they will come together to chase. And all the roads out of the village are guarded by the villagers. It's easy for you to escape alone if you take me with you. Yi Wanqing told him about the situation here, wanting to see if he had any way to break the deadlock. It's okay. Luo Xiongdong took a sip of water, pointed to the 11 o'clock direction behind him, and said, I know there is a small road that can avoid everyone leaving the village. Really? Really? Yi Wanqing jumped into the pit and pulled Luo Xiongdong's arm as soon as she heard it, in disbelief. Are you telling the truth? Brother Luo, you won't lie to me, right? Luo Xiongdong had never been in such close contact with any girl before, and his face was instantly made red by Yi Wanqing's actions. However, he had dark skin, and if you didn't look carefully, you really couldn't tell. Well, I keep my word, and I will definitely do it. Luo Xiongdong promised solemnly. Although this girl looks average, she is his lifesaver. When Luo Xiongdong looks at her, he will automatically put on a filter and think that this girl is beautiful, kind, innocent, and cute. By the way, I don't know your name yet. My name is Yi Wanqing. I was an educated youth. Yi Wanqing noticed the hidden affection in Luo Xiongdong's eyes when he looked at her. She suppressed the ecstasy in her heart and chose her words carefully. I was framed by the educated youth who went to the countryside with me and ended up in the hands of human traffickers. The traffickers sold me to a family as a child bride. Fortunately, the boy in that family was young, less than 10 years old, so I managed to keep my innocence. Yi Wanqing was extremely grateful that her belly hadn't shown yet. In addition, she was thin, and the clothes she wore were too big, so Luo Xiongdong didn't notice anything. However, with Luo Xiongdong's straight man character, he would probably not think too much about it. Well, I'm glad you're okay. Luo Xiongdong felt extremely distressed for the weak girl in front of him. She herself was trapped in prison, and when she was injured, she was able to lend a helping hand. It can be seen that she is an extremely kind girl. Come on, I'll take you away now. Luo Xiongdong felt that he had recovered a lot of strength, so he got up from the pit and walked out of here. It would take about 3 hours to walk on the mountain road. When he got to the bottom of the mountain, he would be able to contact his troops. The two of them shuttled through the dense forest, and Yi Wanqing tried her best to keep up with Luo Xiongdong's pace and not become a burden to him. Luo Xiongdong looked back several times and saw her gritting her teeth to keep up, and his liking for her rose again. He was a native of Beijing. His parents and grandfather were all soldiers. He grew up in the military family compound since he was a child. The girls he could contact were either weak and unable to take care of themselves, or female men who got on horses and took guns. He had never seen a girl who was both weak and tough, and not afraid of hardship in a girl. Luo Xiongdong felt a strange feeling in his heart, and his heart was numb. After finally getting out of the mountain, they walked on the path for another 2 hours before they found Luo Xiongdong's troops. The people in the army were so excited to see Luo Xiongdong come back. When performing the mission, Luo Xiongdong took the risk alone to lead the enemy away for the safety of other colleagues. After everyone escaped from danger, they contacted the local public security and caught the criminals in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, 2 days passed, and there was no news of Luo Xiongdong. Now Luo Xiongdong is back safe and sound. You can imagine how enthusiastic everyone is. A group of people surrounded Luo Xiongdong and asked him questions, and Yi Wanqing stood aside obediently without saying a word. Xiongdong, you are really great. Battalion Commander Cheng patted Luo Xiongdong's shoulder hard, with pride and joy of reunion on his face. His Luo Xiangdong grimaced in pain after being slapped, and Captain Chung was so scared that he quickly withdrew his hand. "What's wrong? Are you injured?"
I didn't see it. I'm sorry, Xiangdong.
"No, it's okay."
Just a skin injury.
Seeing that he felt guilty, Luo Xiangdong waved his hand to indicate that he was fine. "Call the military doctor over, quickly." Captain Chung was too happy just now, so he didn't pay attention to his injuries. Now he saw that several places on his body were tied with cloth strips. "Captain, I have something to tell you." Luo Xiangdong looked at Yi Wanqing, who was standing outside the crowd. His heart softened, and he took Captain Cheng's hand and said, "What? Just say it." Captain Cheng was quick to speak and asked him to speak quickly. Luo Xiangdong smiled, then waved to Yi Wanqing, motioning her to come over. Yi Wanqing walked to Luo Xiangdong's side under the gaze of everyone and subconsciously grabbed Luo Xiangdong's sleeve. When going down the mountain, Luo Xiangdong was afraid that Yi Wanqing would fall, so he asked him to hold his sleeve. Unexpectedly, after going down the mountain, Yi Wanqing still held his sleeve like this. Luo Xiangdong saw the dependence on himself in Yi Wanqing's eyes. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his lips, and he reassured her, "Battalion Commander, this girl is Yi Wanqing. She saved me when I was unconscious on the mountain. Moreover, she was abducted by human traffickers to the small mountain village behind the mountain, so I wonder if she can live with us in the army first. As for how to deal with the future, I will listen to you. Is there such a thing?" Battalion Commander Chung was furious and slammed the table. "You and Comrade Yi, you should take good care of your injuries. I will take the police to check." After that, he strode away. "Comrade Yi, don't be afraid. Battalion Commander Chung will make the decision for you." Luo Xiangdong looked at Yi Wanqing, whose face was a little pale, and thought she was afraid, so he comforted her. Yi Wanqing hurriedly shook her head and suppressed the uneasiness in her heart. Who cares? If the battalion commander found out that she was sold to the three brothers, she could just use the fact that he saved her life to force Luo Xiangdong to give her money. With the money, she could go anywhere. If the battalion commander didn't find out about it, she would think about how to blame Luo Xiangdong. Luo Xiangdong looked average, but he was tall and upright. And from her deliberate questioning, she learned that he was a native of Beijing with a powerful family. Luo Xiangdong was the best man she knew. Moreover, it was obvious that Luo Xiangdong had never been in contact with a woman. As long as she used a little trick, she would not be afraid that Luo Xiangdong would not take the bait. And there was the evil seed in her belly. She would get rid of the child when she found a chance. She didn't want to give birth to the children of those three beasts. After she was with Luo Xiangdong, she would find a way to fool the fact that she was not and then she would be able to live a superior life in the future. Just when Yi Wanqing was daydreaming, the military doctor came over with a medicine box. He asked Luo Xiangdong to go into the room and lie on the bed to re-bandage his wound. After that, Luo Xiangdong asked the military doctor to check Yi Wanqing's wound. "The wound on the palm of your hand is quite deep. I'll apply medicine for you. Be careful not to touch water or use force these days." The military doctor instructed, and Yi Wanqing complied obediently. After the military doctor left, Luo Xiangdong said to Yi Wanqing, "Comrade Yi, thank you." When going down the mountain, Yi Wanqing euphemistically told him that she was willing to hurt herself in order to get medicine for him. Luo Xiangdong felt that his heart was filled with something. Looking at Yi Wanqing with her hand wrapped in thick gauze, he felt indescribable gratitude and distress. "It's okay, it will be fine in 2 days." Yi Wanqing gave him an understanding smile. "It's just that it may be inconvenient for me to do anything these days."
Can you help me?
Luo Xiangdong naturally agreed, and took her to find a colleague in charge of logistics to help her arrange a temporary place to stay. He did what he said. After arranging Yi Wanqing's place to live, Luo Xiangdong made the bed for her, folded the quilt, and fetched water and boiled water. Looking at the water in the basin, Yi Wanqing stood beside motionless. Luo Xiangdong saw her embarrassment, walked over to take the towel out of the water, wrung it out, and handed it to Yuanqing. Come, wipe your face to make it more comfortable. Yuanqing took the towel with a smile and began to wipe her face with one hand. There's a mark on your forehead. I didn't wipe it. Luo Xiongdong saw that she didn't wipe it clean and pointed to the dirty place. Really? I can't see it. Yuanqing took the towel and wiped it again, but unfortunately, she missed the place Luo Xiongdong pointed every time. Seeing that she couldn't wipe it several times, Luo Xiongdong simply took the towel from her hand and helped her wipe it gently and carefully. Yuanqing looked up at the man in front of her who regarded her as a treasure, and suddenly a strong desire to possess her emerged in her heart. Her previous thoughts were wrong. No matter what the battalion commander can find out, she will always rely on Luo Xiongdong. She wants to marry him and occupy this man's tenderness for the rest of her life. The surroundings were very quiet, so quiet that they could almost hear each other's heartbeats and breathing. The silent ambiguity suddenly spread in the air, making both of them blush. The next morning, Luo Xiongdong came to Yuanqing with food. Seeing him hesitate to speak, Yuanqing's heart skipped a beat. She forced a smile and asked, "Brother Luo, is there something wrong? Why do you look unhappy?" Luo Xiongdong looked at Yuanqing apologetically, but still said, "Captain Chung took the local police to the village we mentioned yesterday, but they asked all the villagers, and they all said that no one was missing at home. Even when Captain Chung said your name, they said they didn't know you. Today, Captain Chung asked me to ask you if you are willing to go to the village with her to identify the family who bought you. But don't worry, they will definitely ensure your safety, and I can go with you." So that's it. This news is great news for Yuanqing. Those villagers are old hands. Even if someone is missing in the village, how can they admit it when they can't find the person anymore? They insisted that there is no shortage of people in the village, and they would clear themselves of the felony of human trafficking. They are not stupid, so how could they run into the muzzle of a gun? "Brother Luo, Yuanqing grabbed Luo Xiongdong's hand directly, her face full of anxiety. "I won't go. Although their family is not good to me, they didn't do anything to hurt me. This matter. Let's just forget about it, okay? Let's not pursue it, okay? I don't want to delay your business because of my business." As she said that, tears accumulated in her eyes, looking very pitiful. "Don't cry. I will listen to you." Luo Xiongdong hurriedly helped her wipe away her tears. What he didn't say was that Captain Ching said that the villagers in that village were all arrogant and unreasonable, and the local police were indifferent to them. As long as no one died, they would not ask anything. Moreover, Captain Chung and his men were driven out by the villagers with farm tools yesterday. For the sake of Captain Cheng's face, Luo Xiongdong didn't say this. But he didn't expect Yuanqing to give up the pursuit. If Yuanqing insisted on sending the man who bought her to prison, it would inevitably be a lot of trouble. Looking at the pitiful Yuanqing in front of him, Luo Xiongdong felt that she was so kind that she chose to spare those people. At the same time, she didn't want to trouble herself, so she chose to swallow the bitter fruit alone. How could there be such a good girl in the world? Luo Xiongdong didn't realize that he had completely and unconditionally chosen to believe in Yuanqing, which also buried a time bomb for his future career. Of course, these are all later stories. 2 days later, Yuanqing returned to Beijing with Luo Xiongdong's troops. After Luo Xiongdong's parents learned that Yuanqing had saved Luo Xiongdong, they made a large table of delicious food at home and prepared to treat her well today. The Luo family lived in a military compound. It was a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room single-family bungalow, and there was also a super large yard full of vegetables and flowers. Yuanqing looked at the unique courtyard, and her envious saliva was about to flow out of her mouth. When she entered the house, the sofa, TV, refrigerator, and various cabinets filled the house. This was the first time Yuanqing knew about the sofa, and it was also the first time she saw the TV up close. She clenched her palms, barely controlling her inner excitement. But she couldn't help looking around. "Is this Comrade Yi? Come in and sit down." Luo Xiongdong's parents saw the two of them coming and hurried over to greet them. Luo's mother even took Yuanqing's hand enthusiastically. "Ah, Auntie, hello."
Ömer Yevaning.
Yi Wanqing sat on the sofa a little awkwardly, her ace feeling the soft sofa that made people unable to help but sit hard. Okay, good boy. Luo's mother's eyes were kind. Thanks to you this time. Otherwise Xiangdong would not know what would happen. Comrade Yi, you are the benefactor of our whole family. Luo Xiangdong is the only son in the family. If Luo Xiangdong really had an accident, the Luo family's incense would really be cut off. Luo's father asked them to chat first, and he ran to the kitchen to cook. Yi Wanqing only then realized who Luo Xiangdong inherited his gentleness from. Luo's mother was about 40 years old, with neat short hair, a white dacron shirt on her upper body, a pair of army green pants on her lower body, and a pair of black leather shoes on her feet. She looked particularly refreshing and generous. Just looking at this outfit, let alone Luo's mother in her 40s, even a teenage girl would be obsessed with such a dress. She is tall and has a dignified face. The years have left traces on her face, but they have also added a unique charm to her. Her eyebrows reveal intelligence and courage, and her slightly loose skin hints at her former youthful beauty. Yi Wanqing looked at Luo's mother like this, her hands stirring the corners of her clothes unconsciously, with a light of inferiority flashing in her eyes. If she hadn't saved Luo Xiangdong, such a gentle person would probably not have the opportunity to sit face to face with her like this. And Luo's father, who went to cook, was full of the charm of a mature man, elegant and easygoing. No, I just happened to see it, so that's why I saved Brother Luo. The smile on Luo's mother's face froze for a moment when she heard the 3 words Brother Luo, but she quickly returned to normal. Comrade Yi and his son are good comrades who have been through life and death together, and calling him brother is nothing, but she subconsciously thinks that it is better for Comrade Yi to call Xiangdong Comrade Luo. Mom, I asked you to buy clothes and shoes for Comrade Yi. Have you bought them all? Seeing that Yi Wanqing was a little nervous, Luo Xiangdong hurried over to change the subject. Before arriving in Beijing, he called his mother and asked her to prepare some clothes and shoes for a girl. Ready. I've prepared several sets. Come on, Comrade Yi, I'll take you inside to change. Luo's mother also noticed that Yi Wanqing's clothes were tattered, so she hurriedly pulled Yi Wanqing to the bedroom. When Yi Wanqing heard that she had new clothes to wear, she was naturally very happy, but when she thought of her belly, she was a little worried. Luo's mother had given birth to a child, so she naturally knew the small changes that would happen to a woman's body during pregnancy. She was afraid that she would notice. When they got to the house, Luo's mother took out 2 sets of newly bought clothes from her closet. She bought new clothes from inside to outside, and from top to bottom. Comrade Yi, Xiangdong roughly told me your height and weight. I don't know if the clothes I bought will fit you. Try them on first. If they fit, we'll keep them. If they don't, I'll take you to the supply and marketing cooperative to exchange them after dinner. Luo's mother didn't notice the nervousness on her face. She just put the new clothes on the bed for her to change. Yi Wanqing blushed and looked at the new clothes without moving. After a long time, she looked at Luo's mother with shy eyes. Auntie, that.
Can I?
I'm not used to being in front of people. Luo's mother realized it belatedly after hearing it, and then she slapped her forehead and said apologetically, Look at how confused I am. I have never given birth to a daughter, and after a long time I have forgotten that girls are easily shy. Sorry, Comrade Hai, you change, I will go out now. Luo's mother smiled and went out, closing the door, leaving Yi Wanqing alone in the room. After seeing that everyone had left, Yi Wanqing touched the clothes on the bed. The material was smooth and soft, and it was many times better than the tattered clothes she was wearing. She quickly took off her old clothes and couldn't wait to put on new clothes. After changing her clothes, Yi Wanqing did not go out immediately, but walked to the dressing table in the room and looked in the mirror. She was thin in the mirror, her face was sallow, her hair was dry and tight, and her eyes had lost their previous spirit. She looked mentally exhausted and listless. Yi Wanqing raised her hand and touched her face. She didn't know whether it was the dry and peeling skin on her face or the roughness of her palms, but she felt a little pain. Looking down, she saw the neatly arranged snow creams on the dressing table. As if possessed by a ghost, She reached out and dug some. When Yi Wanqing came out of the room, Luo Xiongdong was telling Luo's mother the details of the mission. Luo's mother's eyes were full of heartache and fear, and she wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes from time to time. Luo Xiongdong raised his eyes and saw Yi Wanqing coming out. She looked much more energetic in her new clothes, but she was too shy and always kept her head down. "Oh, this dress fits me well. Comrade Yi, you look so good in it." How could it not look good? A pink silk shirt cost more than 50 yuan, and the small leather shoes on her feet, which were said to be made of cowhide, also cost dozens of yuan more. "Thank you, Auntie, this dress. I like it very much." Yi Wanqing habitually wanted to touch the corner of the clothes, but was afraid that the roughness of her fingers would scratch the clothes. "The meal is ready. Get ready to eat." Luo's father brought the prepared dishes and asked everyone to take their seats. Luo Xiongdong consciously went to the kitchen to serve the dishes, while Luo's mother pulled Yi Wanqing to sit down. However, when she approached Yi Wanqing, she smelled a familiar fragrance. This fragrance. Luo's mother was puzzled in her heart, but she did not show it on her face. She still entertained Yi Wanqing warmly. The guests had a great meal. During the meal, Luo's mother asked about Yi Wanqing's situation. Yi Wanqing only said some things that she could say, trying to establish an image of a little white flower that could be bullied by others. Although Luo's mother felt that some places were not logical, she did not insist on asking questions because she saved Xiongdong. After returning to Beijing, Luo Xiongdong and Yi Wanqing arranged to live in a friend's house. His friend was stationed in the frontier all year round and might not come back for 10 or 8 years. He sent a telegram to his friend to inform him that Yi Wanqing was allowed to stay temporarily. After dinner, Luo's mother gave Yi Wanqing a thick red envelope. "Comrade Yi, I really don't know how to express our gratitude to you. You just came to Beijing, and you probably don't have any money. This is our gift. Don't mind." Yi Wanqing would not mind at all. She even felt that Luo's mother's work was very pleasing to her. But she still pretended to be flattered and waved her hands repeatedly. "Auntie, I can't take this money. I saved Brother Luo, and Brother Luo also saved me. Our family redeems each other. Be obedient." Luo's mother stuffed the red envelope into her hand without hesitation and said earnestly, "You are alone. You can't live without money. Here, you can't live without these for food, clothing, and daily necessities. I also gave you some tickets in it which you can use. Yes, Comrade Yi, please accept it. My mother doesn't like others to be polite to her." Luo Xiongdong smiled and took the red envelope and stuffed it into Yi Wanqing's pocket. Seeing that she didn't say anything else, he said to his parents, "Dad, Mom, I'll send Comrade Yi back. Okay, be careful on the road." Luo's mother readily agreed and said goodbye to Yi Wanqing. After the two of them left, Luo's mother went back to the room and went straight to the dressing table. Luo's father didn't know what was wrong with her and followed her. When the bottle of vanishing cream was opened, a large piece of the cream inside had been scooped out from the middle. What was there for Luo's mother to not understand? She just felt a little uncomfortable. "What's wrong?" Luo's father looked at his wife's actions, a little puzzled. "Look at this." Luo's mother handed the vanishing cream to Luo's father, sighed and said, "I am used to using the vanishing cream from the edge. This piece in the middle is used by Comrade Yi." Without waiting for her husband to speak, Luo's mother continued, "In fact, if she wants to use it, just tell me. Not to mention that she wants to use what I have used, even if I buy her 10 or 8 bottles, it is not a problem. And she didn't mention this to me after she left the room. This. She took it without asking, and I just feel a little uncomfortable." Luo's father finally understood. It turned out that Comrade Yi had stolen her vanishing cream without his wife's knowledge. In fact, he agreed with his wife's words. No matter how much you like other people's things, you can't take them and use them casually. If you really like her, you can ask and get her openly instead of doing it secretly. It's really embarrassing. Forget it. I guess she didn't think that much. Father Luo put down the vanishing cream and hugged his wife's shoulders. "You gave her 500 yuan, which is a way to repay her for saving Xiongdong's life. Just try to have less contact with her in the future. Judging from the small matter of stealing the vanishing cream, Comrade Ye's character is questionable, but she did save Xiangdong. During the meal, she talked about the bullying and isolation she suffered in the educated youth center. Maybe his stupid son couldn't hear the problem, but as an old soldier who had been immersed in the army for many years, it was impossible for him not to hear the loopholes in Comrade Ye's words. It was obvious that Comrade Yi and their family were not the same kind of people. This is the only way. I was thinking of introducing her to a job, but now it seems that I'd better wait a little longer. Before Yi Wanqing came, Luo's mother asked someone to find a connection and found Yi Wanqing a job as a salesperson in the supply and marketing cooperative. She thought that Yi Wanqing was alone here with no relatives or friends, and she was Xiangdong's savior. If she gave her some money and a job, at least she could live a good life in Beijing. But now, she has given up the idea. If a person who is not very clean and short-sighted really goes to the supply and marketing cooperative, who knows what kind of trouble he will get into? After all, there are a lot of things and money in the supply and marketing cooperative. Yi Wanqing didn't know that she lost a decent job just because she stole Luo's mother's vanishing cream. At this moment, she was following Luo Xiangdong back to her residence. Luo Xiangdong's friend's house is very big, with 4 bungalows in a row and 2 auxiliary rooms in the yard. Luo Xiangdong arranged her in the easternmost room. The room is big enough and fully equipped with furniture. The auxiliary rooms outside are a kitchen and a utility room. The toilet is in the westernmost corner of the yard. Comrade Yi, are you used to living here last night? Yeah, it's good, Yi Wanqing said with a smile, and touched the thick red envelope happily with her right hand in her pocket. She was very curious about how much money had been put in it over the years. Brother Luo, can I discuss something with you? Upon hearing this, Luo Xiangdong sat up straight in an instant, looking attentively. You say, as long as I can do it, I will promise you. Yi Wanqing lowered her head and smiled lightly, with a little blush on her face. It's not a big deal. We are friends who share life and death. Can you please stop calling me Comrade Yi? It seems too distant. Yi Wanqing felt that if she wanted to get closer to the two of them, she had to change the way she addressed herself first. Ah? Luo Xiangdong scratched his head embarrassedly, and his face turned red. You see, calling me Comrade Yi seems too distant. I call you Brother Luo, you can't call me Sister Yi, can you? Yi Wanqing winked at Luo Xiangdong mischievously and pouted her lips in what she thought was the cutest way. However, Luo Xiangdong laughed at her sister Yi. Yes, you really can't call me that. Yi Wanqing also laughed, and after a long time she said, just call me Wanqing from now on. I like people calling me by my name. When Luo Xiangdong left, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. After he left, Yi Wanqing closed the courtyard gate and the room door. Open the red envelope in your pocket, and a brand new stack of big Unity, and some bills are exposed to the air. Yi Wanqing's hands were shaking with excitement. She counted the money, and it was exactly 500 yuan. This was the second time she had seen so much money. This time I saw so much money again at the Jiang family. But before she could even warm up the money, she spent 200 yuan to buy Xinjingshu's useless bracelet. The later 300 yuan was placed in the dormitory of the textile factory. And now the 500 yuan in her hand. No one can it away. She got this in a fair way. After the joy, Yi Wanqing pocketed 100 yuan and hid the rest of the money in the house and the toilet in the yard. What she needs to do most now is to find a place to get rid of the evil child in her belly. Once the child is aborted, she can pursue Luo Xiangdong without any worries. She wants to be the daughter-in-law of the Luo family. In the future, her child will be born into a military family, instead of being like now, with no idea whose father is the... Yi Wanqing took the scarf that Luo's mother gave her and hid her entire face, leaving only a pair of eyes to see the road. She walked and asked and arrived at a Chinese medicine store. She wanted to go directly to the hospital, but now abortion not only requires a marriage certificate, but also the husband's personal signature. She has neither of these two things. The doctor thought it over again and again, still hesitating, and finally sighed and said, Comrade, It's not that I don't want to help you. It's really that our shop has regulations. We can't perform abortions on people casually. Yi Wanqing naturally knew what he said. Otherwise, she would not have come here. Yi Wanqing wiped her tears, reached into her pocket, and took out the 10 prepared big unity notes, secretly stuffed them into the doctor's hand, and put her hands together on her forehead and begged, "Doctor, please. You are a doctor. Isn't your job to save lives? I'm like this now. If you don't help me, do I still have the courage to live? Please." The doctor's hands were stuffed with money, and he subconsciously tucked the money and his hands into his sleeves. He pretended to cough, looked around the shop, and after making sure that no one noticed them, he said, "Since you said that, I have no reason not to save you. Abortion pills cannot be prescribed directly in the shop. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it. So, you go to the wonton shop on Datong Street tomorrow morning and wait for me." The doctor's voice was very low, and he warned in a voice that only the two of them could hear. The tears in Yi Wanqing's eyes had not yet dried, but the corners of her lips hidden under the scarf were slightly curved. "Look, in this society, if you have money, you can do whatever you want. What rules and regulations? Aren't they all for the poor to see?" After coming out of the Chinese medicine store, Yi Wanqing went to the supply and marketing cooperative and bought some daily necessities. She also bought some expensive things that she wanted to eat but couldn't before, such as malted milk, fruit candy, chocolate, egg cake, canned fruit, vanishing cream, soap, hair oil, silk scarves. She bought everything she liked. I bought some pork and a cabbage, and then went home very satisfied. Having resolved the big issue in her heart today, Yi Wanqing felt extremely happy. Lying in bed, eating candies and egg cakes, and then drinking a sip of malted milk, this little life is so wonderful. After eating for a while, Yi Wanqing felt a little sleepy, so she packed up her things and went to bed. Yi Wanqing slept until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. When she got up, her stomach was already growling with hunger. She got up and went to the kitchen, took out the pork she bought in the afternoon, cut it into thick chunks, cut the cabbage into sections, heated up the oil in a pan, put the cut pork into the pan, and stir-fried it. Yi Wanqing was craving for pork, but she was reluctant to fry out the fat, so she added seasoning and water and finally put the cabbage into the pan. She also mixed some whole grain flour, made it into pancakes, and placed them around the iron pan, then covered it with a lid and continued to keep the fire burning. Everything she ate and used at home was prepared by Luo Xiangdong. Looking at the kitchen fully equipped with oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar, she became more determined to stick to Luo Xiangdong. After almost the time, the pork and cabbage in the pot were cooked. After opening the lid of the pot, Yi Wanqing couldn't help swallowing her saliva. So fragrant. Today, she didn't even feel comfortable eating to her heart's content at Luo's house. Especially when the Luo family eats meat, they ignore the delicious fat meat and only eat some very tough lean meat. And the fried dishes were dry and not tasty at all, as if they were reluctant to add oil. Yi Wanqing put the dishes into a large bowl, took out the pancake and put it on a plate, sniffed hard, clapped her hands, and said excitedly, "Let's eat." The next morning, Yi Wanqing cooked herself a pot of rice porridge and fried a few shiny, golden, and crispy poached eggs for breakfast. After eating and drinking, she felt that it was about time. So, she went straight to the wonton shop on Datong Street. From a distance, Yi Wanqing saw the doctor, who saw patients yesterday standing in front of the wonton stall, looking around. "Doctor, I'm here." Today, Yi Wanqing was still wearing the same clothes as yesterday, and her face was still wrapped tightly with a scarf. She excitedly waved to the doctor and trotted over. After hearing her voice, the doctor waved at her in response. When Yi Wanqing came to him, he whispered, "This white medicine bag. Use 3 bowls of water to boil into 1 bowl of water. Drink it while it's hot, and it guarantees that the fetus will be aborted. This yellow paper bag is some tonic medicine I prescribed according to your physical condition. Boil the same 3 bowls of water into 1 bowl of water and take it for 3 consecutive days, and it guarantees that your symptoms of weak qi and blood will improve." Yesterday, the doctor waited for Yi Wanqing to leave before he found an excuse to squat in the toilet and count money. He didn't expect that the girl in ordinary clothes actually gave him 100 yuan. 100 yuan. This is his 3-month salary. He was glad that he was lucky enough to meet such a big fat sheep. With the attitude of a doctor's benevolence, he specially brought some tonic medicine to Yi Wanqing today. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. You are my reborn parents and lifesaver. Yi Wanqing took the medicine bag and thanked him quickly, with a sincere attitude. After dealing with this doctor once, she also knew that this person would not do anything without profit. Coincidentally, she urgently needs to build a good relationship with this kind of person now. For example, she would ask him to get some aphrodisiac for Luo Xiangdong in the future. You're welcome. The young lady gave me so much for the consultation yesterday. The doctor was polite to her. He would not meet such a generous man in a year, so he had to flatter him well. Maybe something good would happen to him in the future. Look, the two people with ulterior motives were chatting and greeting each other, and the atmosphere was particularly good. When Yi Wanqing returned home, it was almost noon. She cut the remaining pork from yesterday into shreds, made herself a bowl of shredded pork noodles, and then went back to the house to rest for a while. She was not in a hurry to boil the medicine, because Luo Xiangdong would come to see him after lunch every day. Sure enough, Luo Xiangdong came over after a while, and when he came, he was holding a net bag of apples in his hand. Brother Luo, you are here. Yi Wanqing ran over to greet Luo Xiangdong like a butterfly.
Yeah.
Luo Xiangdong also smiled and nodded, followed Yi Wanqing back to the house, put the apple on the table, and then said, My mother's unit is giving out benefits, so I brought some here for you to try. Yi Wanqing couldn't remember the last time she ate an apple. Smelling the fragrance of the apple, she couldn't help but saliva. If she hadn't eaten a can of canned yellow peaches yesterday, she would have drooled today. Thank you, Brother Luo. You are so nice to me. I should. Luo Xiangdong was embarrassed by her praise, and he sat aside scratching his head. When he was at work, he always wanted to come here to take a look, but when he really came here, he didn't know what to say. He just felt that even if he just sat quietly beside her, he would be willing. Brother Luo, why don't you not come over at this time tomorrow? Yi Wanqing thought about the doctor's advice and said to Luo Xiangdong, Ah? Luo Xiangdong's eyes flashed with hurt. Yi Wanqing didn't let him come over. Did she not like him coming to see her all the time? Or did she find herself annoying and didn't want to see him? Oh, okay. I have something else to do. I'll leave first. Luo Xiangdong felt a sharp pain in his heart, and he stood up and wanted to leave, but Yi Wanqing grabbed his arm. Brother Luo? Luo Xiangdong didn't dare to look into her eyes. He just lowered his head and whispered, I will try not to come over to disturb you in the future. Don't worry. What are you thinking about? Yi Wanqing heard what she said, and a fleeting pride appeared on her face. So, what if he is a child of a military compound? So, what if his parents are leaders of the army? He was still heartbroken because of his words. What I mean is that I'm going to look for a job tomorrow, and may not be at home. I'm afraid you'll come over and miss it. Yi Wanqing stood face to face with Luo Xiangdong, but her hand did not let go of his sleeve. Just looking at him with a smile, Luo Xiangdong raised his head, and the expression on his face instantly became extremely surprised, as if the whole world suddenly became extremely bright in front of him. Really? Don't you hate me and don't let me come to you? How could it be? Yi Wanqing gave him a coquettish look and turned away shyly. I wish you would come over every day. Her voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for Luo Xiangdong to hear. Luo Xiangdong's heart was like rows of fireworks being ignited at the same time, and he was so happy that he almost jumped up. Are you serious? Do you really want me to come to see you every day? Luo Xiangdong's tone was cautious, for fear that he had misunderstood her meaning. The atmosphere was already set here, and Yi Wanqing was no longer shy. She turned around and raised her foot to quickly kiss Luo Xiangdong on the cheek, then ran to the bed and sat down, covering her face with her back. Luo Xiangdong covered his face stupidly, and after the huge shock, he was surprised. Yi Wanqing actually kissed him. She really didn't hate him, and even liked him. Luo Xiangdong turned around and looked at Yi Wanqing, who was shy with her back turned, and walked over and hugged her. Wanqing, I like you. I really like you. Yi Wanqing pretended to struggle twice, and then obediently let him hug her. Where Luo Xiangdong couldn't see, she secretly hooked her lips. See, it's not that she doesn't look good, nor that she has no charm. It's just that she hasn't met a man who really likes her. For a man who really likes her, she only needs to use a little trick to make the man unable to stop wanting her and cherish her. This is not good. Yi Wanqing pretended to be shy and pushed Luo Xiangdong to prove that she was not the kind of woman who would do anything casually.
Oh,
Yes. Yes, you are right. Luo Xiangdong heard it. He quickly let go of her, stood up and took 2 steps back and tidied his clothes. I'm sorry, Wanqing. I really can't control my emotions. It's okay, I understand. Yi Wanqing lowered her head and responded in a low voice. The day after tomorrow. Come to see me the day after tomorrow. She thought that she would make abortion medicine later. She was destined to have a bad rest tonight. The doctor said that she was 2 months pregnant and it would take at least 6 hours to successfully abort the baby. She would rest at home for a day tomorrow and have a good sleep at night. Even if her complexion was not good the day after tomorrow, she could fool it. Otherwise, she would say that she had her period and her complexion was not good due to excessive blood loss. Luo Xiangdong nodded obediently. Yi Wanqing just said that she was going to look for a job. She was in a hurry to find a job because her injuries had not healed yet. It seemed that she was a girl who could not sit still, loved life, and was positive. Luo Xiangdong sincerely felt that Yi Wanqing was the best girl in the world and would not accept any rebuttal. Okay, I'll come to see you the day after tomorrow. Sending Luo Xiangdong away, Yi Wanqing began to boil the abortion medicine. According to the doctor's instructions, 3 bowls of water were used to boil the medicine, and boiled into 1 bowl. When boiling the medicine, she boiled a pot of water for herself, boiled 10 eggs and put them beside the bed, and put the brown sugar, malted milk, egg cake, etc. that she had bought before aside. When the abortion occurred, her body would be very weak. She would not starve herself after preparing so many foods. The medicine was soon boiled. Looking at the black medicine in front of her, Yi Wanqing frowned uncomfortably, but now she had no other way to go. Not to mention a bowl of medicine, even a bowl of knives, she had to swallow it. She lay quietly on the bed, her eyes empty, her face pale as paper. She held the bowl of abortion medicine tightly in her hand, as if it was her last straw and a stepping stone for her to live a good life. She took a deep breath, drank the medicine in 1 gulp, and then closed her eyes. After a moment, her body began to tremble, and a sharp pain came from her abdomen. Yi Wanqing gritted her teeth to prevent herself from screaming. Sweat slid down her forehead and soaked her hair. Her fingers grasped the bed sheet tightly, as if she wanted to grab something to support herself. She didn't expect that just losing a 2-month-old fetus would be so painful. As time went on, the pain became more and more intense. Yi Wanqing felt as if her body was torn apart, and every breath became extremely difficult. Blurred images began to appear in front of her eyes, as if she saw the unborn child asking her for help. Finally, the pain reached its peak. She let out a shrill scream, and then collapsed on the bed. Her body kept twitching, as if she was experiencing a terrible nightmare. After a while, her body gradually calmed down, leaving only a faint breathing sound. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at her abdomen. She knew that the child who gave her a headache and shame was no longer there. Looking out the window, it should be midnight now. Yi Wanqing struggled to get up, changed her clothes that were soaked with blood and sweat, and buried the clothes in the pit dug in advance. She no longer had the energy to fetch water to clean herself, so she simply returned to her room, drank a cup of warm malted milk, and ate 3 eggs. Only then did she feel alive again. Not long after lying back on the bed, Yi Wanqing fell into a deep sleep. Yi Wanqing, who had a miscarriage, looked frighteningly pale, and her body was already severely damaged. This miscarriage almost cost her half her life. So when Luo Xiangdong saw her again, he was shocked. Wanqing, why are you so pale? Are you okay? Yi Wanqing also knew that she had no image at all now. In addition, She hadn't taken a shower for several days. She really admired Luo Xiongdong's feelings for her. No, it's okay. It's coming. Yi Wanqing lowered her head, and her voice sounded very weak. Every time I have this, I get a stomachache. It's okay. It will be fine in 2 days. Luo Xiongdong didn't understand women. After hearing her say this, he didn't doubt anything else. He just felt sorry for her suffering.
Oh.
Well, you lie down first. I'll go buy you an old hen to make soup for you. By the way, what else do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. No, I'm very happy that you can come to see me. I can't let you spend any more money. Yi Wanqing pulled Luo Xiongdong's sleeve with great dependence. It's not expensive. You are not feeling well, you should have some supplements. Luo Xiongdong patted her hands comfortingly, helped her lie down, and carefully covered her with a quilt before leaving. At night, Yi Wanqing finally stopped eating cold eggs and dry egg cakes and drank hot old hen soup instead. Luo Xiongdong was very careful. He always blew the chicken soup until it was not hot before sending it to her mouth and tore the chicken into small strips to feed her. After eating and drinking, Luo Xiongdong boiled a large pot of hot water to help Yi Wan wash her head. Yi Wanqing lay sideways on the bed with her head slightly down. Luo Xiongdong held a basin under the bed and soaked it with a towel full of hot water. He wiped it on her head little by little, gently wet her hair, and the warm water flowed down her hair. His fingers gently massaged her scalp, and every movement was full of love. Yi Wanqing closed her eyes comfortably, enjoying the feeling of being served. Luo Xiongdong carefully applied shampoo for her, rubbing out rich foam, letting her hair be immersed in the fragrant aroma. His eyes always stayed on her, as if she was the only one in the world. Although Yi Wanqing closed her eyes, she could still feel Luo Xiongdong's gaze on her. She quietly reached out her hand, touched the back of Luo Xiongdong's hand, and swayed along with the movement of him rubbing her scalp. The atmosphere became subtle, as if the temperature in the room had risen a lot. Luo Xiongdong felt dry mouth, and from his sight, he could see Yi Wanqing's chest rising and falling, and her face full of enjoyment. Brother Luo, I've been eating candy all day. Yi Wanqing suddenly spoke, breaking the silence in the room. Luo Xiongdong hurriedly shifted his gaze away and said with a stutter, Oh, really? Be careful of toothache if you eat too much. Brother Luo. Yi Wanqing suddenly opened her eyes, interrupted Luo Xiongdong's words, and said with a mysterious smile, My mouth is very sweet now. Do you want to taste it? Yi Wanqing felt that if she wanted to catch a man, she had to give him a little sweetness so that he could see hope, but she couldn't let him succeed so quickly. Of course, if her body didn't allow it now, she wouldn't mind having it done with him first. What? Luo Xiongdong thought he had heard wrong. His face flushed with shame. He asked again in disbelief. Yi Wanqing pursed her lips and smiled. She reached out and held his head, slowly pulling it down. Their lips and teeth touched instantly. Luo Xiongdong subconsciously wanted to dodge, but was pulled back by Yi Wanqing. Brother Luo, not only is my mouth sweet, but my lips are also soft. If you don't believe me, try it, Yi Wanqing said. She raised her chin and kissed him on the lips. The active kiss was delicate and long. She used her clever tongue to pry open Luo Xiongdong's tightly closed teeth, entangled. The lingering breath heated up the oxygen in the room. After the kiss, Yi Wanqing let go of her hand and looked at Luo Xiongdong with a sweet smile. Brother Luo, I didn't lie to you, did I? Is it very sweet? Is it very soft? Luo Xiongdong was a little dizzy at this time. He subconsciously touched his lips with his hands. Now he could still feel the numbness of her lips pressing on his lips just now. All this was too new and exciting for him. He had never even held a girl's hand, but now he tasted a wonderful kiss. His heart trembled again and again, staring at Yi Wanqing in a daze, and gradually came back to his senses. His eyes were tender and full of pampering for her. Well, sweet. Yi Wanqing and Luo Xiongdong quickly heated up, and Xin Jingshu was not idle either. Ever since Li Chaoyang took the extra tomatoes and cucumbers from his home to share with the troops, more and more people have come to Xinjingshu to ask for tomatoes and cucumbers to eat. Sister Qiuxiang, who lives closest to Shin Jingshu's home, was so happy. In the entire family compound, Jingshu's vegetables are the best. She often follows Shin Jingshu to learn the tips of growing vegetables, how to build greenhouses, and the techniques of growing vegetables. Shin Jingshu is not stingy either, and often uses diluted spiritual spring water to help her family grow vegetables. Now, apart from the vegetables grown by Jingshu's family, her family's vegetables are the best. What the military wives talk about most is the techniques of growing vegetables. No one talks about gossip about other people's private affairs anymore. The leaders of the army also heard about the enthusiasm of the wives of the soldiers for growing vegetables, so they simply found Li Chaoyang and proposed to convert the large piece of land next to the army into fields, and let Shin Jingshu lead the wives of the soldiers to open up wasteland and grow vegetables. Military wives get paid for farming, and the vegetables they grow are used to feed the soldiers. The surplus will be sent to the supply and marketing cooperative in town by the army, and the money from the sale of the vegetables at the supply and marketing cooperative will be divided equally among the military wives. Chaoyang, this is a good thing that kills two birds with one stone. Go back and discuss it with your wife so that we can eat the vegetables we grow ourselves in winter. Looking at his leader's passionate expression, Li Chaoyang couldn't help but twitch his mouth. How could he not know what the leader was thinking? Didn't he ask me for tomatoes several times, but I didn't give him any? If Jingshu led the military wives to farm together, wouldn't he be able to eat as many red tomatoes as he wanted? I'll go back and ask Jingshu. I can't make the decision on this matter. The leader glanced at Li Chaoyang and said dissatisfiedly, I was planning to promote you after the new year. Is it okay with your attitude? Not to mention that growing vegetables is beneficial to both soldiers and their wives. The leaders have said that women comrades hold up half the sky. What's the matter? You just want your wife to grow vegetables just for you to eat? This idea of yours won't work. You can't be so stingy. Li Chaoyang had 3 black lines on his forehead. As expected of a leader, your speech is so elegant. You clearly want to eat it, but you still have to come up with some moral principles to prove your selflessness. When he got home in the evening, Li Chaoyang told Shin Jingshu about the leader asking the military wives to grow vegetables. Then I'll ask the other military wives their opinions tomorrow. If everyone agrees, then let's do it. Shin Jingshu is a person who can't sit still. It only takes her half an hour a day to finish the small vegetable plot at the door. The rest of the time, she spends communicating with the military wives, or thinking about what to eat and drink. If she could succeed in growing vegetables for the troops, she would have something to do. Wife, I'm just afraid that you're too busy and don't have time to accompany me. Seeing the eagerness in his wife's eyes, Li Chaoyang came over and hugged her aggrievedly. Isn't it enough that I accompany you every day? Shin Jingshu poked his forehead with her hand. Although she blamed him, her tone could not hide her pampering and joy. Not enough. Wife, you have to accompany me all the time. Always and forever. Li Chaoyang leaned on Shin Jingshu's shoulder, his hands touching here and there dishonestly. Okay, I have something serious to tell you. Shin Jingshu wanted to push Li Chaoyang away, but after trying several times and failing, she gave up. Go on, wife, I'm listening. Li Chaoyang played with Shin Jingshu's fingers. Her round, pink fingers looked like beautiful jade, and he was reluctant to let go. I've been here for more than half a year. I was thinking about going home to see them before this matter is finalized. I don't know if my parents are doing well at home, and if there are any problems with the operation of the tofu factory. In fact, Shin Jingshu wanted to go back. Apart from what she said, the thing she wanted to do most was to go to Uncle Yaoyan's place. The ginseng in the space was about 100 years old. She thought it was time to take action.
No.
When Li Chaoyang heard that she was going back to her hometown, he immediately hugged her tighter. I just told you to stay with me, and now you want to leave again. I have something to do. Be obedient. I will be gone for a week at most, and as long as I am sure that everything is fine at home, I will come back as soon as possible. Okay? Shin Jingshu coaxed Li Chaoyang like she was coaxing a child. She had no resistance to Li Chaoyang's coquettish behavior. She heard from other military wives that Li Chaoyang was known as the Iron King of Hades in the army. She just didn't believe it. Look, a person who pouts, looks aggrieved, and hugs his arms and acts coquettishly. Could he be the Iron King of Hades? Let's not joke. No, I'll call my parents tomorrow to ask. They have food and drink at home. What could possibly happen?
Li Chaoyan grumbla dissatisfiedly.
Jingshu would send his parents 20 yuan every month to supplement the household expenses. His parents both worked in a tofu factory, and in addition to giving them full work points, they would also receive extra wages. He said that his parents were living a prosperous life at home, and they didn't need to worry about anything at all. Besides, the weather was about to get cold, and he didn't want to sleep alone in a cold bed. How nice it is to sleep holding my sweet and soft wife. The last time Zheng Yuexia wrote to her, she said that half of the secret recipe in the water tank she left behind had been used up, and there was still one tank left. Shen Jingshu felt that she had to go back this year, no matter what. By the time of the new year, the tofu factory's output would surely increase, and more spiritual spring water would be used by then. Then you call and ask first. Anyway, I will go back at the latest when the army's vegetable garden is ready. Shin Jingshu made a concession. As long as she could go back this year, it wouldn't matter if she went back a little later. My wife is still the best. Seeing that she agreed, Li Chaoyang held her face and kissed her hard. The next day, Shin Jingshu told the military wives about the army's vegetable planting, and they immediately expressed their willingness to take on the job. The wives of soldiers here have no salary, and those with heavy family burdens even want to go back to their hometowns to work in the fields to earn work points to supplement their family income. Now, the army gets paid for growing vegetables, and in addition to supplying the troops, they also get dividends from selling the excess to the supply and marketing cooperatives. This is a great thing. Seeing that the military wives were enthusiastic about growing vegetables, Shen Jingshu immediately took the military wives to the army and took over the job of growing vegetables. The army allocated about 10 acres of land, and the army funded the construction of a greenhouse. The vegetable shed was built even faster. Shen Jingshu followed the soldiers' wives, carrying hoes to turn the soil, and then sowed vegetable seeds on the turned soil. Even Shen Jingshu, who had good physical strength, was tired and had back pain after these few days. In addition to planting radishes and cabbages that the troops often ate, Shen Jingshu also specially asked for some more seeds of pumpkin, eggplant, tomato, cucumber, and bok choy. With the blessing of the spiritual spring water, the seeds planted soon broke through the soil and sprouted. The subsequent work is relatively easy. The military wives only need to the vegetable fields, fertilize and water them every day. Seeing the vegetables growing, Shen Jingshu proposed that the farm work of the 10 acres of land be divided among individuals, and each person only needed to take care of the land he was responsible for every day. This method was agreed by many people, and Shen Jingshu had her reasons for proposing this method. When there are many people working together, there are bound to be conflicts. Some military wives are quick and nimble and work fast, but even if they do more work than others, they still have to work with others. Some of them are more cunning and will slack off while working, trying to be lazy and slack off. Also, there are many children at home, and they need to go back early to take care of the children. Some also want to go to the mountains to pick some wild goods. After all, it's okay if the time is short, but conflicts will arise if the time is long. If the vegetable plots are divided among individuals, even if you want to be lazy, you can't do that. Other people's vegetable plots are well tended, while some people's are planted in a messy way. It would be embarrassing. In addition, she also said that the land would be rotated every 3 months, and no one would be allowed to tend to one piece of land all the time. Shen Jingshu divided the 10 acres of land into 37 parts according to the number of people. In order to take care of everyone, she asked the military wives to form their own teams so that everyone could take care of each other. Sister Qiuxiang didn't look for other people to form a team, but came over to ask Shen Jingshu, "Jingshu, which vegetable plot do you want?" Shen Jingshu knew that she wanted to form a team with her, so she didn't hide it and said with a smile, "Wait for everyone to choose first, and I'll choose the remaining ones." "Okay, I'll do the same as you." Sister Qiuxiang really likes Shen Jingshu. Don't be fooled by Jingshu's fair and tender appearance, which looks like she has never done farm work. When she is in the fields, she works much faster than others. Also, if her field is next to Jingshu's, she can have someone to chat with while she works. Vegetables these days are not sprayed with pesticides, and vegetables like cabbage, green vegetables, and beans have a lot of bugs. The military wives used to catch the bugs manually, so now those who choose the vegetable fields first all tacitly avoid these insect-infested vegetables and choose vegetables that are easy to care for. In the end, there were only a cabbage field and a bean field left. Shin Jingshu and Sister Qiuxiang had no choice. In order to take care of Shin Jingshu, Sister Qiuxiang chose the cabbage field with more insects, while Shin Jingshu was responsible for the bean field. After the division of labor was completed, the working atmosphere of the military wives suddenly became high, as if they were afraid that they would work too slowly and would not be able to go home early. In the following time, Shin Jingshu did not spend the whole day in the fields like before, but leisurely carried a bucket to water the beans. Sometimes she would also help Sister Qiuxiang water the cabbage field. After watering, she would go home without weeding or catching insects.
Did you see that?
She says others are lazy, but I think she is the laziest one. Some people were unhappy when they saw how relaxed she was. The person who was speaking was Ge Fengxian, the wife of platoon leader Su of the 2nd Company.
Sure.
Keep your voice down. LV Yanli, a military wife who had a good relationship with Ge Fengxian, hurriedly stopped her. She looked back and saw that no one heard what Ge Fengxian said, so she whispered, "Why are you shouting so loudly? The couple are now popular with the political commissar. What can we say? Besides, when the troops come to pick beans in a few days, they will blame her if they see that the beans are infested with worms and not growing well. You'd better be patient and wait. Even though she is free now, she will cry when the time comes." Ge Fengxian was also polite when she heard this. She stopped harping on Shin Jingshu's irresponsible behavior and turned to tell her the news she had just heard. Did you know? Deputy Company Commander Cui had a quarrel with his wife Fu Hua last night. Fu Hua is the daughter-in-law of Old Lady Cui and the mother of Cui Tianxi. I haven't heard of it. What's going on? When Lu Yanli heard that there was some gossip, she hurriedly moved closer to Ge Fengxian. It's Deputy Company Commander Cui's sister Cui Yanli, who is back to ask for money again. When she heard the name, Lu Yanli pouted in annoyance. That Cui Yanli has the same name as her. When Old Lady Cui was still in the staff housing compound, she always praised her daughter as Yanli, which made her very embarrassed. An unmarried girl comes to her brother and sister-in-law to beg for money every few days. Doesn't she work in town? The salary she earns is not enough for her to spend. I wonder who will be so unlucky to marry her in the future. I heard that she wanted to buy a bicycle, and Fu Hua was so anxious that she gave Fu Hua the salary that Deputy Captain Cui had just received this month. After Deputy Captain Cui came back and knew about this, he went to his sister to ask for it. Guess what? Cui Yanli refused to give it no matter what, saying that Fu Hua gave it to her and Deputy Captain Cui had no right to ask for it back. Deputy Captain Cui asked Fu Hua to go and ask for it, but Fu Hua was used to being weak. Not only did she not ask for the money, she just cried. In the end, Deputy Captain Cui got so angry that he smashed all the pots and bowls in the house. Lu Yanli sighed, not knowing whether to say Cui Yanli was greedy or Fu Hua was weak. The person they were talking about was now sitting in front of Shin Jingshu and crying, "Jingshu, tell me, can I be blamed for this? My sister-in-law said that if I don't give her money, she will write to my mother-in-law and ask her to come to the army to deal with me. You know, it was not easy for me to follow the army, and what I fear most is that my mother-in-law will come to disrupt our lives. Tianxi's bad habits have been corrected. If my mother-in-law comes, all my previous efforts will be in vain." Shin Jingshu looked at Fu Hua speechlessly. She could be bullied by her mother-in-law and still say that it was out of filial piety. But if she was bullied by her sister-in-law every other day, she could only be said to be weak. Lao Cui doesn't understand the pain in my heart and keeps blaming me, saying that I shouldn't spoil my sister-in-law like this. Jingshu, I have only given birth to Tianxi, a child in all these years. My mother-in-law has long wanted Lao Cui to divorce me. I also want to have a child, but my stomach is not cooperating. YCA and I get pregnant again. Fu Hua became more and more sad as she spoke, with tears falling down her face. Then do you know what made Lao Chui angry? What? Fu Hua looked up at Jingshu in surprise, with confusion in her eyes. You don't even understand why your man is mad at you, and you still have the nerve to cry? Shun Jingshu tapped her forehead angrily. This guy is really stubborn. What? I don't understand. Fu Hua choked and said aggrievedly, isn't he just worried that I gave the money to my sister-in-law, and the family has no money to use? What else can he be angry about? You? Shun Jingshu looked at her and had to speak the truth to her. Your man is worried about you. Worried about me? Fu Hua didn't think so. If Lao Chui felt sorry for her, would he scold her so harshly? Think about it, your sister-in-law has a formal job. If she saves a little bit in her daily life, she only needs to save up half a year's money to buy a bicycle. Not only does she not save money, she also comes to you to ask for money. If you don't give it to her, she threatens you. What does this show? It shows that you are too weak. Even if you only gave birth to a child for Lao Chui, that is not a reason for your mother-in-law to let you divorce. There are many families who can't have children, but they don't insist on getting a divorce. It's because they think you are easy to bully, so they think of ways to blood from you. So, Lao Chui is not sad about losing the money. She is sad about you being bullied and not knowing how to fight back.
I have never thought about it this way.
Fu Hua was a little stunned. She never knew that her husband actually thought like this. She thought that as long as she tried hard to be nice to his family and please them, her husband would be able to make up for her regret of not being able to have children. She was used to being bullied by her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, and now it was a problem that could be solved by just giving money, so she gave it without thinking. Why should she think so much? So, Deputy Captain Chui just wants you to stand up, not to be restrained or threatened by anyone, do you understand? Fu Hua tried hard to digest Shin Jingshu's words and finally said with a sad face, but I can't give the Chui family more branches. I am the sinner of the Chui family. Shin Jingshu was so angry that she didn't want to talk to her anymore. She turned around and went straight to the kitchen, thinking about Fu Hua bringing her some food and clothes from time to time, and finally, she sighed heavily. That's all. Meeting Fu Hua might be a test of God's patience. Shun Jingshu filled a bowl of spiritual spring water from the space, thinking that maybe Fu Hua could get pregnant after drinking this spiritual spring water. At worst, drinking this spiritual spring water can make people healthy. Considering that she is the second friend she made here, she will not argue with her stupid brain. When Shin Jingshu brought the spiritual spring water back to the house, Fu Hua was looking at her with tears in her eyes. Shin Jingshu sat down beside her and said seriously, Fu Hua, you have to believe that Deputy Captain Chui loves you, so if he asks you to go and get the money back, just go. Don't ask why and don't think too much. Just do whatever he asks you to do. After all, he won't hurt you, do you understand? Fu Hua nodded woodenly, although she still didn't understand. Don't cry. Come, drink this water. After listening to Shin Jingshu's words, Fu Hua went to the town that day to get back the 60 yuan she had given to Chui Yanli. It's not that she is smart and strong, but that she follows Chui Yanli wherever she goes. Finally, he followed Chui Yanli to her workplace. This time, she was able to hold her temper. No matter how Chui Yanli threatened or tempted her, she only had one thing to say. Money. Chui Yanli created a persona for herself in the factory that was a military family member who was not short of money. She was afraid that if her colleagues knew that Fu Hua followed her for money, it would be embarrassing, so in the end, she returned the money to her reluctantly. In the following days, Shun Jingshu went to the vegetable garden to water it every day and left immediately after watering. Ge Fengxian was so angry that her nose was about to smoke. The vegetable patch she chose was planted with cucumbers, which are supposed to be the easiest to harvest. But for some reason, ever since she took over the cucumber vines have become sickly and a lot of bugs have appeared on the leaves. These days she is so tired that her legs and arms ache just from catching insects. We all come here to work and get the same pay, so why should she just have to water the plants and leave? Seeing Shin Jingshu so relaxed every day, how could she bear this? That day, while Shin Jingshu was away, she secretly ran to Qin Jingshu's bean field to check on the situation. She saw that the beans had grown more than a foot long, with emerald green leaves in irregular triangles, and the leaves sparkled in the sun. There are 3 leaves on each branch, back to back, like an outstretched palm. The 3 leaves are all facing outward, full of vitality, green and fresh. Gu Fengxian looked at the beans in front of her and fell into deep thought. She had tended this bean field before. There were a lot of insects, especially the grass in the field, which was growing so lush. But now, there is not a single in the field, and the beans are full and lush green. This is really strange. I clearly didn't see Qin Jingshu pulling out the weeds. Where did all the grass go? Gu Fengxian couldn't figure out the reason, but it didn't affect her jealousy. She angrily found the army leader and clamored to exchange vegetable plots with Qin Jingshu. The leader was most afraid of dealing with this kind of shrew, so he directly asked someone to call Qin Jingshu and let the 2 of them communicate face to face. Some military wives heard the news and came over to watch the fun. Leader, the bean field that Qin Jingshu has been tending to has grown so well by me because I worked so hard catching insects and weeding. Now the bean field is under her management. So hasn't the fruit of my labor been stolen by her? Qin Jingshu glanced at Gu Fengxian with a faint expression. So Sister Go wants to tend the bean field again? Seeing that Qin Jingshu was sensible, Gu Fengxian gave her a straight look. What else? The vegetables that I worked so hard to grow have become your credit. Whoever does this will be happy. Qin Jingshu was not annoyed when she heard her say this, but just smiled and said, I can exchange vegetable field with you. Upon hearing this, a smug smile immediately appeared on Gu Fengxian's face. But if your vegetable garden doesn't grow well after the switch, don't make excuses. Of course. Gu Fengxian glanced at Qin Jingshu, thinking that the beans in the garden were growing so well, they must be better than her cucumber garden. Okay. The leader will be a witness today, and the bean field will be under her management from now on. If there are any problems in the future, I won't be so easy to talk to. After Qin Jingshu finished speaking, she turned around and left. Gu Fengxian looked like a smug villain and followed him out with his head held high. Qin Jingshu went to the cucumber field, watered it as usual and left, not caring about the bugs on the vines at all. After several days, a large number of insects suddenly appeared in the bean field, which made Gu Fengxian very angry. These 2 days, she secretly went to the cucumber field to take a look. It was strange to say, when she gave it to Qin Jingshu, the bugs were growing all over the field, but Qin Jingshu watered it twice a day without fail, and the cucumbers seemed to have taken some magic medicine. Not only were there no bugs, but they grew very vigorously. When she got home, Gu Fengxian told her husband about this. Unexpectedly, her husband told her to learn from Qin Jingshu with an open mind and stop thinking about random things all day long. Can she tolerate this? When she was in her hometown, everyone said she was a good farmer. It didn't make sense for her to learn how to grow vegetables from a young girl after coming here. With the idea of trying to save face even if it meant doing nothing, Gu Fengxian spent the whole day in the field catching bugs for beans. Even when she was so tired that she couldn't even straighten her back, she didn't dare to talk about changing land. One day, Fu Hua was weeding in the field when she suddenly felt dizzy and passed out. This scared the other wives, and they hurriedly carried her to the military area and asked a military doctor to see her. Deputy Company Commander Cui was extremely anxious, and he pulled the military doctor to ask what was going on. Doctor, what happened to my wife? Why did she faint? The military doctor withdrew his hand from feeling the pulse and looked at Deputy Company Commander Cui indifferently. Your wife is fine. She's just pregnant. Pregnant?
What?
My wife is pregnant? He and Fu Hua have been together for more than 10 years and have never taken any contraceptive measures. In 10 years, they only have one child, Tianxi. Now Fu Hua is in her 30s and she is pregnant again? Yes, she's pregnant. You'd better go to the hospital for a detailed checkup. Your wife's health is not very good. She needs to take necessary nutrients. Don't be stingy with the money. After hearing the military doctor's answer, Deputy Company Commander Cui was overwhelmed with great surprise. He thought they would never have any more children, but he had given up the idea Fu Hua was actually pregnant. Okay, I know. Thank you. I'll give you whatever you need. Deputy Company Commander Chui's face was full of joy, but when he saw Fu Hua lying on the bed with a pale face, he felt so distressed. I immediately went to my leader to borrow a car to take Fu Hua to the hospital. The news of Fu Hua's pregnancy soon spread throughout the compound. Everyone knew about their family affairs and were happy for Fu Hua. Fu Hua doesn't care what others think. In her heart, Shen Jingshu is just like the fertility-giving guanyin. Shen Jingshu didn't take Fu Hua's words to heart, but her pregnancy this time was inseparable from the spiritual spring water she gave her to drink. The people of Fu Hua are kind and honest. Although Deputy Captain Chui was a little ignorant before, Li Chaoyang said that he was also diligent in the army and could give a sincere heart to everyone. This is also the reason why Shen Jingshu wanted to help Fu Hua. That day, Li Chaoyang came back from getting lunch. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Shen Jingshu finishing the sweater that she had been knitting for 2 months. Chaoyang, come and try it on for size. Shen Jingshu bit off the thread and tried the sweater on Li Chaoyang.
Li Chaoyang grinat.
He had been looking forward to this sweater for a long time. Every day, watching his wife knitting stitch by stitch, his heart was filled with happiness. Okay. He put down the lunchbox, took off his coat, and started putting on his sweater. This is a navy blue wool sweater. Very ordinary, but when worn by Li Chaoyang, it looks so fashionable and full of vitality. It looks good. The size is just right. Shen Jingshu looked at him with a smile, love overflowing in her eyes. Thank you. Li Chaoyang suddenly hugged Shen Jingshu and thanked her sincerely. Shen Jingshu used needle and thread to weave warmth and love into the clothes, making him feel endless care and protection. However, apart from saying thank you, he seemed to have no idea what to say. Are you so polite? No need to thank me. It's just a small favor. You don't have to repay me with your body. Shen Jingshu wanted to tease him, and her face showed a hint of teasing. She lifted his chin nonchalantly. What if I must repay you with my body? Li Chaoyang knew that she was joking with him and cooperated by putting his chin in her palm. If you must repay me with your body, fine. Then I won't be polite. You will be mine from now on. Shen Jingshu coquettishly hugged Li Chaoyang's strong waist and gave him a big kiss on the face, without any hesitation. Li Chaoyang couldn't stand her teasing, so he bent down and picked her up horizontally. Shen Jingshu screamed, and then she realized that she had gone too far. Just as she was about to beg for mercy, she heard a bustling cry for help coming from outside the yard. Li Chaoyang also heard it. After he exchanged a glance with Shen Jingshu, he quickly put her down, and the two of them quickly ran outside. Deputy Company Commander Chui was seen holding Tianxi and running hurriedly towards the troops. Beside him were Fu Hua, who was crying with tears in her eyes, and several other military wives. Shen Jingshu saw through the crowd that Tianxi seemed to be choked by something, and his face was pale. What happened? Li Chaoyang ran to Deputy Company Commander Chui, glanced at Tianxi, and asked worriedly. Tianxi got a date stuck in his throat. Deputy Company Commander Chui only said this and ran forward in panic. Tianxi's condition was very urgent now, and a military doctor had to be found quickly. Shen Jingshu was many steps behind them. She heard what Deputy Captain Chui said about Tianxi having a date stuck in his throat. She wanted to say that she knew the Heimlich maneuver and that Tianxi could not withstand the ordeal, so the date pit had to be removed quickly. But Deputy Captain Chui was running too fast. She ran after him, but she couldn't catch up with them. Fortunately, they were relatively close to the military unit, and soon everyone arrived at the unit. The military doctor saw so many people coming and hurriedly stood up. Military doctor, hurry. My son is stuck by a date pit, hurry. The military doctor took Tianxi and let Tianxi lie on his thighs, patting Tianxi's back hard. But Tianxi's condition didn't seem to be very good. The child was rolling his eyes and was completely unable to breathe. Fu Hua was so frightened by this scene that her legs went limp, and she lay on the ground, covering her lips tightly. This was the scene that Shen Jingshu saw when she ran in. She pushed through the crowd and walked to the front, frowning as she watched the military doctor's unstandard first aid actions. She had learned some first aid skills in her previous life, but she didn't understand why the military doctor's methods of saving lives were so irregular. Could it be that he didn't know the Heimlich maneuver? Or is it that the Heimlich maneuver is not yet popular? Seeing that the child's condition was getting worse and his face was turning purple, Shin Jingshu didn't care about anything else and rushed over. This won't do. I'll do it. You come? Are you a doctor? You're still trying to be brave when human lives are at stake. Are you still resentful that Tianxi wanted to eat your braised pork? Gu Fengxian was also watching the fun in the crowd. When she saw Shin Jingshu squeeze out to show off, she immediately started to mock her. Shin Jingshu didn't even look at her. She didn't have time to argue with her when human lives were at stake. The military doctor was also very anxious at this moment. When Shin Jingshu came over to hold the child, he let go of her hand and wanted to see what Shin Jingshu's first aid method was. But just as Shin Jingshu put her hands on the child's abdomen, Gu Fengxian squeezed out and pushed her. Shin Jingshu, don't make trouble here. If someone really dies, you can afford it. Before she finished her words, Li Chaoyang came over and separated her. Stay away from my wife. Li Chaoyang's eyebrows were full of anger, and his face was particularly ugly. Staring at Gu Fengxian. You. Gu Fengxian was frightened by Li Chaoyang's aura and took 2 steps back, but when she thought of the many people around her, she said stubbornly, "What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Military doctors may not be able to save the child, but your wife has to show off at this time. Is your wife's medical skills better than those of military doctors? What if the best time to rescue the child is delayed? Can she afford it?" Gu Fengxian's words made Sister Qiuxiang, who was beside Shin Jingshu, sweat. This is no trivial matter. If Jingshu really saves Tianxi, that would be a good thing. If it is really as Gu Fengxian said, if Tianxi has some accidents, then Jingshu. Sister Qiuxiang thought, and wanted to persuade Shin Jingshu, but she saw Shin Jingshu put her thumb down between Cui Tianxi's belly button and sternum and held the fist with the other hand, quickly and rhythmically hitting the abdomen upwards. Ugh! The red date core was spit out from Tianxi's mouth, followed by Tianxi's loud cry. The child's life was saved. Fu Hua, who had been frightened for a long time, came back to her senses now. She rushed over and hugged her son, trembling and shouting, "Tianxi, Tianxi, my Tianxi, it's okay, it's okay." Before Gu Fengxian could finish her words to slander Shin Jingshu, the child was rescued. She glared at Shin Jingshu angrily. She didn't believe that Shin Jingshu really had the ability to save people. She must have just acted recklessly and hit the mark accidentally. She's lucky. Her gaze was so strong that Shin Jingshu could not have failed to sense it. She turned her head and looked at her tone very calm. "Sister-in-law Fengxian, I like to read books when I have nothing to do. I still have some basic knowledge of rescue. No one blames you if you can't help, but not only do you not help, but you also stand up to make trouble, which is a bit wrong. You." The military doctor is obviously treating Tianxi, and the military doctor didn't say anything, but you rushed out to show off your ability, and you didn't let people say a word? Gu Fengxian was unwilling to suffer any loss, and said with a guilty conscience, "It's not up to you to say whether it's showing off or not. I just want to save Tianxi, and I don't have any other ideas. However, if your heart is facing the sun, there is sunshine everywhere, and if your heart is dark, everything you see is darkness." Shin Jingshu ignored her after she finished speaking and looked at Li Chaoyang. She was about to leave and saw Deputy Company Commander Cui coming over and bowed directly to the two of them. "Captain Li's sister-in-law Jingshu, thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you, Tianxi might." Fu Hua also came over holding Tianxi. She was choked with sobs after surviving a disaster and couldn't even utter a complete sentence. Li Chaoyang hurriedly helped Deputy Company Commander Cui up and comforted him that as long as the child was okay. The military doctor came over to check Tianxi and was relieved to see that he had recovered his normal breathing. Then he thought of something and looked at Shin Jingshu and asked humbly, "Comrade Shin, where did you learn the technique you just used? Why haven't I seen it before? I have saved many children by pushing their backs before, but it was not as effective as yours?" There is nothing wrong with your first aid method, but Tianxi is not an infant. Shin Jingshu smiled politely at the military doctor, and then said, the operation methods I just used are different for different age groups. The military doctor became completely interested, and just wanted to ask clearly, but felt a little embarrassed. It's not that he was embarrassed as a military doctor to ask a military wife, who is not a doctor, for advice on how to save lives, but he was worried that this might be a method passed down from her ancestors. If he asked so casually, it would be questionable whether she would teach him or not. Chun Jingshu seemed to see the hesitation on the military doctor's face, and she pursed her lips and smiled, her smile bright and generous. If the military doctor is interested, I will send it to you after I go back and sort out the different movements corresponding to different ages. How about it? How about it? This is simply great. The military doctor clapped his hands excitedly and kept saying thank you. That look was even no less grateful than Fuhua's to Shin Jingshu. Fuhua and his wife carried their child and followed Li Chaoyang and his wife back together. On the way, Shin Jingshu reminded them to take good care of the child, especially when eating things with fruit cores. Gu Fengxian looked at Shin Jingshu's receding back and stomped her feet in hatred. A countrywoman is so good at winning people's hearts. She stared for a while and realized that her eyes were so sore that they were about to cramp, so she reluctantly went to her place of responsibility. Don't you think this is strange? She works hard in the fields every day, but there are only a lot of bugs on the beans. She had visited Shin Jingshu's cucumber field, as well as Qiuxiang's cabbage field, who was on good terms with Shin Jingshu. Not to mention bugs on the vegetables. There wasn't even a single in the field. And the eggplant field in Fuhua is also incredibly clean. Could it be that Shin Jingshu has some ghost on her? Otherwise, why are there no insects in the vegetable garden of those who are on good terms with her and in her own vegetable garden, and the vegetables grow so well? Why is it that after I work so hard to take care of these vegetables, bugs and weeds are growing rapidly? It's like I have poked a bug's nest, one after another, and I can never catch them all. Also, Taishu, who hadn't been pregnant for 10 years, had only been in the army for a short time, and she got pregnant just because she got close to Shin Jingshu and Qiuxiang. I heard that Qiuxiang and Shin Jingshu raised a few chickens together, and each chicken could lay an egg every day. As a result, her man kept repeating in her ear every day, saying that Li Chaoyang and Qiuxiang's men could eat eggs every day. She also said that she couldn't manage the household. The more Gu Fengxian thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, and the more jealous she became. He simply threw the away, wiped his muddy hands on his ace, and ran to town. Isn't it just raising chickens? Who wouldn't be like that? Back when she was in her hometown, she had secretly raised a dozen chickens. In order to avoid being discovered and reported, she let the chickens roam freely in the back mountain. They didn't need to be fed with grain and could eat eggs every day. Thinking of her past achievements, Gu Fengxian's enthusiasm for raising chickens was unprecedented. Ever since she joined the army, every time she mentioned the time when she secretly raised chickens in the back mountain, her husband would scold her, accuse her of undermining socialism. Although she didn't dare to talk back to her man, she felt that her husband was a blockhead. As the saying goes, the timid will die of starvation, and the bold will die of gluttony. She would rather die of fullness than die of starvation. Gu Fengxian rushed to the supply and marketing cooperative, and when she learned that she could only buy 2 chickens, she readily paid for them. Then, she had a crooked idea and went directly to the black market. This was what I told her secretly when old Lady Cui was still here. When she arrived at the black market, Gu Fengxian successfully bought 5 chicks. With 2 hens bought from the supply and marketing cooperative to lead the chicks, she was not afraid that the chicks would freeze to death or starve to death. Gu Fengxian went back happily, but she did not go home. Instead, she went directly to the mountain not far away from the vegetable shed. She found a secluded place with grass and trees to put the chickens down, then pulled some wool from her sweater and tied it to the chickens' legs. Finally, she picked up some branches and hay and made a simple chicken coop. Then she clapped her hands with satisfaction. Looking at the chickens working hard to find food on the ground, Gu Fengxian finally smiled with satisfaction, My chicken is very generous in laying eggs. She lays several eggs every day. I'm as happy as a god. After finishing all this, Gu Fengxian returned to the vegetable shed and cleaned up her own area. She has made up her mind that every day from now on, she will pick some vegetable leaves here to feed her chicks. I believe that it won't be long before these chickens grow strong and lay eggs for her every day. The eggs that are not eaten can be kept to hatch chicks. Hens lay eggs lay chickens, and chickens lay eggs again. Gu Fengxian thought that before long, there would be a large group of chicks chirping and running around in the back mountain, and she was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. What's the matter? Why are you so happy? As soon as LV Yanli arrived at the vegetable shed, she saw Gu Fengxian grinning from ear to ear. She came over and asked curiously, "Ouch." Gu Fengxian was so absorbed in thinking about something good that she didn't even notice when LV Yanli came. She was so scared that she fell on her ace. What are you thinking about? Why are you so absorbed in it? Tell me quickly. LV Yanli felt that something good must have happened to Gu Fengxian, so she asked, "No." Gu Fengxian subconsciously denied it, but on second thought, she stopped talking and looked around vigilantly. There were not many people working in the shed at this time, and it was a little far from them. "I'm going to tell you something, but you have to keep it a secret for me." LV Yanli nodded hurriedly and promised, "Don't you know who I am? I'm best at helping people keep secrets." Gu Fengxian couldn't help but twitching her lips when she heard this. Lu Yanli is good in every way except that she talks too fast. However, if I could let her raise chickens with me, she probably wouldn't tell anyone, right? Besides, if she and I secretly raised chickens together and they're discovered one day, wouldn't there be one more person to bear the consequences together? Yes, you are the most tight-lipped. Gu Fengxian looked as if she saw everything but refused to say it, and whispered in Lu Yanli's ear about the big thing she had just done. He actually wants to get something for nothing. If she had extra money, wouldn't she buy a few more chicks for herself? Why bother asking her to buy it? But before Gu Fengxian could see the grand scene of chickens laying eggs and eggs laying chickens, she was hit by the bolt from the blue that her hen was lost. After finishing her work in the afternoon, Gu Fengxian took the grass pulled by the military wives, secretly picked a lot of vegetable leaves, and avoided the crowd before rushing to the mountain. But as soon as she arrived at the back mountain, her world collapsed. She saw the chicks huddled obediently in the small nest she built, but the two old hens bought from the supply and marketing cooperative were nowhere to be seen. She threw down the things in her hands and started calling the hens nearby like crazy. She already had a bad premonition in her heart, but she still had a fluke, thinking that the hen might have just broken free from the wool she tied and should not run far. But luck is unreliable. Reality is reality. Gu Fengxian searched for an hour or so, but couldn't find her two old hens. As the sky darkened, she put the remaining chicks in her arms and returned home in despair. When platoon leader Su got home from work, he frowned in confusion when he saw the cold pots and stove in the kitchen. He went into the room and found Gu Fengxian sitting on the bed like a wooden chicken, with her head drooping listlessly. "What's wrong? What happened?" Gu Fengxian was brought back to her senses by his voice and spoke with a crying voice, "The chickens I bought. I clearly tied their feet with coins. Even if they ran, they couldn't run far." She muttered to herself and suddenly stood up and walked to platoon leader Su, grabbed his arm tightly and asked, "Ertzi, do you think my chickens were stolen by Xinjingshu? Is she jealous that I raised chickens better than her, so she stole my chickens?" Platoon leader Su's name is Su Jingming. He is the second child in the family, and everyone in the family calls him Ertzi. "What are you talking about? What nonsense are you talking about?" A trace of disgust flashed across platoon leader Su's face, and his voice couldn't help but increase a few points. "What's going on? Tell me clearly." Gu Fengxian was really sober this time. Seeing the gloom on her husband's face, she had to stammer and tell him about buying chickens in the afternoon and putting them on the back mountain. After listening, platoon leader Su really wanted to slap Gu Fengxian to death. This woman is simply more of a hindrance than a help. Last time, she made a fuss about exchanging vegetable plots with Xinjingshu, which had already caused her a lot of gossip in the army. Now, She is raising chickens secretly again. It's not that the army does not allow private chickens, but there is a limit. If she wants to raise chickens, she should just raise them in the yard openly. Why does she have to move them to the back mountain? This time, she has lost more than she gains. You. Platoon leader Su pointed at Go Fengxian angrily, and finally, he had to bite his back teeth and said, "Take me to find it quickly. Look at what you have done." After platoon leader Su finished speaking, he walked outside. Go Fengxian didn't care about his anger and hurriedly followed him. Go Fengxian took platoon leader Su to the place where the chicken was lost. Platoon leader Su walked around the chicken coop and finally found a pool of blood behind the chicken coop, as well as traces of chicken claws scratching on the ground. He sighed weakly. "Let's go. The chicken can't be found." Upon hearing this, Go Fengxian's tears immediately fell, and she cursed. "I knew it must have been stolen by that witch Shin Jingshu. It must be her. No one else can do such a thing. I'm going to tear that little witch apart right now." "Shut up." Platoon leader Su really wanted to pry open Go Fengxian's brain to see what was in it. "Your chicken is missing. What does it have to do with Comrade Shin? Who else could it be but her? She is the one who dislikes me every day and opposes me in everything. I built a chicken coop here. She must have seen it, so she wants to take revenge on me." What Go Fengxian said sounded like the truth. If platoon leader Su hadn't seen the scratches on the ground, he might have really believed her lies. Platoon leader Su didn't waste time talking to her. He grabbed her shoulders and let her see for herself. "Look carefully. Look clearly. Your chicken was caught and eaten by a weasel. What does it have to do with others? Go Fengxian, I'm warning you. If you keep making such a fuss and saying bad things, you'll get out of here and go back to the countryside." Platoon leader Su was furious and pushed her to the ground so that she could see the marks on the ground clearly. Go Fengxian looked at the marks on the ground and burst into tears. Platoon leader Su was upset and turned around and walked down the mountain, leaving Go Fengxian crying there. Go Fengxian cried for a long time before she realized that her man had left long ago. Looking at the dark surroundings and listening to the creaking sound of branches in the wind, she couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body. She climbed up from the ground with a cry and hurried down the mountain. When she got home, platoon leader Su had already taken off his clothes and was sleeping on the bed. She knew she was in the wrong, so she slowly walked over and whispered, "Ertzi, are you hungry? How about I make you a bowl of noodles to warm you up?" Platoon leader Su heard her words, snorted, turned around, and continued to sleep with his back to her. Seeing this, Go Fengxian stopped talking and walked to the kitchen with light steps. "If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Why are you so angry?" Gurgled Go Fengxian as stomach was rumbling with hunger. She ran to the town in the afternoon, came back to work all afternoon, and ran up the mountain twice. She was already starving. Arriving at the kitchen, she quickly made a bowl of dumpling soup. After finishing the meal, she felt her tired body was a little better. After washing up, she went to bed carefully, trying not to disturb the man who was already asleep. The next day, Shun Jingshu went to the army first and taught the military doctor the method she had sorted out to treat foreign objects stuck in the throat. The military doctor was very grateful and forced a big red apple into Shin Jingshu's mouth. Shin Jingshu accepted the apple and went to the responsible area to water the vegetables. It was not until noon that she went home with sister Qiuxiang. She peeled the apple, cut it into pieces, and put them in a bowl, and planted the apple seeds in the space. Now, in addition to precious Chinese medicines such as ginseng, she also planted orange trees and pear trees, and now there is an apple tree. The oranges and pears were brought back by Li Chaoyang from the army for her to eat. She buried the remaining cores and seeds in the soil of the space. As expected, these fruit trees grew well in the space, especially the orange trees, which had begun to bear fruit. Thinking that she would have fresh oranges to eat soon, Shin Jingshu couldn't help swallowing her saliva. Li Chaoyang came back at noon to deliver lunch. Seeing Shin Jingshu resting on the bed, he thought she was tired from working, and he didn't want to wake her up, so he moved a stool and sat quietly beside her, holding her face and watching her sleep. "You're back?" Shin Jingshu woke up and saw Li Chaoyang staring at her. A layer of blush quickly spread on her face. Well, are you hungry? I brought food back. Li Chaoyang liked her soft and cute voice when she just woke up and couldn't help but stretched out his hand to pinch her little face. Not very hungry. Shin Jingshu shook her head, feeling a little sore, thinking that she would drink some spiritual spring water after Li Chaoyang left. If you're not hungry, let's eat later. I've put the food in the pot to heat it up. Li Chaoyang said dotingly, and took out a letter from his body. This is a letter from home, take a look. Shin Jingshu was puzzled. Didn't Li Chaoyang just call home some time ago? Why did I receive another letter today? You watch first, I'll go wash yesterday's clothes. What Li Chaoyang didn't say was that when he called home that day, his mother said that someone came to the Red Star commune to find her and asked her to send a letter to Jingshu. So, he found an excuse to leave and let Jingjing read the letter alone in the room. He was a little curious about who sent the letter to Jingshu, but he didn't want to ask her directly. After Shin Jing opened the letter, he found that it was sent by Uncle Yao Miao's son, Brother Dashin. The letter said that the ginseng seedlings cultivated by Mr. Medicine Seedling were almost 3 months old, and he hoped Jingshu could take time to go back, otherwise all the seedlings might die. He also said that his friend was in urgent need of a batch of processed ginseng, and asked if Shin Jingshu had any ginseng to send him some. Shin Jingshu frowned, and felt that it was time to go back. She got up from the bed, walked to the door, and saw Li Chaoyang washing clothes in the yard. Li Chaoyang took off his coat, wearing only a simple white shirt with his sleeves rolled up to his elbows, revealing his strong arms. Shin Jingshu felt that this scene gave off a feeling of peace and tranquility. She leaned against the door frame and just looked at him straight. Li Chaoyang felt the gaze behind him, looked back with a gentle smile on his face. Why are you standing there? Let's go eat first. Shin Jingshu also walked over with a smile, and after he hung up the clothes, she hugged his waist and said coquettishly, Chaoyang, you are so nice. You only know now? Li Chaoyang tapped her forehead with a doting tone. I will treat you better in the future, believe it or not. Shin Jingshu nodded vigorously to give him affirmation. She missed such a good man in her previous life. But fortunately, in this life, she set things right and finally was with him. Thinking of something that she had at least hesitated and considered for a long time, Shin Jingshu suddenly made up her mind at this moment. She loosened her arms around his waist. You only know now? Li Chaoyang tapped her forehead with a doting tone. I will treat you better in the future, believe it or not. After saying that, without waiting for Li Chaoyang to ask where to go, she silently said in her heart that she wanted to go in. Soon, the two of them were standing on the land in space. Li Chaoyang only felt a white flash before his eyes. When his vision returned to normal, he found that he seemed to have come to a paradise. There are mountains, water, and plants here. This. Li Chaoyang looked around in horror, but his hands subconsciously protected Shin Jingshu behind him, and he looked around defensively. Shin Jingshu's lips curved up. Before, she tried to bring Li Chaoyang into the space while he was asleep, but later she found out that Li Chaoyang could only come in if she held his hands. Chaoyang, this place is my secret. Shin Jingshu walked out from behind Li Chaoyang and looked at him. Maybe you'll find what I say next unbelievable, or even think I'm superstitious, but you have to believe me. Every word I say is true. Then, Shin Jingshu told him how she discovered the space on the bracelet, understood the use of the space, and explained it to Uncle Yao Miao, as well as how she added spiritual spring water when making tofu at home. But she concealed the fact that she was reborn. It's not that she was worried that Li Chaoyang would despise her if he knew that she had been married to Jiang Hongjun, but she didn't want Li Chaoyang to feel sorry for her because he knew what she had experienced in her past life. Normally, when she accidentally bumped into the table leg, he would rub it for her for a long time out of concern. If he knew that she was beaten to death by Jiang Hongjun in her previous life, she didn't know what Li Chaoyang would do. Li Chaoyang stared at Shin Jingshu in a daze, with big question marks on his face, eyes, and heart. After a while, he finally reacted and digested Shin Jingshu's words. After a long time, Li Chaoyang stammered and asked, Jingshu, Does this so-called space have any effect on your body? Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Shin Jingshu knew that what Li Chaoyang cared about was always her. Instead of caring about the ability of space to make people successful. It's okay, I'm fine. Shin Jingshu threw herself into his arms, her voice choked with sobs. Li Chaoyang, I want to be with you in the next life, and the next life, and the next life. This was the first time Shin Jingshu expressed her feelings so directly. She missed her parents so much that she wished she could appear in front of them right now. Li Chaoyang has already applied to the army for a more spacious family compound in order to bring Shen's father and mother over to live permanently. He has been working hard to help her fulfill her wish. The two came out after staying in the space for a while. Li Chaoyang went to the army to apply for marriage leave first, while Chun Jingshu started to pack up at home. The army was very reasonable and readily approved a half-month vacation. After Chun Jingshu knew the news, she asked Sister Qiuxiang to help look after the piece of land she was in charge of. In fact, she took good care of the land and basically didn't need to do anything except water it regularly. She also entrusted the chickens in her home to Sister Qiuxiang and let her keep the eggs laid by the chickens to eat. After arranging everything, Shin Jingshu and Li Chaoyang only took 2 sets of clothes and some local specialties from Beijing and set off for the Shin family. When Shin's father and mother learned that their son-in-law only had half a month's vacation, and that 6 days would be wasted on the road alone, they simply packed up their house and followed their daughter and son-in-law to the Red Star commune. This was the first time the elders of the 2 families met. When Li Chaoyang went to Jiang province, he called Zheng Yuexia in advance to tell her the time of their arrival. So, Zheng Yuexia borrowed the commune's ox cart early this morning and rushed over to pick them up. As soon as Shin Jingshu and the others exited the station, they saw the Li couple waiting outside the station, standing on tiptoe to look into the station. Mom and Dad, we're back. Zheng Yuexia didn't have time to see her son, but walked over and held Shin's mother's hand, and said happily, Mother-in-law, you have worked the way. Come on, let's go home and talk. Li Montsong on the side also politely handed a cigarette to Shin's father and greeted him, but completely ignored Shin Jingshu and Li Chaoyang. The two looked at each other and smiled, then had to carry the luggage of 4 people to go out of the station first. Mother-in-law, I'm so sorry. Our commune only has this ox cart and bicycle. Please don't dislike it. When they got outside, Zheng Yuexia felt a little embarrassed looking at the ox cart. She thought that people in the city liked cleanliness, so she specially took a clean bed sheet to pad the ox cart and also borrowed a bicycle. Along the way, Li Montsong drove the ox cart and she pushed the bicycle, for fear of neglecting her in-laws. How could I dislike it? This is good. Shin's mother could see the sincerity in Zheng Yuexia's eyes and could also feel her respect for them, as well as Chaoyang's father, who looked very honest. He didn't say much along the way, but he helped with the luggage very neatly and also prepared a few bottles of soda for them very carefully. Their daughter liked Li Chaoyang, and they also felt that Chaoyang was a good person from the bottom of their hearts. At first, they were worried that their in-laws were the kind of people that others said were born in poor mountains and bad waters. Now that they have met, they are relieved. That's good. That's good. Mother-in-law, I have built a new brick house for the 2 children in the village, and the furniture and other things are also purchased according to the highest standards here. I have also prepared 3 turns and 1 ring, 32 legs, and so on. And for the wedding of the 2 children, I will ask the most influential team leader in the commune to take care of it. You and your mother-in-law, please rest assured that I have no daughter in this life, and when Jingshu comes home, I will definitely treat her as my own daughter. If Chaoyang dares to bully Jingshu, I will be the first one to not let him go.
Mom.
Li Chaoyang called Zheng Yuexia helplessly, thinking that if you want to express your feelings, just express your feelings. Why use him as an example? Shin Jingshu lowered her head and smiled secretly. She quietly pulled his sleeve, signaling him not to interrupt her mother-in-law's performance. Li Chaoyang's face was full of resentment. He only muttered, I won't treat Jingshu badly. Zheng Yuexia, who was talking excitedly, was interrupted by her son. She glared at him with dissatisfaction. When she wanted to continue, She forgot what to say. She laughed embarrassedly twice and had to say, "Mother-in-law, I'm just a country woman. I can't say any polite words, but there is one thing you can always rest assured. We will never let Jingshu suffer the slightest grievance." Shin's mother was a little moved. The betrothal gift that the Li family gave to Jingshu was talk of a lot even in Jiang province. The other 3 turns and 1 ring were not something that even city girls might have. The Li family gave it all to Jingshu. Their Shin family was not a vain family, but it could be seen from the things given by the Li family that they really thought highly of Jingshu. And there is Chaoyang. During the train ride, Jingshu felt dizzy and vomited all over the train. But Chaoyang treated Jingshu very attentively and considerately, even more attentively than her mother. To put it bluntly, as long as Chaoyang treats Jingshu well, they are willing to hand Jingshu over to him even if he is nothing. What's more, Li's parents are such reasonable people. Mother Shin's thoughts turned over and over. She nodded vigorously, took Zheng Yuexia's hand, patted it, and said, "Of course we believe it." The group returned to their Red Star commune happily, and Zheng Yuexia led them directly to the newly built house. This house was started to be built on the day Jingshu went to Beijing to join the army. This was also built with the last savings of the old couple of the Li family. The house is a square brick house with 3 rooms. There are 2 auxiliary rooms in the yard. One is the kitchen and the other is the utility room. There is also a toilet in the yard and a well in the yard. As soon as Shin Jingshu entered the yard, she was shocked by the huge new house. Shin's father and mother also looked at the new yard and nodded with satisfaction. "Although my daughter will live with Chaoyang in the staff housing compound in the future, it would be great for her to have a house of her own in her hometown. Who says the countryside can't compare to the city? The house built by my in-laws is spacious and bright, and the yard is neat and tidy, which is not inferior to their house in Jiang province."
"Mother-in-law, come on, let's go inside and talk."
Zheng Yuexia invited the Shin couple into the house. The furniture in the house was all newly made. The first thing that caught the eye was a huge landscape painting opposite the door, which was inlaid with wooden strips. There were 4 large sofa chairs on the left and right sides of the main hall. Although there were no thick sofa cushions, Zheng Yuexia was dexterous and placed a handmade peony pattern cushion on each seat. There was also a small wooden table in the middle of each sofa chair and a new teacup on the table. Li Monsong asked them to sit down and personally made tea for the Shin couple. Shin Jingshu took Li Chaoyang to look around their new home. There was a wooden bed and a large wardrobe in the bedroom, as well as a dressing table. There was also a desk and a chair by the window. "Li Chaoyang, do you think your parents have spent all their life savings?" Shin Jingshu felt that every corner of the house was decorated with great care. She was so moved that she choked up. "Maybe." Li Chaoyang knew what she was thinking. He walked over and took her little hand, squeezing it gently. Taking into account that Shin's parents were still outside, he did not hug her directly. "Don't feel bad. At most, we can just be more filial in the future." Li Chaoyang knew about the house construction at home and asked Zheng Yuexia if the money was enough. If not, he would borrow some money and send it back. But Zheng Yuexia insisted that there was money for building the house and asked him to just concentrate on taking care of Jingshu, and he didn't need to worry about the family affairs. He originally thought that his parents were just building an ordinary mud house, but unexpectedly, they built a brick house, which was rare in the village. Shin Jingshu's nasal tone was a bit heavy. In this life, she only wanted to be with Li Chaoyang, but she didn't expect that even his parents would be so good to her. The 2 elders had a pleasant conversation. After all, the Li family was thoughtful and generous to Jingjing, so the Shin family naturally had no objection. Moreover, Zheng Yuexia had already started preparing when her son called to say that he was going to come back for the wedding. Although time was a bit tight, Zheng Yuexia had a good relationship with people in the village, and everyone was willing to help her if she needed help, so the wedding was almost ready. Zheng Yuexia was asking the Shin family for their opinions. If there was anything wrong or something that needed their improvement, she would remember it one by one and try to correct and improve it as soon as possible. After all, it was the only wedding for Jingshu and her son in their lifetime, so it was better to be cautious. Their wedding was held on the fourth day after returning to the Red Star Brigade. The banquet was very lively. Not only did the villagers come to the banquet, but even the leaders of the commune were present. The guests had a great time at the banquet, but what the villagers talked about most was that Shin's parents actually gave Shin Jingshu a dowry of 2,000 yuan. What does 2,000 yuan mean these days? I'm afraid there aren't many people in their village who can take out 2,000 yuan. Not to mention that this money is for a maid's dowry. After this incident, everyone couldn't help but look at Shin Jingshu with higher regard. When Shin's mother brought the food into the house, she saw her daughter eating. No need to ask, the meal must have been sent by her son-in-law. She couldn't help but reveal a smile on her face, and her impression of Li Chaoyang became much better. This good impression also dispelled some of the sadness of her daughter getting married. After seeing off the guests, Li Chaoyang and several villagers cleaned up the leftovers and tables, chairs, and dishes from the banquet. If there were things he borrowed from fellow villagers, he would take them one by one to return them, along with words of thanks. By the time he finished all this, it was almost dark. After a simple dinner, Mr. and Mrs. Shen insisted not to live in the new house, but asked Li Chaoyang to send them to the house that Jingshu had rented before. Shen Jingshu asked Li Chaoyang to bring 2 new quilts over, and only then did she settle the couple down. After returning to the new home, Li Chaoyang felt distressed when he saw the tired Shen Jingshu. He hurriedly massaged her shoulders to help her relax. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of a good idea. Jingshu had told her before that the spiritual spring in the space could be used for bathing, and that the temperature was just right and very comfortable. Jingshu, I'm a little tired today, Li Chaoyang said with a little grievance. Shen Jingshu hurriedly pulled down his hands that were massaging her and pretended to get up to massage him. Let me massage you. You drank a lot of wine today. You must be feeling very uncomfortable. Li Chaoyang was reluctant to let her massage him and hurriedly held her hand and said, No need to massage. It's just that I want to try the feeling of soaking in the spiritual spring today. Didn't you say before that taking a bath in the spiritual spring can make people relax? Yes. How could I forget about this? Shen Jingshu wanted to slap her forehead in annoyance, but her hand was held tightly by Li Chaoyang. Come on, I'll take you there. Seeing that she didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at all, Li Chaoyang smiled triumphantly and let Shen Jingshu pull her into the space. Go ahead, soak in the water for a while. Shen Jingshu pointed to the spiritual spring and urged. Li Chaoyang took her hand, smiling dotingly and temptingly. Jingshu, come with me, okay? Together? Do you want to soak in the spiritual spring? Wouldn't that allow her to meet Li Chaoyang openly?
No.
Although they have done everything they should do, but she is still embarrassed to be in front of him.
And
why do Li Chaoyang's eyes become a little lustful? Okay, if you don't say anything, it means you agree. No regrets allowed. Don't say no. After an unknown amount of fooling around for a while, Li Chaoyang finally let go of the limp Shin Jingshu. Jingshu. There was apology in Li Chaoyang's eyes, but just now, he really couldn't help it. He wanted to eat her again. What should he do? Shen Jingshu waved her hands weakly and looked at him with a slightly dissatisfied and protesting look.
You want to do it again, right?
Li Chaoyang thought self-righteously that Shen Jingshu was not satisfied, so she looked at him like that. As a grown man, how could he do something that would not satisfy his wife?
No.
He needs to work harder. As he said that, he pounced on Shen Jingshu, who had weak legs, weak back, and weak feet. Shen Jingshu.
Man.
The next morning, Li Chaoyang got up refreshed and cooked. After the meal was ready, he went to deliver breakfast to Mr. and Mrs. Shen. He happened to meet Jing Yuexia, who was also delivering breakfast. Mom? After Li Chaoyang entered the room, he saw Mr. and Mrs. Shen eating breakfast. Zheng Yuexia moved a stool and sat beside them, saying something. You are here? Did you bring any delicious food? Bring it out quickly. Zheng Yuexia was satisfied with her son's behavior of bringing breakfast, so she asked him to bring the food out quickly. Dad, Mom. I'm here to bring you breakfast. Li Chaoyang obediently put a few scallion pancakes, poached eggs, and a large bowl of millet porridge he made on the table, and skillfully and naturally changed his words to call them Dad and Mom. Okay. Have you eaten? You're here. But Jingshu isn't here? Shen's mother smiled and asked Li Chaoyang to sit down as well. She looked towards the door and made sure that Jingshu wasn't here before she asked. Li Chaoyang's face flushed a little, and he didn't know how to respond. Zheng Yuexia knew her son best. When she saw him like this, she knew that he must have made trouble for Jingshu last night. Jingshu must be catching up on her sleep at home. She thought about it and tried her best to explain. Oh, maybe Jingshu was tired from the wedding yesterday. Young people sleep more, so just let Jingjing sleep a little longer. We don't have anything to do anyway. When Shen's mother heard this, she remembered something belatedly. She looked at Zheng Yuexia with a smile and said, "Mother-in-law, other mothers-in-law can't wait for their daughters-in-law to get up early to serve them, but you are so good. You rush to help find excuses when your daughter-in-law sleeps in. Don't spoil Jingshu."
Oh.
What's the big deal? Zheng Yuexia waved her hand nonchalantly. Jingshu can sleep if she wants to, and she has nothing to do when she gets up, so she can do whatever she wants. My mother-in-law was also good to me before. I know the importance of being a good mother-in-law to a family. Shen's mother nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Her mother-in-law is kind-hearted and open-minded, and she is an understanding person. After waking up, Shen Jingshu held her sore waist and cursed Li Chaoyang as a beast. They had obviously been together for more than half a year, but last night he was like a new lover, taking her again and again. She got out of bed with trembling legs, and before she had time to put on her clothes, she saw Li Chaoyang coming back from outside with a rosy face. Shen Jingshu got angry as soon as she saw him. She snorted, turned her head away, and hid in the quilt again, using the back of her head to protest her dissatisfaction. Li Chaoyang smiled and put his face close to her ear and said something. Shen Jingshu covered his mouth quickly regardless of the pain in her body and glared at him fiercely. Li Chaoyang, do you want to sleep on the floor tonight? Li Chaoyang was afraid of really irritating her. Thinking of sleeping on the floor pitifully, he felt chilly. He lowered his head and begged for mercy. Stop making trouble. Stop making trouble. Jingshu, baby, I know I was wrong, and I won't dare to do it again. Shen Jingshu was satisfied with her attitude of admitting her mistake. She withdrew her hand proudly and raised her chin. Since you know you were wrong, why don't you help me change clothes? She raised her hand, her eyes slightly raised, and acted like the queen of the harem. She felt sorry for Jingshu, so she said that they would accompany her up the mountain and let Jingshu go back to rest. Although Zheng Yuexia didn't finish her words, Shen Jingshu understood them. Her little face turned red instantly, but fortunately her father and Li Monsong were chatting in the yard and didn't hear their conversation. Otherwise, she would have to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. Yes, it's enough for your mother-in-law to accompany you. You should go back and have more rest. Shen's mother also spoke and smiled and asked Li Chaoyang to take Shen Jingshu back to rest. Shen Jingshu felt embarrassed and didn't say anything more. After saying hello, she took Li Chaoyang and left. It's all your fault. You embarrass me. As soon as she went out, Shen Jingshu pointed at Li Chaoyang's nose and complained, Yes, it's all my fault. I won't do it again next time. Li Chaoyang tried to please her and calm her down, but when he saw that she ignored him and walked forward quickly in an extremely awkward way, he felt both distressed and funny. Jingshu, don't be angry. I don't have anything to do today anyway. I'll take you to town. Didn't you say you wanted to give Uncle Yao Miao some ginseng? Li Chaoyang changed the subject so that Shen Jingshu would no longer be angry with him. Sure enough, when he mentioned Uncle Yao Miao, Shen Jingshu immediately stopped and looked at Li Chaoyang, as handsome and pleasing face. She couldn't help but feel distressed again. Okay, I'll forgive you this time.
It won't happen again, okay?
I know. Li Chaoyang put his arm around her shoulders and said sweet words as if they were free until he coaxed Shen Jingshu into smiling, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Men, it's difficult. It's even harder for a man to satisfy a woman. The first time last night, it was obviously because Jingshu was not satisfied with his performance, so he did it the second time, the third time, and the fourth time. But he didn't expect Jingshu to be so angry. Alas, he didn't even know whether Jingshu was satisfied or not. How about trying again tonight? In order to please his wife, Li Chaoyang took her on a bicycle to the town to find the medicine seedling uncle. He dug up all the ginseng in the space and gave them to the medicine seedling uncle. He also took the seedlings he had cultivated back and planted them in the space. It took a whole day to do this. Fortunately, with Li Chaoyang's help this time, Shen Jingshu didn't feel tired at all. For the next 2 days, Chen Jingshu stayed at home to accompany her parents. Except for working in the fields, Chen Runan and Wei Minglan spent the rest of their time with Chen Jingshu, which made it impossible for Li Chaoyang to have more space with his wife. However, he understood all this. The time that the father-in-law and mother-in-law have to meet Jingshu is limited, and Chen Runan and Wei Minglan are Jingshu's best friends here. It's only right to give them more time to get together. Time flies by in the blink of an eye, and after a brief reunion, we go our separate ways. The Shen couple boarded the train back to Jiangxi province, while Li Chaoyang and his wife boarded the train back to Beijing City. Li Monsong and Zheng Yuexia remained in the Red Star commune, managing the increasingly large tofu factory together with the villagers. Before Shen Jingshu left, she deliberately left a dozen large water jars in her yard, filled with spiritual spring water. Li Chaoyang also sealed the water jars with plastic oil paper and covered them with wooden lids, asking Zheng Yuexia to come to the yard to get water when she needed it, but she had to be careful not to be seen by anyone with ulterior motives. Before leaving, Shen Jingshu secretly put 500 yuan under Zheng Yuexia's pillow. Similarly, she also put 500 yuan in her mother's suitcase. She has money, and Chaoyang also gives her salary and subsidies every month, so she is not short of money. But I didn't dare give them too much, for fear that they would worry. In short, there is still a long time to live, and there is plenty of time to fulfill your filial duties. After several days of wandering, the two finally returned to the family compound. When Sister Qiuxiang saw them coming back, she insisted on taking them to her home for dinner. You just came back, and your family is short of this and that. Be obedient and eat at my house today. Sister Qiuxiang used both soft and hard tactics, and Shen Jingshu couldn't refuse. She took some specialties prepared by Zheng Yuexia and went to her house for dinner. During the dinner, Qiuxiang's husband, Deputy Regiment Commander Li, told Li Chaoyang that the army wanted to promote him to battalion commander after the new year. Qiuxiang took Shen Jingshu to talk about what happened in the family compound recently, and the most talked about person was Ge Fengxian. What inappropriate thing did she do again? Shen Jingshu thought of Ge Fengxian's sour face and frowned slightly. Sister Qiuxiang looked at Ge Fengxian with contempt on her face and said in a low voice that Ge Fengxian can never have peace for a day. 2 days before you went back to your hometown, she secretly bought 2 hens and 5 chicks. I don't know what she was thinking, but she actually raised these chickens in the back mountain. That night, the 2 hens were eaten by weasels. The remaining 5 chicks were also frozen to death that night. The next day, Ge Fengxian fell ill and couldn't get out of bed. I don't know how this matter got out. I heard from your brother Li that the army was planning to promote platoon leader Su to deputy company commander after the new year, but now he's gone. Shen Jingshu understood. The army allows military families to raise 2 hens, a duck and a goose. Logically speaking, as long as they are frugal with food, these eggs should be enough. However, Ge Fengxian chose not to follow the usual path and bought 5 more chicks. To put it mildly, this is petty profiteering, and to put it more seriously, it is opportunism. The army has always been very tolerant towards military wives. If something like this happened, the army would not punish Ge Fengxian, but her husband, platoon leader Su, would definitely be implicated. I don't know what she's trying to do. Chen Jingshu was not surprised that Ge Fengxian did such a thing. That's what I mean. Not only did she not get any advantage this time, but she also lost both her wife and her army. Her husband has no hope of promotion. It is said that one should marry a virtuous woman, not her beauty, and a person should marry his heart, not his wealth. It is important for a woman to be obedient and law-abiding, and it is important for a man to be loyal to one woman. Marrying an unvirtuous wife will bring disaster to 3 generations. The two sighed for a while, and then Sister Qiuxiang asked them whether they wanted to hold the wedding in the army. Shin Jingshu and Li Chaoyang both shook their heads.
No.
Holding the wedding in my hometown this time is so tiring. Shin Jingshu waved her hands repeatedly, as if she was really scared about this. She saved Tianxi, which was equivalent to saving their entire family. Fu Hua couldn't imagine what she would be like now if Tianxi hadn't saved her that day. Not to mention just buying some things and sending them over, she would be willing to work like a cow or a horse for Shin Jingshu. Chen Jingshu shook her head helplessly and had to accept the things. Fu Hua is a person with conscience. Besides, you have also contributed to saving Tianxi, so just accept it with peace of mind. Sister Qiuxiang helped deliver the things to Qin Jingshu's yard and said with emotion. Shin Jingshu nodded. Indeed, she not only saved Tianxi, but also the child in Fu Hua's belly because she gave her the spiritual spring water. There's nothing wrong with accepting these things. At worst, she can pay it back later. After coming back from work at noon, Shin Jingshu always felt unwell and her stomach was churning. In fact, she had been feeling unwell since the last time she went back to her hometown to get married, but she didn't feel as uncomfortable as she does now, so she didn't take it to heart. When Li Chaoyang came back from the army, Shin Jingshu was squatting in the corner, holding her chest and retching uncomfortably. Jingshu, where do you feel uncomfortable? Come on, I'll take you to see a doctor. Shin Jingshu was retching so hard that tears came out. She thought she was seriously ill. When she saw Li Chaoyang coming back, she burst into tears. Wow, Chaoyang, am I going to die? I feel so uncomfortable that I can't even drink water.
Wow.
I don't want to eat either. Am I seriously ill? No, don't think about it. Li Chaoyang patted her on the back and coaxed her in a low voice. Let's go find a military doctor first. If the military doctor can't cure you, I'll take you to the best hospital in the city. Jingshu, don't be afraid, I'm here. I'll always be with you. After calming Shin Jingshu down, the two of them hurried to the army to find a military doctor. The military doctor remembered the first aid method that Shin Jingshu taught him, so he was extra careful when taking her pulse. Congratulations, Captain Li, Comrade Shun is pregnant. And it's been more than 2 months. Just be careful in daily life, don't be too tired, and eat more good foods. But you and the baby are doing well now. It's normal to have vomiting reactions, and it will usually be fine after 3 months. Shin Jingshu. Li Chaoyan. Both of them were shocked by the words of the military doctor and stood there, especially Shin Jingshu. She had discussed the issue of contraception with Li Chaoyang before, and they both strictly followed her safe menstrual period, but now it seems that the safe period is not safe either. However, Li Chaoyang did not give her time to explore, but hurried to the kitchen to cook for Jingshu himself. There is only one thing on Li Chaoyang's mind now: his wife is pregnant. She can't be hungry, can't be cold, can't be tired, can't be angry, can't be sad. Chen Jingshu looked up at Li Chaoyang, who was leaving in a hurry, and wanted to laugh, then lowered her head to look at her belly. There is a little life here, and it has been there for 2 months. She was careless and didn't notice it. Fortunately, the little guy is very strong and has been growing well in her belly. In the days that follow, her belly will slowly grow bigger until the little one is born. This is her child with Li Chaoyang. Thinking of this, Shin Jingshu's eyes became moist, but her face was filled with happiness. Li Chaoyang quickly prepared the meal and brought it to the bedside, and when he saw Shin Jingshu was about to get up, Li Chaoyang immediately held her down. Don't move. I'll feed you. Just lie down. Shin Jingshu was almost amused by his nervousness and said, Are you sure it's comfortable for me to eat while lying down? Li Chaoyang was stunned for a moment before he reacted. Oh, yes. You can sit down to eat, and lie down after you're full. Come, I'll help you up, Li Chaoyang said as he carefully helped Shin Jingshu sit up. He treated her as a fragile doll, with visible nervousness on his face. Seeing him like this, Shin Jingshu felt both happy and jealous. Li Chaoyang, I didn't realize you liked children so much. Will you only have the child, and not me when the baby is born?
How could that be?
Li Chaoyang quickly denied it, explaining incoherently, You are the most important in my heart. I am worried that the baby will make you uncomfortable, so I am thinking of ways to make you comfortable. After hearing this, Shin Jingshu felt a lot more comfortable. However, she thought of another thing and asked, Do you like boys or girls? I like both. I like both sons and daughters. Li Chaoyang immediately expressed his opinion with an extremely firm tone. Shin Jingshu nodded with satisfaction, crossed her chest with her hands proudly, raised her chin, and opened her little mouth. I want to eat scrambled eggs. Li Chaoyang quickly picked up an egg, blew on it before putting it in her mouth, and also considerately fed her a small piece of steamed bun. Phew, that was close. Li Chaoyang's tense nerves finally relaxed for a moment at this moment. He had heard his comrades mention the questions that Jingshu had just asked him. Moreover, the questions Jingshu asked were exactly the same as those asked by his comrade in arms' wife. Do you love me or the children? Do you prefer a daughter or a son? Fortunately, his comrade in arms was very kind at the time and pulled several unmarried men in the tent and said that if their wives asked these questions, they should all answer with this standard answer. Love your wife and always put her first. Sons, daughters, fathers, and mothers all have to line up behind the wife. Even if your wife says that the earth is square, you have to find evidence to prove that what she said is right. Also, sons and daughters are both your own children. You cannot favor sons over daughters, and you cannot show partiality to one over the other. You must treat them equally. Li Chaoyang is now extremely grateful to that person for his talkativeness. If he hadn't said these things, he would probably have stepped on a landmine today. Of course, his Jingshu is beautiful, gentle, virtuous, and generous. Even if he really said something wrong, she should forgive himself. There is also the matter of organizing the wedding, which has made Jingshu exhausted.
And
I had no self-control and took Jingshu again and again. Everything you do during this period is extremely dangerous for children. He really deserves to die. He didn't even realize his wife was pregnant. Okay. Shin Jingshu understood the guilt on his face and waved her hand, saying, Don't worry, I won't go anywhere at home. I will wait for you to get off work. I promise that when you get off work, I will be intact and alive and well. With Shin Jingshu's guarantee, Li Chaoyang was much more satisfied. He didn't dare to say any more extra nonsense, for fear that Jingshu would find him annoying. He could only give a few simple instructions and went to work, looking back every few steps. As soon as Li Chaoyang left, Shin Jingshu immediately got up from the bed. This man, she just wants to be pregnant. Does she have to lie in bed until she gives birth? After getting up, Shin Jingshu strolled in the yard. Just as she reached the gate and stretched, she saw Go Fengxian walking towards her in a hurry. Shin Jingshu originally planned to turn a blind eye, but Go Fengxian was faster than her. She covered her face and flew past her door. Shin Jingshu. In the afternoon, Shin Jingshu moved a stool and sat at the door to knit a sweater. Sister Qiuxiang, who had just returned from her duty area, saw her and did not go home. She walked over and asked, Jingshu, I heard that you are pregnant? Shin Jingshu was surprised. She and Li Chaoyang were the only ones who knew about her pregnancy. Oh, that's not right. The military doctor also knows. Sister-in-law, how did you know? Your Chaoyang went to the army in the afternoon and asked for leave for you, saying that you were pregnant and could no longer go to work in your responsible area. I thought your land was easy to take care of, so I took it over. Don't worry, you'll get your salary as usual.
what?
He asked for leave for me? Shin Jingshu rolled her eyes again. Li Chaoyang's speed is too fast. There wasn't much work to do in that area. She could finish it with her eyes closed. Yes, Sister Qiuxiang said with a smile. You didn't see it. Today, Captain Li's face was so happy that it was about to bloom. He greeted everyone he met. I have known him for so many years, but this is the first time I have seen him like this. Shin Jingshu covered her face. He loves you. You'd better not be ungrateful. Sister Qiuxiang said good things for Li Chaoyang. In our entire family compound, everyone knows that Captain Li loves his wife. The key is that he loves his wife very much. Just look at my man. Your brother Li never helped me fetch water to wash clothes before. Since you came, he has been influenced by Captain Li every day, and now he knows to fetch water for me. Sister Qiuxiang's face was full of smiles when she mentioned her man. It can be said that Jingshu is lucky to have a handsome and considerate man. Her family is their neighbor, and now even her husband has learned to help with housework from Li Chaoyang.
Oh.
I just got pregnant. Chaoyang's reaction is a bit too much. Chun Jingshu didn't know what to say, but she felt sweet in her heart. As they were talking, Fu Hua came over with Tianxi. I heard that you were pregnant, so I came to see you. Congratulations. As she said that, she took out a handful of sour berries from the basket. This is what Tianxi and I picked when we went up the mountain. You just got pregnant, and your mouth has no taste, so this is the most suitable thing to eat. Leave it for Tianxi. Chun Jingshu didn't have the nerve to ask for it. The children in the family compound would go up the mountain to pick these wild fruits when they had nothing to do. And she noticed that Tianxi's fingers were stained with a lot of wild fruit juice. It went without saying that most of these wild fruits were picked by Tianxi. She is such a grown-up. How can she have the nerve to food from a child?
Auntie.
This is a gift from me to you. Thank you. Thank you for saving me that time. Tianxi became anxious when he saw that she didn't want it. He was a little embarrassed to face Shin Jingshu. After all, he had done such a shameful thing before. He said that his wife is the best. It's great that I listened to him in everything. On the day when Li Chaoyang was resting, Li Chaoyang got up early in the morning to make breakfast. After the two of them had eaten and drunk enough, he tied the cushion he had prepared long ago to the back seat of the bicycle and then took a thick coat to wrap Shin Jingshu tightly.
Li Chaoyan.
I'm like a dumpling. Shin Jingshu protested with great effort to pull down the scarf that was almost covering her little face. Jingshu, be good. It's a bit cold today. It would be bad if you catch a cold. Li Chaoyang came over to help her adjust her scarf, making sure her eyes and nose were exposed. This is the best you can do. Don't expose your mouth. If you talk and get a cold, you might get a stomachache. Along the way, Li Chaoyang rode very slowly, for fear that if he rode too fast he would knock Shin Jingshu off the road again. In this way, the town that could have been reached by bike in half an hour took Li Chaoyang an hour to reach. It only takes this long for people to walk on two legs. Shin Jingshu secretly made up her mind that when she saw the doctor, she would ask the doctor carefully. It would be best if the doctor's words could make Li Chaoyang stop making such a fuss. Mainly because ever since he knew she was pregnant, Li Chaoyang had been worried and suspicious all day long, thinking that she could not do anything and that nothing she did was safe. Shin Jingshu was getting a little neurotic, so this time in addition to the normal pregnancy checkup, what she wanted most was for the doctor to tell Li Chaoyang about the precautions for pregnancy so that he wouldn't be so cautious. After the two arrived in town, Li Chaoyang first took Shin Jingshu to the state-owned restaurant, bought the big meat buns she had always wanted to eat, and then went to the hospital. There were no ultrasound machines in that era, so the doctor asked Shin Jingshu to do a test, took her temperature, and finally listened to her belly with a stethoscope for a long time, and finally told her that she was indeed pregnant. Shin Jingshu thanked the doctor with a smile and asked, "Doctor, I'm pregnant now. Is there anything I need to pay attention to? This is my first pregnancy, and my elders are not around at home, so I don't know much about these things." What Shin Jingshu asked was also what Li Chaoyang wanted to ask. She could only repeatedly remind him, "Okay, walk and move more often, but don't do any work. Don't fetch water, sweep the floor, or move things. Also, don't hang out the quilts, go to the vegetable garden, and don't knit sweaters. They hurt your eyes." Shin Jingshu was speechless and held her forehead with her hand. Have to. He listened to the doctor's advice to walk more and move more. But he thought of more things that couldn't be done. Never mind. What are you talking to a stubborn guy? Anyway, he doesn't have to watch over her 24 hours a day. At most, he can do whatever he wants when he goes out, and when she comes back, He can just be the delicate person who has no ability to take care of herself. The two of them walked out of the hospital talking and laughing, and a woman who was also wrapped tightly passed by Shin Jingshu. Shin Jingshu accidentally caught a glimpse of the woman's blurry profile. In an instant, Yi Wanqing's face appeared in her mind. Shin Jingshu stopped and looked back at the woman. It feels strangely familiar. What's wrong? Li Chaoyang asked hurriedly when he saw her stop. Shin Jingshu frowned slightly. The woman just now gave her a very familiar feeling. She felt that the person looked like Yi Wanqing. But didn't Yi Wanqing steal the Jiang family's money and disappear? It is impossible for Yi Wanqing to come to Beijing without an identity and a letter of introduction. In her current understanding, she felt that it would be very difficult for Yi Wanqing to leave East Province. Moreover, Beijing is now conducting strict screening of foreign population, so even if Yi Wanqing wanted to come here secretly, it would be impossible. No, nothing. Chun Jingshu retracted her gaze and smiled again. Maybe I was mistaken. I thought I saw an acquaintance. Li Chaoyang also looked in the direction Chun Jingshu had just looked, and seeing nothing unusual, he hugged Chun Jingshu again and left. Chun Jingshu was not mistaken just now. The person who passed by her was indeed Yi Wanqing. And the purpose of her coming to the hospital was to have a physical examination. Ever since she had an abortion at home, she's been having lochia that is constantly coming out, and it is accompanied by a foul odor. As a result, even if she wanted to get married with Luo Xiangdong as soon as possible, it was impossible. The doctor at the Chinese medicine shop who sold her the abortion pills said that it might be because she was late in the pregnancy and the abortion was not clean. He told her to go to the hospital for a uterine cleaning operation as soon as possible, otherwise there would be a risk of infection. Although Yi Wanqing hated the doctor's poor medical skills, which resulted in an incomplete abortion, she did not get angry with him, thinking that she would be of use to him in the future. In the obstetrician's and gynecologist's office. How long has this been going on? The doctor pulled aside the curtain, walked out of the examination room with disgust, and went to wash his hands in the basin. Yi Wanqing awkwardly pulled up her pants and followed him out, and hurriedly said, "Half a month. There are residual embryonic tissue in and there are signs of infection. You have a very serious gynecological inflammation now. If it is not treated in time, it will affect your ability to get pregnant in the future." The doctor said expressionlessly, writing and drawing on the medical record, "Doctor, please save me. I'm still young, and I can't lose my qualification to be a mother. Doctor, I beg you." Upon hearing that it might affect fertility, Yi Wanqing's legs went limp with fear. She finally won Luo Xiangdong's heart, and was very sure that she was only one step away from becoming Luo Xiangdong's wife. But if she is infertile, let alone whether Luo Xiangdong cares or not, even Luo's father and mother would not let their only son in several generations marry a wife who can't lay eggs. Yi Wanqing's face turned pale with fear. She grabbed the doctor's sleeve and knelt down to beg for help. The doctor withdrew his hand and said in a cold tone, "Comrade, please control your emotions. Your disease is not incurable, it's just that it is more troublesome to treat and requires an extremely long treatment process. During this process, you cannot have with others and you need to take medicine and suppositories on time." Yi Wanqing got up from the ground and nodded quickly. Okay. I will cooperate. I will definitely cooperate. As long as it can be cured. I can do anything. Seeing that her attitude was okay, the doctor picked up a pen and wrote on the name column in the medical record and asked name. Yi Wanqing was stunned for a moment and then said, "Chenlon." The doctor's face was expressionless. He stretched out his hand to her and said, "Bring your household registration certificate here. I need to register here." Yi Wanqing was dumbfounded. Hold the household registration certificate in your pocket with your right hand. This is the new identity that Luo's mother helped her get. The name is still her original name. I said I want proof of household registration. Did you understand? The doctor urged impatiently. She had seen this kind of thing many times. People secretly ran out to buy abortion pills, but 9 out of 10 of them couldn't get the abortion done. Among those who dare not come to regular hospitals for abortions, 99 out of 100 are having children out of wedlock. getting pregnant before marriage, how can it be a good thing? Seeing the evasive and nervous expression on Yi Wanqing's face, the doctor knew it clearly, and his face was visibly impatient. If you want to see a doctor, do as I say. If you don't want to see a doctor, please turn left when you go out. Don't delay other patients' time to see a doctor. Yi Wanqing felt that the doctor's eyes were like sharp slaps, which made her have no dignity at all. But she knew that she couldn't listen to the doctor and turn left when she went out. Of course, turning right was not an option. She had to have a uterine curettage operation in the hospital today. She reluctantly took out her household registration certificate from her pocket and handed it to the doctor reluctantly. Hey, isn't your name Chinlan? Who is this Yi Wanqing? The doctor said something sarcastically. If you think it's embarrassing to use your real name for a uterine curettage, then don't do shameful things. Who are you pretending to be? I used to have this name in the countryside. Later, I got help and came to Beijing. I was so nervous that I forgot my new name. Yi Wanqing explained randomly, and her attitude was extremely humble. She had long discovered that she could only be considered a person when she was with Luo Xiangdong. Luo Xiangdong held her, pampered her, and put her first in everything. Except for Luo Xiangdong, everyone else she met didn't treat her as a human being. Jiang Hongjun, Director Zhang of the textile factory, the two men who sold her, and the three brothers who bought her, in their eyes, she was not even as good as a toy. They disliked her plain looks, her plain figure, and her inability to please men. Including Shun Jingshu, Chen Runan, Wei Minglan, and the male and female educated youths in the Educated Youth Institute. They looked at her as if they were looking at a piece of garbage. They looked down on her from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately, all this is over. As long as she can successfully perform the curettage and recuperate, she will settle Luo Xiangdong. She will be an official wife and a respected military family member in the future. She wants to wave goodbye to the unbearable past. Go and pay the money. Tomorrow morning at 8:30, come to the hospital on an empty stomach for curettage. The doctor threw the written list and Yi Wanqing's household registration certificate aside casually, without even looking at Yi Wanqing, and shouted to the door, "Next." Yi Wanqing picked up the list randomly, covered her head, and left the office. When she arrived at the place to pay, she wrapped her face tightly, trying not to let others see her features. This time she came to the hospital for curettage surgery because she had no choice, but the Luo family might not be so lucky to find out. She had come to the hospital for this kind of surgery before. There are so many people with the same name and surname in the world, so why should she be so scared? After paying the money, Yi Wanqing returned to her yard and waited for Luo Xiangdong to come to her. Luo Xiangdong came here today with something in his hand. It can be said that Luo Xiangdong has never come to her empty-handed. This is this year's winter cotton padded jacket issued by the company. I exchanged the cotton padded jacket given to me with a colleague for a women's jacket. You can try it on and see if it fits you. Luo Xiangdong took out the army green cotton padded jacket like he was presenting a treasure and asked Yi Wanqing to try it on. Yi Wanqing did not refuse and took off her cotton padded jacket in front of Luo Xiangdong. Luo Xiangdong had never seen such a scene before and his face turned red like a monkey's ace. It fits. Brother Luo, do you think it looks like it was tailor-made for me? Yi Wanqing turned around in front of Luo Xiangdong in her cotton padded jacket so that he could see it clearly.
Well,
it fits. It's pretty good. Luo Xiangdong felt a little unnatural, and his panicked eyes were full of love. Brother Luo, you are so good to me. Yi Wanqing stopped and threw herself into Luo Xiangdong's arms. These were the few words she said from the heart. Sometimes she even fantasized that it would be great if Luo Xiangdong could show up earlier when she was not involved with Jiang Hongjun. Well, I just want to be good to you. Luo Xiangdong raised his hand and patted her on the back, his heart wrapped in an unspeakable sweetness. Yi Wanqing was the first girl he liked. Moreover, she was his lifesaver. He would never forget the surprise of seeing water and food around him when he woke up in that small earth pit. He would also never forget Yi Wanqing, who was wearing tattered clothes, looked haggard, and looked at him with worried eyes. There is an ancient saying that if someone saves your life, he should repay them with his body. He really lived up to that saying. He could not repay the life-saving grace, but he could only repay it with his body. Although Yi Wanqing looked ordinary in his eyes, she was the one and only one. Yi Wanqing didn't know what Luo Xiongdong was thinking. She just raised her head slightly and kissed him. She is not physically fit now, but she can still give Luo Xiongdong a little sweetness. Otherwise, how can she hook him? This kiss seems to be a test. She only pecked the corner of Luo Xiongdong's lips carefully. Luo Xiongdong was caught off guard, with his mouth open, and his brain seemed to be paused. Yi Wanqing was very satisfied with his reaction and kissed him again. She kissed him leisurely, her slightly cool tongue tip sweeping across his teeth, and licking his lips slowly. Poor Luo Xiongdong was teased by Yi Wanqing and dared not move. Because of restraint, he clenched his hands tightly and tried his best to control the urge to throw Yi Wanqing on the bed. Yi Wanqing knew the physical reactions of men very well, and she deliberately pressed her body tightly against his. When she sensed that there was about to gush out, she quickly withdrew from Luo Xiongdong's arms, pretended to shyly turn her body away, and said coquettishly, "Brother Luo, I just can't help it. I can't control my love for you, so." Luo Xiongdong's breathing was a little heavy. Although he felt that it was not good for them to be like this before marriage, he was really greedy for such tenderness. Even when Wanqing left his arms just now, he felt a chill in his arms and was extremely uncomfortable. I know everything. Wanqing, give me a little more time. I will definitely marry you. Let you do this to me openly. With Luo Xiongdong's upbringing, this is the most explicit thing he can say. Yeah, I know. Yi Wanqing responded softly, her heart pounding with joy. Finally, he said he would marry her. Sure enough, men like women who take the initiative to throw themselves into their arms. Now she and Luo Xiongdong haven't slept with each other yet, and he is so infatuated with her. If he slept with her, wouldn't he be so? Yi Wanqing felt that all the misfortunes she had experienced in the past were for the sake of meeting such a good Luo Xiongdong. God seemed to be good to her. As long as she survived this time and took good care of her, beautiful and happy days would be waiting for her in the future. Luo Xiongdong returned home in a happy mood. Luo's parents had already prepared the meal, just waiting for him to come back and eat. Luo's mother saw that her son's face was rosy recently, and he hummed a little tune from time to time. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. After quickly looking at Luo's father, she tentatively asked, "Xiongdong, have you been in contact with Comrade Yi more recently?" Mom won. Luo Xiongdong usually called Yi Wanqing's nickname more smoothly, and he almost blurted it out without noticing. Fortunately, he stopped in time. Comrade Yi is my lifesaver. It is also human for me to visit her often. Luo Xiongdong frowned in dissatisfaction. Ever since Wanqing came to their house for dinner, his parents' attitude towards Wanqing has become worse and worse. He can't understand why his parents are like this. They are obviously very good to outsiders. Yes, it's true that she saved you. But didn't you also rescue her from that ravine? Luo's mother said earnestly. Besides, our family has already thanked her generously. You and her are a single man and a single woman. It's inevitable that people will gossip about you if you get so close to her. Let them talk. Luo Xiongdong also got angry. I don't understand why you don't like Comrade Yi. She is obviously very outstanding and motivated. She is so much better than the girls who live off their parents in our compound. Is this the attitude you use when talking to your parents? Luo's father couldn't stand it anymore and threw his chopsticks in anger. He stood up angrily and walked around the room with his hands on his waist. There is no doubt that Comrade Yi saved you. If you want to thank her, your mother, and I will not stop you. But if you want to develop another relationship with her, Luo Xiongdong, I will tell you today. This is impossible. Luo Xiongdong also stood up and looked at his father, with a look of confusion and loss of not being understood by his parents. Dad, what on earth did Yi Wanqing do to make you and Mother so angry? Is it because she used Mother's vanishing cream without saying anything? Such a small matter, you have to make a fuss about it, and you misunderstand a person's character like this. Do you think that what you did is right? When Luo's mother came back from Yi Wanqing's residence that day, she told him about Yi Wanqing's use of vanishing cream. In his opinion, this matter was almost a sesame seed-like matter, and there was no need to mention it at all. Yu read so many books, but none of them worked. A bottle of vanishing cream is worth much, but what she did is not something an upright person would do. Also, I've sent people to the place where she went to work in the countryside to inquire. If they're still willing to accept her, I will have someone send her back. You'd better give up those inappropriate thoughts as soon as possible. Luo's father's chest was heaving with anger. This was the first time in so many years that Luo Xiangdong spoke to them like this, and for someone who was obviously not worth it. How could he not be angry? How could he not be disappointed? Luo's mother looked at her son with disappointment. She didn't know what kind of magic potion Yi Wanqing had given her son to make him so delirious. Unexpectedly, what Luo's father said seemed to step on Luo Xiangdong's tail. He immediately asked loudly, "Who are you to decide where Comrade Yi goes? She has already said that others bully her there. How can she live if you let her go back? She is free to go wherever she wants. Why do you interfere? Because I am your father." Seeing his son like this, Luo's father was so angry that he slapped him in the face. This slap was 100% strong. Even Luo Xiangdong, who often spent time on the training ground, could not bear it. He staggered back a few steps. He covered his numbed face in disbelief, looking at his father, who always loved him. "Dad, why have you become like this? You would never deny a person without any reason before. Wanqing is my lifesaver. And I like her very much. I want to date her, I want to marry her, I want to have children with her. Am I wrong? Why don't you support me? Why have you become like this?
Why?
Why on earth is this?" Luo Xiangdong yelled at his parents who gave birth to him and raised him with all his strength, venting his dissatisfaction in his heart, and finally, he rushed out of the door in the disappointed eyes of Luo's father and mother. "Lao Luo, what should I do? Woo woo." Seeing her son obsessed with this, Luo's mother suddenly felt powerless, sobbing softly on Luo's father's shoulder. "Don't care about him. Don't give him money in the future. As long as he gets involved with that woman, I won't let him enter my house again." Luo's father vented his anger, but he was still depressed and uncomfortable. He had a hunch that Yi Wanqing was definitely not as simple as she seemed. At least, there must be some truth that they didn't know about her running away from the countryside and being abducted. It's a pity for his son. Xiangdong grew up in the family compound since he was a child and was well protected by them. All the people and things he could come into contact with were straightforward, without any beating around the bush. This also made him straightforward. After growing up, he directly joined the army and stayed with the soldiers all year round. He was full of the kindness and loyalty of the soldiers. Moreover, Xiangdong would be promoted to battalion commander after the new year. His son became a battalion commander when he was only in his 20s, and his future was limitless. How could they watch him go astray in his relationship? This time, he met Yi Wanqing, who saved his life, and he had never dealt with any woman other than Luo's mother. With these factors, Xiangdong believed what Yi Wanqing said without a doubt, and even had a deep love for her. But Yi Wanqing's evasive eyes, her nervousness in answering their questions, and her petty behavior, which one of them is worthy of Xiangdong? They are not the kind of people who despise the poor and love the rich. It is because they know their son too well that they hope that his future partner will be a girl as kind as him. Someone who can make progress with him and support each other. Not someone with evil intentions like Yi Wanqing. If this is the case, Xiangdong will regret it sooner or later. But his son did not understand their painstaking efforts at all, and did not notice that Yi Wanqing was wrong at all. He just flew into the flames released by Yi Wanqing like a reckless moth without hesitation. After a long time, both Luo's father and mother calmed down. Looking at the food on the table that had not been touched yet, they had no appetite. Luo's mother stood up to clean up the mess, and Luo's father followed to help. Finally, he sighed helplessly and comforted his wife. "It's not that this matter cannot be handled. As long as we get in touch with the place where Yi Wanqing went to the countryside, we can know what her character is like. If it is true, as Xiangdong said, she is a kind and motivated person, we, as elders, should discipline her. And we can't do things that force a couple to break up. Luo's father paused for a moment, and his eyes became more and more determined. Of course, I always doubt Yi Wanqing's character. If I hear anything bad about her, I don't mind being the bad guy and sending her back to the countryside in person, and I will also take Xiangdong with me. I want him to hear and see for himself what kind of woman he likes. Luo's mother nodded weakly. She knew that her husband was a person with a sharp tongue but a soft heart. They only had this one son in their lifetime. How could they bear not to let him enter the house and ignore him? It was just that Xiangdong was really too much this time. However, she agreed with her husband's words very much. Before the news came, they had better remain silent. They had to use hard evidence to prove that they did not wrongly accuse Yi Wanqing. After Luo Xiangdong had a falling out with his family, he moved directly into the army. He was worried that Yi Wanqing would be sad if she knew about this, so he didn't tell her. However, even if Yi Wanqing knew about this, she didn't have the energy to think about it now, because the most important thing for her now was to go to the hospital for a uterine cleaning. Early in the morning, Yi Wanqing took her things and went to the hospital. She was the first one to have surgery today, so after arriving at the hospital, the doctor asked her to go in for surgery soon. After the operation began, Yi Wanqing was in so much pain that she broke out in cold sweats, but she bit her lips tightly, trying not to make any sound. She only thought of one sentence in her heart, that is, just get through it. As long as you get through it, everything will be fine. The operation lasted about half an hour. When she walked out of the operating room, her hair was already soaked with sweat. There were still a few people queuing up for surgery at the door. When they saw Yi Wanqing coming out, they all looked at her with curiosity and fear. Yi Wanqing quickly picked up the scarf and covered her face, but even so, someone had already seen her face clearly, and one of them was Gu Fengxian. Gu Fengxian came here today to have an abortion. She had been feeling nauseous for the past few days. She came to the hospital for a checkup and found out that she was pregnant. She is already 40 years old this year. The eldest son in the family has started to get married, and the youngest son is in junior high school this year and lives with his parents-in-law in his hometown. Under such circumstances, she cannot keep the baby in her belly, no matter what. But her husband is still angry with her and is unwilling to take leave to accompany her. Of course, it is also because she happened to find out that she is pregnant. She inadvertently ruined her man's promotion, which is not so easy to get over.
Ouch.
Yi Wanqing's legs were so weak and her stomach was cramping with pain. She lost her balance and fell directly onto Gu Fengxian. Gu Fengxian was tall and strong. He subconsciously reached out to support Yi Wanqing and asked kindly, "Girl, are you okay?" Yi Wanqing steadied herself and shook her head. Just as she was about to leave, she heard Gu Fengxian ask again, "Girl, this is my first abortion. I heard that it hurts more than giving birth. Tell me if it hurts or not, so that I can be mentally prepared." Even though Gu Fengxian had given birth to 2 children, she was scared to death when she heard this. When Yi Wanqing came out just now, she was even more afraid of abortion when she saw her condition. Yes, tell us all, does it hurt or not?" The other people in the queue listened to Gu Fengxian's words and echoed her. They were all afraid, but they had to give up the babies in their bellies for one reason or another. Yi Wanqing's voice was a little hoarse. She lowered her head in panic and hid her pale face under the thick scarf. "It hurts, but it will be better in a while." Yi Wanqing didn't want to say more, but because of Gu Fengxian's kindness in helping her, she could only say vaguely, "Oh, I'm so scared that I'm trembling all over now. From now on, if my man says he won't take precautions again, I won't let him touch me." That's right. Men are comfortable, but we women have to bear this in. The more the women talked, the more sad they became. Even Gu Fengxian, who is always careless, was full of worries. Seeing that their attention was not on her, Yi Wanqing hurriedly thanked Gu Fengxian, went to find the obstetrician and gynecologist to get medicine, and then went home. After returning home, Yi Wanqing's body was soaked. It was not because of the heat, but because her body was too weak and she was sweating coldly. She climbed onto the bed with difficulty, covered herself with a thick quilt, and fell asleep. It is said that sleep is the best way to recuperate. I don't know if it was an illusion, but after waking up, Yuanqing felt much better, at least much better than she thought she would be half dead. She drank a large teacup of brown sugar water and ate 2 boiled eggs. She felt that her body would be able to recover in 10 days at most. She had no choice but to take medicine and wash on time. After the abortion, Gafengxian also came out of the hospital holding onto the wall. She took a bullock cart back to the family quarters for the first time. Because she has always been in good health, she is always in a hurry wherever she goes. She has never taken a bullock cart in such a long time in the family quarters. Sister Ge, what's wrong with you? Are you sick? Why do you look so bad? As soon as they entered the family compound, some military dependents who were sitting at the door chatting saw Gafengxian and asked curiously, "No, it's just a minor illness. It will be fine in 2 days." Gafengxian forced herself to cheer up and responded to them, but when she passed by Shin Jingshu's house, she didn't dare to look up and urged the man driving the ox cart to go over quickly. "What's wrong? Why do you look at me as if I were a ghost?" Sister Qiuxiang approached Shin Jingshu curiously and said, "Who knows?" Shin Jingshu didn't like Gafengxian. She thought she was too troublesome and was particularly capable of making trouble. But she would just stay away from Gafengxian at most. As long as she didn't provoke her, she would definitely not take the initiative to cause trouble for her. My husband said yesterday that a battalion commander was parachuted into the army. He is about the same age as your Chaoyang, and the older generations in his family are all soldiers. It seems that there are quite a few young and promising people in the army. Shin Jingshu echoed, "Yes. Your Chaoyang will soon be appointed as deputy battalion commander, and the new battalion commander will be his immediate superior in the future. But I heard from my husband that the new battalion commander has good character and is easy to get along with. That's good. But my Chaoyang has never had a conflict with anyone, and they can get along well with each other." Shin Jingshu was not interested in the new battalion commander. In her heart, Li Chaoyang was impeccable in both ability and character. She was about to say something else when she suddenly remembered that Qiuxiang's man was Deputy Battalion Commander Li. Li Chaoyang had mentioned to her before that if he was promoted to Deputy Battalion Commander, Deputy Battalion Commander Li would be promoted to Battalion Commander. Now, there is a new Battalion Commander in the army. What about Deputy Battalion Commander Li? Sister Qiuxiang, what's wrong with Brother Li? Sister Qiuxiang knew what she meant, and smiled as she whispered in her ear, "Our commander has taken a liking to your beautiful handwriting, so he's going to make you the commander. This is a good thing." Shin Jingshu was happy for them. Sister Qiuxiang was enthusiastic and helpful, and Deputy Battalion Commander Li was considerate of his subordinates in the army, and wanted to make the army bigger and stronger. It was a good thing that such a person was promoted above his level.
How can you keep it a secret so well?
No, I have to cook 2 delicious dishes today to celebrate for Big Brother Li. Shin Jingshu said as she stood up. She was so fast that even Sister Qiuxiang didn't react. "Oh, what are you celebrating? The appointment letter hasn't come down yet." Sister Qiuxiang followed Shin Jingshu and tried to stop her. "It's only a matter of time. Sister, I just want to eat the braised fish you make. Chaoyang happened to buy 2 big carps yesterday. Let's cook them today." Shin Jingshu smiled and ordered Sister Qiuxiang to work. She was not at all shy with her. "You said you wanted to celebrate because you wanted to eat fish." Sister Qiuxiang tapped her forehead. "As long as you want to eat, sister-in-law will cook it for you." Shin Jingshu smiled triumphantly. She couldn't finish these 2 big carps. She would eat them together when Chaoyang and Big Brother Li came back. Luo Xiongdong has been busy with the army recently, and he had a quarrel with his family, so he only sent a message to Yuanqing during this period and did not visit her. He said that he would visit her after he was done with this period of time, and also sent her 50 yuan so that she could buy some of her favorite food. Yuanqing took the money and thought about it. After resting for 10 days, she felt that she was fine, so she dressed up and took a car to the army. She felt that Luo Xiongdong must be hiding something from her. He had never been away from her for so long before.
She was a little panicked.
Now Luo Xiongdong was her life-saving straw, and she would not allow any unexpected situation to happen. Fortunately, she was careful and got the address of Luo Xiongdong's team from the person who brought her a message last time. After asking several people, Yuan Qing finally found the ox cart heading to the army and paid the money readily. Yuan Qing waited for the car to leave, and by the way, she was thinking in her mind what to say to Luo Xiongdong when she saw him later. The ox cart swayed for nearly half an hour and finally stopped. Go along this road. The family compound of the army is in front, and the army is further ahead. The ox cart uncle pointed in the direction of the army and told Yi Wanqing the location of the army. Although Yi Wanqing wanted the ox cart to take her to the entrance of the army, but because the ox cart uncle said before getting on the car that it would only take her to the intersection, she had no choice but to get off the car and walk over by herself. She looked at the surrounding environment from time to time, especially after seeing the rows of neat and clean family compounds. She was more determined to hold on to Luo Xiongdong. She will definitely live here in the future and chat with the families of other military cadres about family matters and food and drink every day. When she has children in the future, her children will grow up here and will become friends with a group of children of military cadres and become childhood friends. Thinking about it, Yuan Qing couldn't help but smile, and the joy and ambition in her eyes were revealed without any concealment. From now on, she will no longer be the redundant and money-losing thing that her father doesn't love and her mother doesn't love. She will be held in the palm of Luo Xiongdong's hand, and the daughter-in-law favored by the Luo family will no longer have to worry about food and drink every day, nor will she have to face the beast like evil people. She will give birth to a group of children for the Luo family, and then no one can shake her position in the Luo family. Hey girl. When Yi Wanqing's thoughts were running wild, she was suddenly interrupted by a voice. And why did this voice sound familiar? Yi Wanqing almost subconsciously looked back. I saw a middle-aged woman wearing a floral cotton jacket, black cotton trousers and cotton shoes, and a slightly rustic look, looking at me with a sizing look. But when I saw that face, Yuan Qing's pupils contracted violently, and her feet couldn't help but stagger back a few steps. It's her. It's the woman who supported me at the door of the operating room that day. How could she be here? It's okay for her to be here. Why did she call me? Did she recognize me?
Oh.
It's you, girl. I thought I was seeing you wrong. Gu Fengxian came to Yuan Qing as if she had seen a friend she hadn't seen for a long time, with an excited smile on her face. Sister, did you recognize the wrong person? Yuan Qing lowered her head in panic and quickly pulled up the scarf around her neck. How could I recognize the wrong person? Gu Fengxian grabbed Yuan Qing's hand without any hesitation. You wore a tweed coat outside and a yellow turtleneck sweater inside that day. Oh yes, there is also this red scarf. You wore this one that day.
Ye Wanning smiled tight.
Looking at the woman in front of her, who spit a little bit when she spoke, she didn't want to say a word. Is it necessary to remember what people wear when you meet by chance? Oh, I can't remember. Yuan Qing smiled awkwardly, but her head was still slightly lowered. From Gu Fengxian's perspective, she could only see Xian on her head. It's okay. If you can't remember, it's the same for me. Gu Fengxian said carelessly and patted her hand affectionately. Sister, are you here to find someone in the army? The place where they are standing now is less than 200 meters away from the army gate. Gu Fengxian feels that she came here only to find someone.
Well.
Yuan Qing responded randomly and pulled her hand out of Gu Fengxian's hand stiffly. I'm leaving first, sister. Goodbye. Hey, don't, sister. Yuan Qing was grabbed by Gu Fengxian before she could turn around. I know the army well. My husband is a soldier in the army. You tell me who you're looking for, I will call it for you. After all, we are patients. Hee. No, I can't bother you. If it weren't for the fact that this place was not far from the army, Yuan Qing really wanted to pick up a brick and knock this man out. How bored is this person to be so kind to someone he has only met once? Moreover, her kindness was not necessary for him. Don't be polite. Come on, I'll take you there. Gu Fengxian waved her hand nonchalantly, and pulled Yi Wanqing towards the direction of the army. Yi Wanqing couldn't break free for a moment and could only let Ge Fengxian pull her like this, feeling annoyed and depressed. "Who are you looking for?" The sentry at the entrance of the army saw the two people approaching and hurried over to block their way. "Comrade, this sister is looking for someone looking for." Ge Fengxian had a smile on her face, and as she spoke, she realized that she had forgotten to ask Yi Wanqing who she was looking for. "Sister, who are you looking for?" "I was confused and forgot to ask this." Yi Wanqing frowned impatiently, looked at Ge Fengxian and said, "Sister, thank you for bringing me here. If you have something to do, just go and do it. This comrade can help me find someone." How dare she let Ge Fengxian know that the person she was looking for was Luo Xiangdong? Her husband is in the army. Maybe he knows Luo Xiangdong. What if this woman tells her husband about her abortion, and he talks about it to Luo Xiangdong? Since things have come to this point, she can only keep a relationship with Luo Xiangdong a secret. At least she can't let her know before she gets the marriage certificate with Luo Xiangdong. "I'm fine, I'll go with you." Ge Fengxian couldn't tell that Yi Wanqing thought she was in the way. Instead, she stood aside with a smile and from time to time signaled her with her hands to tell the sentry who she was looking for. Yi Wanqing bit her lip, and her head was smoking with anger. This woman, is she a wooden stake? Why is she so stubborn? She came to find someone by herself. Why is she so attentive? What does it have to do with her? Forget it. I'll come again next time. Yi Wanqing couldn't pretend anymore this time. After glaring at Ge Fengxian, she turned around and walked back the way she came. "Hey, sister, we're already at the door. Why don't you just stop looking for me?" Seeing her leave, Ge Fengxian followed her with a cry. "Sister, tell me the truth. Was the child you aborted last time caused by that guy in the army? Did he not recognize the child, so you came to settle the score with him today? Don't worry, sister. If that guy dares to bully you like this, I will beat him up for you." Yi Wanqing was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She gritted her teeth, clenched her hands into hard fists, stopped and looked at Ge Fengxian, who was jogging after her, and said, "Sister, have you washed the pots and pans? Have you wiped the tables and chairs? Have you served your parents-in-law? Have you taken care of your children and husband? Have you not finished your own work? Why don't you go back and do what you need to do?" Ge Fengxian was so shocked by Yi Wanqing's words that her mouth opened into an O shape. Oh my God! How can this girl have such a good heart? She still needs help from others, but she can still remember to care about her. Alas! It is said that a friend in need is a friend indeed. Although she and this girl have only met once, their one side is even more than others have met 100 times. They met each other when they were most helpless. "Sister, you are so kind." Ge Fengxian smiled so hard that her gums were exposed. "It's the same if I do my family's affairs later, but it's your business. I definitely can't pretend I don't know and ignore it. Don't worry, if that person slept with you, put on his pants and didn't admit it, and made you go to the hospital for an abortion alone." Before Ge Fengxian finished her words, Yi Wanqing reached out and covered her mouth. "Sister, don't talk nonsense." Yi Wanqing was really impressed by her, whose woman was released before she was cooked. "But if I keep avoiding her like this, I'm afraid there will be trouble in the future." Yi Wanqing's eyes rolled around, thinking about how to hide this matter. Ge Fengxian felt very uncomfortable with her hand being covered, and she pulled her hand off. She wanted to say something, but then she heard Yi Wanqing say, "Sister, my man has done nothing wrong to me, and he and I are very good. We had some conflicts a few days ago, but these are not important. The important thing is another thing." "What thing?" Ge Fengxian looked at her puzzledly. "I didn't go to the hospital for an abortion that day, but because I had a small tumor in my... The doctor said the surgical method is the same as an abortion, so I appeared there." Yi Wanqing said, almost applauding her own cleverness. "Sister, please don't say that I went there to have an abortion otherwise. Even if I jump into the river, I can't clear myself." "What? You didn't have an abortion, you went there to get rid of the tumor?" Ge Fengxian's eyes widened even wider. "But what about that day when I asked you if it hurt, and you said it would hurt at first, but it would be fine later? Didn't I worry that you would be scared?" Yi Wanqing tried her best to defend herself. I saw you so nervous that day, so I said what you said, just to tell you not to be afraid. But I didn't expect you to misunderstand. So that's how it is. Gu Fengxian sighed, and the look in her eyes when she looked at Yi Wanqing was so grateful. Girl, you are such a good person, she said, and then asked, then why didn't you come here to look for someone today? Yi Wanqing wanted to roll her eyes, but she held back, and instead put on a pitiful expression. Sister, you know. Whether it's an abortion or a tumor removal, something is inserted into our body. I haven't had that yet. And my virginity was broken, she said with embarrassment, secretly pinching her thigh, letting tears sway in her eyes. I was afraid he would mind. So, I kept it a secret from him and told him not to come to me recently. But I came to him today, and I felt I was not ready, so. What's the matter? Gu Fengxian said immediately after hearing this. You don't want to get sick, so if you get sick, you can't treat it just because of that layer of membrane? It's not your fault. Just tell your boyfriend directly. If he minds, I will take my man to break his head. Don't. Yi Wanqing hurriedly stopped her. Sister, I know you are doing this for my own good. We can just talk it over quietly. Don't interfere in this matter, and about going to the hospital. I hope you can keep it a secret for me. I will live in the family compound in the future, and then I will treat you like my own sister. Okay. I've wanted to have a sister since I was a child. When you live in the family compound, we can take care of each other. Let me tell you, there's a woman in our family compound who's annoying. Gu Fengxian wanted to exaggerate and criticize Shen Jingshu, but Yi Wanqing interrupted her. Sister, when I live in the family compound in the future, we'll have plenty of time to talk about this. Now I've thought it through, and I want to find my boyfriend now. Otherwise, you go back first, and I'll come to find you when I have the chance. This time, Yi Wanqing didn't give Gu Fengxian a chance and quickly turned around and ran towards the army. Seeing her like this, Gu Fengxian thought she was anxious to see her boyfriend, so she didn't follow her. She smiled and walked towards the family compound. Yi Wanqing arrived at the sentry just now, looked back, and saw that Gu Fengxian didn't follow her, so she said to the sentry, Comrade, I'm looking for Luo Xiangdong. Please help me call him. The sentry looked at Yi Wanqing, who had returned without any expression, and only asked, Who are you? I'm Yi Wanqing, Luo Xiangdong's girlfriend. Yi Wanqing said her identity, without hesitation. She came here just to ask Luo Xiangdong to give her an identity. What's wrong with using it in advance? The sentry nodded, said wait a moment, and asked another sentry to stand guard, and then he walked into the army. Luo Xiangdong was in the commander's office at the moment, and Li Chaoyang was also there. The sentry found the commander's office, knocked on the door, and said, Captain Luo, someone outside the military region is looking for you. They said it's your girlfriend, Yi Wanqing.
Ye Waming?
Li Chaoyang frowned slightly when he heard the name. Why did he feel that the name was familiar? When he was in the Red Star Commune, wasn't the educated youth that Jiang Hongjun married named Yi Wanqing? Is it a coincidence? Wanqing is here? Luo Xiangdong immediately lost his composure when he heard the name, and the surprise on his face could not be hidden. Captain, there is nothing to do here, you go. The commander lowered his head and wrote something on the document, waved his hand, and let Luo Xiangdong do his own thing. Luo Xiangdong received the order, saluted happily, and walked out. After he left, the commander looked up at Li Chaoyang. Chaoyang, you are a soldier I trained, and you were originally the battalion commander this time. However, when your appointment letter for promotion to deputy battalion commander comes down, you must perform well and strive to bring an elite force to the troops as soon as possible. In the future, not to mention a battalion commander, even a regimental commander or a division commander is possible. The commander was dissatisfied with Luo Xiangdong's sudden appearance. He was promoted skipping levels just because he caught 2 spies. Li Chaoyang's missions were all more difficult than his, and Chaoyang's qualifications and abilities were all higher than Luo Xiangdong's. But it was not something he could do. Thank you for the compliment, Commander. Li Chaoyang smiled modestly. There's nothing wrong with being a deputy battalion commander. On the contrary, it gives me more time to train the soldiers. I also hope to train more elite soldiers for the country as soon as possible.
Good.
The commander just liked Li Chaoyang's spirit of not complaining about himself. Moreover, the young man is energetic and enterprising. Although he is only a deputy battalion commander now, his future achievements will definitely be higher than his own. After Luo Xiongdong ran outside, he saw Yi Wanqing standing at the gate of the army, stamping her feet because of the cold. He quickened his pace and looked at the weak figure with heartache. Wanqing. Yi Wanqing heard the voice, looked up and met Luo Xiongdong's eyes full of heartache and guilt. Brother Luo, why have you lost weight? Hearing that the person he liked cared about him so much, Luo Xiongdong felt that the unpleasantness with his parents didn't seem to be a big deal. They are flesh and blood. Even if they quarrel, it is only temporary. As long as they can get along with Wanqing more and discover the beauty in her, my parents will surely be able to accept Wanqing soon. It's okay, there are a lot of things in the army recently. Why are you here? Are you cold? Luo Xiongdong wanted to warm her hands, but because there was a sentry next to him, he held back. Yi Wanqing hadn't even opened her mouth yet as tears welled up in her eyes. I miss you so much. You know, you're the only one I know here, and I feel anxious when I can't see you, Brother Luo. Please don't ignore me, okay? Luo Xiongdong's heart softened into a puddle of water. Looking at Yi Wanqing, who was crying in front of him, he just wanted to hold her in his arms and coax her. No, I didn't ignore you. I've been busy with the handover recently, so I neglected you. Wanqing, don't worry, I'll go to accompany you after I'm done with these 2 days. Don't cry. Your face won't look good if it's bruised. He stretched out his hand, restrained and gently wiped her tears. It was hard for the sentry next to him not to notice the side, so he could only turn slightly, trying not to look at the young couple who were reunited after a short separation. Brother Luo, I knew you wouldn't ignore me. Yi Wanqing turned from crying to laughing and looked at him with eyes full of joy and admiration. She stretched out her hand and pulled the corner of his clothes with dependence. Her little action reminded Luo Xiongdong immediately of the day when they escaped from the mountains. That time, she also held the corner of his clothes so carefully, as if he was her only support and reliance. Wanqing, wait for me to marry you. Luo Xiongdong said solemnly. Yes, wait for you. Wait for you as long as it takes.
Ye Wanqing nodded vigorously.
At this moment, her heart finally settled down. Luo Xiongdong looked at the well-behaved and sensible Yi Wanqing, and he wished he could apply for marriage right now. But not yet. He had just been appointed as the battalion commander, and there were still many things waiting for him to deal with. Marriage is not possible for the time being, but it is always okay to get engaged first, right? Luo Xiongdong thought about it and said, Wanqing, wait for me here. I will go back and ask for leave, and go back to town with you later. Yi Wanqing did not ask him why he returned to the army. Of course, even if she knew Luo Xiongdong's plan, she would not stop him. Yeah. Yi Wanqing nodded and responded obediently. Soon, Luo Xiongdong took Yi Wanqing back to town after taking leave, and asked Yi Wanqing to go back and rest first, and he went straight home. He hasn't contacted his parents since the last quarrel with them, but he thought that after so many days, his parents' anger should have subsided. But as soon as he entered the door, he was splashed with the broken vase by Luo's father. Dad, what are you doing? What happened? Luo Xiongdong looked at his furious father and asked puzzledly. In his impression, Luo's father has never been so out of control. When Luo's father saw his son coming back, he became even more angry. What happened? It's all your fault. Luo's father pointed at Luo Xiongdong's nose and cursed. You will break off contact with Yi Wanqing immediately. You are not allowed to meet her in the future. If I find you meeting her again, I will break your legs.
Dad.
Luo Xiongdong didn't expect that after so many days, his father was still so angry.
Why?
Why are you forcing me to do something I don't want to do? Now the country advocates freedom of marriage. I won't listen to you. Luo's father was so angry that he could hardly stand. He held the table behind him and pointed at Luo Xiongdong and said, Do you know what the people I sent to the countryside to see Wanqing said when they came back? Luo Xiongdong said nothing, looking at Luo's father stubbornly and firmly. She was in the countryside and had been married to someone a long time ago.
And And
It was because she had an affair before marriage, and she was watched by a group of people at the gate of the commune. Luo Xiangdong. Are you sure you want to marry such a woman? Do you want me off to death?
what?
Wanqing was married to someone in the countryside, and she had an affair before marriage? And what does it mean to be watched by people? Luo Xiangdong was dizzy by Luo's father's words. He heard every word he said, but every word was unacceptable to him.
Impossible.
Wanqing couldn't be like that. He just broke up with Wanqing. That girl whose eyes are filled with him whenever she smiles wouldn't have such a dirty, shameful past. No, she isn't. She absolutely isn't. Dad said that on purpose because he didn't want him to be with Wanqing. Or maybe it was the people from that commune who deliberately threw dirty water on Wanqing. Yes, that's it. Wanqing said that the people in that commune were all bad people. They were the unruly people who came from a poor and barren land. Those unruly people all wanted to harm Wanqing. Wanqing had finally escaped, and they couldn't bear to see Wanqing live a good life, so they slandered her. Why, the person I sent told me personally, is this true? As soon as Luo Xiangdong's father saw his expression, he knew that he didn't listen to what he said, and he slammed the table and cursed. Luo Xiangdong, I mean what I say. If you continue to get involved with such shameless people, don't blame me for not recognizing you as my son. These words were quite heavy. The weight of the laughter was so heavy that Luo Xiangdong raised his head. Dad, you really can't bear to see your son happy, so you must break up Wanqing and I? Luo's father confronted Luo Xiangdong with determination in his eyes. Yes. Do you want me and your mother, or that woman? You make your choice. Luo Xiangdong shook his head painfully. His body was a little unstable. His mind kept recalling the love and education his parents had given him since he was a child. He also thought of Yi Wanqing crying pitifully and treating him as her only relative. Finally, he laughed out loud, as if he had collapsed. Ha 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 ha, tears flowed down the corners of his eyes. After a while, he lost his support and knelt on the ground. Dad, I am an unfilial son. Tell mother for me that I am sorry for her giving birth to and raising me, and I can only repay you in the next life. After that, he kowtowed 3 times on the ground, stood up, and left resolutely. Luo Xiangdong looked at his son's back and smashed a vase in anger. He looked at the mess in the room and didn't know what to do. Luo Xiangdong left the Luo family and went straight to Yi Wanqing's residence. The moment he saw Yi Wanqing, he no longer suppressed his feelings for her and hugged her directly into his arms, his voice choking. Wanqing, from now on, it will be just the two of us who will depend on each other. Yi Wanqing didn't understand what happened to Luo Xiangdong. He was fine when he just left her place. Xiangdong. She murmured his name and patted his back gently, trying to ease his emotions. After a long time, Luo Xiangdong let her go and took her hand into the house. He didn't know how to tell her what Luo's father said today. What if what Luo's father said was false? Then how could Wanqing bear the dirty water thrown on her by others? Brother Luo, is something wrong? Yi Wanqing asked cautiously, and suddenly an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Wanqing. Luo Xiangdong's voice was a little hoarse. He looked at Yi Wanqing with a worried look and frowned brows, and suddenly he felt relieved. He should believe her. How could such a good girl have an affair with someone before marriage? He stretched out his hand to smooth her frowning eyebrows and said gently, Wanqing, some unpleasant things did happen at home, but I promise that I have believed in you from the beginning to the end. You have no doubt about this. Yi Wanqing didn't say anything, just looked at him steadily. A few days ago, my father sent someone to investigate the place where you went to the countryside. What? Luo Xiangdong had just said one sentence, and Yi Wanqing sat up in shock. The voice suddenly became sharp. Wanqing, don't worry, I will tell you slowly. Luo Xiangdong seemed to have guessed her thoughts. Yes, no matter who it was, no one could accept others to investigate themselves.
Why?
Why did your father go there? What does he want to do? Yi Wanqing was trembling all over. She was afraid that Luo Xiangdong would know her unbearable past, and thus let herself fall from the clouds to the mud again. She has tried very hard to seize all opportunities. But every time, her luck is bad. Only this time, she caught the only son of a cadre family in the Beijing military region. Luo Xiangdong looks honest, gentle, and emotionally stable. He has unlimited promotion possibilities in the army. The key is that he treats her very well. This is the best person she has ever met since she was born. Wanqing, I know you are angry.
But please listen to me, okay?
Luo Xiangdong pressed Yi Wanqing's shoulders and asked her to sit down. Yi Wanqing's eyes were fixed on Luo Xiangdong, as if the man who treated her gently in front of her would disappear in the next second. I don't listen to the rumors my father said about you getting married and having an affair before marriage. Wanqing, I only believe what you said. Yi Wanqing's eyes revealed a trace of fear. Her whole body was tense, her throat was dry, as if there was a ball of cotton blocking it, and the nervous emotion was like an invisible sword, piercing deep into her heart. But she still clenched her palms, letting her nails pinch into the flesh, and the pain in her palms made her slowly calm down.
No.
She can't panic now. She needs to be calm. She needs to be calm. Everything is not out of control yet. Brother Luo, do you really believe me? Yi Wanqing took a deep breath, but her voice was still trembling. Of course. If I don't believe you, how can I believe what others say? Luo Xiangdong was afraid that she would be sad, so he quickly made the promise. Seeing him like this, Yi Wanqing's heart was finally relieved. I said I didn't. I haven't done anything your father said. Yi Wanqing said solemnly. There is a saying that if you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. Similarly, if you don't feel guilty, others will think that what you said is true. After hearing this, Luo Xiangdong finally showed a smile on his face. Well, I knew it was like this. Yi Wanqing said many words to prove her innocence to him, and only stopped when she coaxed Luo Xiangdong into believing her, without a doubt. Brother Luo, it's noon now. I'm going to the street to buy some vegetables. Please have dinner with me. After calming down, Yi Wanqing thought about the threats from Luo's father and felt that she needed to do something. It was already noon, so she asked Luo Xiangdong to stay here to eat and drink some wine. During the uterine cleaning, the doctor told her not to have any intimate behavior until the gynecological inflammation was cured, not to mention that she had only been cleansing for 10 days. But now Yi Wanqing obviously can't wait. She wants to make a fait accompli with Luo Xiangdong before Luo's father confirms the truth of the news he heard from the Red Star Commune. Let me go. Wanqing, you've been tired all day. Luo Xiangdong was about to get up, but was stopped by Yi Wanqing. Brother Luo, you've worked so hard in the army, and you finally got to leave to relax for half a day. How can I let you suffer again? Let me go, I'll be back soon. Yi Wanqing was very considerate, and even poured Luo Xiangdong a cup of tea before leaving. After leaving home, she went to the state-owned restaurant to pack a few dishes and bought some wine. Finally, she went to find the doctor, who prescribed the abortion medicine for her. She had asked him to get the medicine a long time ago, so Yi Wanqing didn't even have to wait when she got there. The doctor gave it to her directly after receiving the money. Before going home, Yi Wanqing poured the packet of powder into the wine bottle and shook it seriously to let the powder dissolve fully. After doing all this, she returned to the yard with a smile on her face again. The two of them ate at the table in Yi Wanqing's bedroom, one sitting on the bed, the other sitting on a chair. Wanqing, did you buy some wine? I have to go to the army in the afternoon and can't drink. Luo Xiangdong usually likes to drink a little wine, but today is a special situation. Even if he wants to drink, he can't drink.
Ah?
Is that so? A trace of regret flashed across Yi Wanqing's face, and she muttered, I heard from the aunt next door that this wine is very good, so I ran 2 streets to buy it. Luo Xiangdong was a little moved, and he didn't want to miss Yi Wanqing's kindness. I went back to the army in the afternoon to hand over the last few things to the previous battalion commander. Actually, it's not that I can't drink at all.
Well,
let's do this. I'll just drink 1 glass. I can't refuse your kindness. Yi Wanqing's eyes lit up immediately when she heard it. She picked up the bottle of wine with great interest and poured a full glass for Luo Xiangdong, then handed it to Luo Xiangdong's mouth. Okay, try it and see how it tastes. If you like it, I'll buy it for you next time. Luo Xiongdong smiled and drank the wine in one gulp from Yi Wanqing's hand. Then Yi Wanqing picked up a piece of braised pork for him. The fragrance of the white wine plus the sweetness of the braised pork made Luo Xiongdong's heart so happy. Yi Wanqing took advantage of his inattention and quietly poured him a little more wine. In short, after a meal, more than half a caddy of white wine went into Luo Xiongdong's stomach. Normally, more than half a caddy of wine would be a piece of cake for Luo Xiongdong. But today, for some reason, he was made dizzy by the half-pound of liquor. Wanqing, don't move. Be careful not to fall. Luo Xiongdong's hand was shaking as he tried to help the staggering Yi Wanqing. Brother Luo. Seeing his blurred eyes and nonsense, Yi Wanqing knew that the time was almost up. She walked forward, held Luo Xiongdong's hand, and cried tenderly, Brother Luo. My chest hurts so much, can you help me rub it? Luo Xiongdong became anxious when he heard her crying in pain. Where does it hurt? Let me help you. Yi Wanqing directly took his hand and placed it on her chest, and at the same time offered her lips to him. Luo Xiongdong had already been drugged, and with Yi Wanqing's deliberate provocation, he could not bear it. So he directly pressed Yi Wanqing on the bed and performed the most ancient moves. However, Luo Xiongdong did not understand this, and his fierce and inaccurate moves made Yi Wanqing scream in pain. As soon as the sound came out, she immediately covered her mouth.
No.
She couldn't ruin Luo Xiongdong's mood at this time. No matter how painful it is, can it be as painful as being hit by a stick? Is there anything more unbearable than being hungry and cold? Just like that, with Luo Xiongdong still unconscious, and with the full cooperation of Yi Wanqing, this matter was finally accomplished. But Yi Wanqing's condition is not good. Her lower abdomen ached badly and felt heavy, as if something was about to flow out of her stomach. However, this also had an advantage. There was a lot of blood flowing from her body, and she had been planning to cut her finger to pretend it was her first time, but now she saved herself the trouble. The two of them, one with a stomachache and the other with a headache, fell asleep in each other's arms and did not wake up until dawn the next day. Wanqing. I'm sorry. Looking at Yi Wanqing, who was crying in the corner with red eyes, Luo Xiongdong felt that he was really a Brother Luo. No, it's your fault. It's me, I didn't push you away in time, Woo-woo. Yi Wanqing cried, pulling the quilt towards herself intentionally or unintentionally, revealing a bright red spot on the bed sheet. Even though Luo Xiongdong had never experienced again, he also knew what that spot of red on the bed meant. Yesterday, I thought half a caddy of liquor was nothing to you.
I didn't expect you to be like that.
Brother Luo, I can't push you. Woo-woo. Yi Wanqing cried so sadly, acting like a helpless person. Luo Xiongdong's throat rolled for a moment. When he woke up, he was just surprised. He didn't feel any regret or sadness in his heart. The only regret is that we couldn't give each other a perfect first night. Wanqing, it's my fault. I'm sorry, it's not your fault. It's my fault. Luo Xiongdong hugged Yi Wanqing into his arms and said, Don't worry, I will go back to the army to file an application and try to marry you as soon as possible. Brother Luo.
Thank you.
Yi Wanqing was like a clingy kitten, nestling in Luo Xiongdong's arms, and where he couldn't see, a triumphant smile appeared on the corner of her mouth.
Done.
After working so hard for so long, it's finally done. After Luo Xiongdong returned to the army, he went to the regiment commander's office to apologize. He took half a day off yesterday and was supposed to return to the army at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, but he drank too much and missed his work. Although the team leader was angry, he didn't say much. He just gave him a verbal lecture and made him run 10 kilometers with a weight as punishment. Luo Xiongdong naturally nodded and accepted the order and handed the marriage application he had drafted to the team leader. The team leader raised his eyebrows inadvertently. Are you getting married so soon? I saw your father a few days ago, and he said he was worried that you had no partner? Well, this girl is the one who saved me last time. We have an emotional foundation between us, and it's perfect for us to be husband and wife. Luo Xiongdong's face was full of joy, and his eyes were gentle when he mentioned Yi Wanqing. Even when he was running with 10-kilogram sandbags tied to his legs, the corners of his mouth did not fall. Family compound. Li Chaoyang is taking a rest today. After cleaning up the house, he takes and tidies up the vegetable garden in front of his house. Shin Jingshu was sitting at the door, eating an apple and basking in the sun leisurely. By the way, Jingshu, I seem to have heard Yi Wanqing's name yesterday. Li Chaoyang suddenly remembered that he heard Yi Wanqing's name in the office yesterday. Who? Shun Jingshu thought she had heard it wrong and asked again, Yi Wanqing. Li Chaoyang put down the walk to Shin Jingshu and squatted down. Yesterday, the new battalion commander and I were in the regiment commander's office. The sentries said that the new battalion commander's girlfriend came to see him. Her name is Yi Wanqing.
Impossible?
How could Yi Wanqing know your battalion commander? Shin Jingshu's eyes widened a lot. Why did this sound so unreliable? Yi Wanqing disappeared after stealing the Jiang family's money. In this era, when one needs a letter of proof to stay in a guest house, how could Yi Wanqing come to Beijing? Maybe they have the same name and surname. Li Chaoyang also felt that it was impossible, so he simply changed the subject and said, Yesterday I called home, and my mother said she was making clothes, shoes, bedding, and other things for the child. She asked me to ask you if you need anything, and I will send them to you when the time comes. Chen Jingshu smiled and touched her belly. I don't lack anything. Next time you call your mother, and ask her to make less. She has to go to the tofu factory to work during the day, and she has to do housework when she goes home at night. She probably has to work overtime at night to make clothes and shoes for her, which hurts her eyes. Chen Jingshu felt sorry for her mother-in-law. Even if she lacked something, she could buy it outside. Okay, I'll tell her, Li Chaoyang said, and pulled her scarf up. It is said that married men are bound to be caught in the middle, but this does not exist at all for him. Jingshu loves her parents, and her parents also love Jingshu. They both sincerely hope that the other party lives a good life, so how could there be quarrels and conflicts? The army will have a holiday the day after tomorrow. I'll take you to the city to buy some New Year's goods. This is the first time that we will celebrate the New Year together. In order to provide Shin Jingshu with nutrition, Li Chaoyang stews a bowl of egg custard for her every day, and he also has pork, beef, spare ribs, and old hens. Shun Jingshu feels that she has gained a lot of weight since she found out she was pregnant. But I can't stand it because every time I eat, Li Chaoyang will stare at me with pitiful eyes. Alas. So be fat. At worst, she can just lose weight after the baby is born. In order to prevent Shin Jingshu from suffering during childbirth, Li Chaoyang would accompany Shin Jingshu for a walk in the family compound after dinner every day. With adequate nutrition and exercise, Shin Jingshu's complexion was in great shape. Okay, I just want to buy some preserved fruits. Shin Jingshu drooled at the thought of the sour and sweet preserved fruits. When other people are pregnant, they either like to eat sour food, sweet food, or spicy food. But she is different. She likes all kinds of food. As a result, she tried to use the change in taste to predict whether the baby was a boy or a girl, but it didn't work. The next morning, after they had eaten and drunk their fill and were dressed neatly, Li Chaoyang rode his bicycle and took Shin Jingshu to the department store in the city. The supply and marketing cooperative in the town didn't have that kind of preserved fruit for sale, and it was Chinese New Year, so they had to buy New Year gifts for the elders on both sides, especially for Shun's parents. They were newlyweds this year, so it stood to reason that the gifts they would bring from their mother-in-law's house should be heavier. Li Chaoyang had thought it through. When they got to the department store, he would buy whatever the price was as long as it was something that Shin's father and mother could use. He would also buy some things that his parents and grandmother didn't have back home, to make them happy. The two of them happily entered the department store. Before Shin Jingshu started looking at the merchandise, they were attracted by a figure. Chaoyang, look at that person. Is she Wanqing? Li Chaoyang was speaking. He looked in the direction of Shin Jingshu's finger and saw a man and a woman standing in the clothing area, discussing a piece of clothing. The man was Luo Xiangdong, who had just been promoted to battalion commander, and the woman was wearing a red woolen coat, black trousers, and a pair of black leather shoes. Shin Jingshu looked at Yi Wanqing without blinking. Even though Yi Wanqing's current attire is vastly different from when she was in the countryside, Even if she turned into ashes, Shin Jingshu would recognize her. It seems to be her. Although Li Chaoyang didn't know how Yi Wanqing got together with the new battalion commander, he still remembered Yi Wanqing's face. The man next to her is the new battalion commander, Luo Xiangdong. Shin Jingshu frowned, and at the same time secretly admired Yi Wanqing's magical powers. After stealing the Jiang family's money, she disappeared from the face of the earth. When they met again, she was still with a young and promising battalion commander. He is worthy of being the one who caused me to die tragically in my previous life. Let's go and take a look. Shin Jingshu wanted to see what expression Yi Wanqing would have when she saw her again. Li Chaoyang didn't want his wife to be unhappy, so he just followed obediently.
Yi Wanqing?
Shin Jingshu pretended to have just discovered her, walked over, and called out her name directly. Yi Wanqing turned her head and looked at Shin Jingshu. The smile on her face didn't fade away completely before it froze on her face. Deputy Battalion Commander Li, what a coincidence. Luo Xiangdong didn't know Shin Jingshu, but when he found Li Chaoyang was also here, he greeted her first. Yes, I'm here to accompany my wife to buy some New Year's goods. Li Chaoyang pointed at Shin Jingshu and introduced her. What? Don't you recognize me? Shin Jingshu looked at Yi Wanqing, who was shocked in front of her, with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, looking at Yi Wanqing with a smile. Yi Wanqing's face suddenly turned pale. Beads of sweat kept oozing out from her forehead and gathered on the tip of her nose. She seemed to have forgotten to wipe it off. Because of fear, her eyes widened wider and wider, and her eyeballs seemed to be about to fall out of their sockets. She pursed her lips, her mind went blank, and she felt a little overwhelmed. Serene Shu. Why is she here? Oh, right. Her husband is serving in the army in Beijing. But what a coincidence. I actually met her here. Why didn't she think of covering her face with a scarf today? Yi Wanqing's brain was working rapidly, and she didn't know what Shin Jingshu wanted to do by calling her at this time. Wanqing. Wanqing, what's wrong with you? Luo Xiangdong also noticed that something was wrong with Yi Wanqing. He reached out and pushed her arm, asking worriedly. Shin Jingshu, on the other hand, crossed her arms leisurely, just quietly looking at her ever-changing face.
I've fine.
Yi Wanqing lowered her head in panic and quickly touched her face with her hands, her tone a little unnatural. She must have been so happy to see me that she didn't know what to say, right, Wanqing? Shin Jingshu interrupted Yi Wanqing with a smile, looked at Luo Xiangdong and said, Captain Luo, you don't know yet? Wanqing and I knew each other when we were in Jiang province. Later, it was Wanqing who took me to the countryside in province. It was just that when we got to the countryside, Wanqing was with Jiang from the commune.
No.
Before Shin Jingshu finished her words, Yi Wanqing immediately looked up and screamed. She wanted to cover Shin Jingshu's mouth. She was afraid that she would tell Luo Xiangdong what happened to her in the countryside in front of him. She can't. She couldn't allow Shin Jingshu to expose her own shortcomings in front of Luo Xiangdong. Li Chaoyang protected Shin Jingshu behind him the moment Yi Wanqing raised her head. He was afraid that Yi Wanqing would do something to hurt Jingshu. Jingshu, you rewrite, we are friends. I was just too excited when I saw you, and forgot to react for a moment. As she spoke, she was about to come over and grab Shin Jingshu's arm, wanting to pull her aside to talk alone. Oh, really? I thought you didn't want to pay attention to me. Shin Jingshu's tone was indifferent, and her face showed no emotion. How could it be I wouldn't? Looking at Shin Jingshu, who was protected by Li Chaoyang behind her, Yi Wanqing was so jealous that her heart was bleeding. Before she went out today, she deliberately put a lot of powder on her face. Just because the abortion had damaged her vitality, her face looked very ugly. But looking at Shin Jingshu again, her little face was white with a rosy glow, and her skin was so delicate that it seemed as if a baby's skin might be broken. It was as smooth and delicate as a freshly peeled egg. It was obvious at first glance that she was a very well-protected and pampered person. She had experienced so many unbearable things, but Shin Jingshu had always been smooth sailing. She also went to the countryside, but she was ostracized by the educated youth, But she lived in a big house without being crowded with so many people, and she had 3 or 2 good friends. When she got married, the Jiang family did not give her a penny of dowry and did not treat her as a human being. But Shen Jingshu got a high dowry of 666 yuan and was treated like a treasure by the Li family. She was neglected by her father and mother at home since she was a child. Because she was diligent and took care of the food, clothing, and daily necessities of the whole family and used her spare time to do odd jobs and pick up garbage, she was able to finish high school. However, Shen Jingshu was born in Rome. Both her parents are regular workers, and she is the only child in the family. Not only that, Shen Jingshu has good grades, good relationships with people, and even her luck is much better than hers.
Why?
She worked so hard to live, but she still couldn't hold her head up in front of Shen Jingshu. But even though she is hooked up with Luo Xiongdong now when she sees Shen Jingshu, she still can't help but feel ashamed. The key is that she can't offend her. That's good. I thought you had a son-in-law, and you looked down on your friends who had gone to the countryside to earn work points with you. Chen Jingshu walked out from behind Li Chaoyang and looked at Yuan Qing with a smile. Wan Qing, there was no news from you in the commune at that time, and the Jiang family was looking for you like crazy. Why did you come to Beijing? When the Jiang family was mentioned, Yuan Qing trembled unconsciously.
Yes, Yuan Qing responded randomly.
She was extremely flustered, and her heart was pounding so hard that it almost jumped out of her throat. Knowing that Shen Jingshu lived in the staff quarters, her yearning for the staff quarters didn't seem so deep anymore. No, she can't live in the staff quarters. Would she move in and have to look at Shen Jingshu's face every day and endure the fear of having her surface punctured at any time?
No.
In her previous life, Shen Jingshu was harmed so badly by Yuan Qing. How could she just watch Yuan Qing live happily? If it wasn't her, how could she have been beaten to death by Jiang Hongjun? Can those 20 years of friction be written off so easily? Moreover, Yuan Qing in her previous life said that she would take away her looks and figure. She doesn't know what this means. How could she take away my looks and figure? But no matter what, she would never let Yuan Qing have an easy time. After leaving the department store, Yuan Qing took Luo Xiongdong and walked towards home. No matter what Luo Xiongdong asked her on the way, she just lowered her head and pursed her lips, refusing to say a word. Wan Qing, what does it mean when she said that you're going to get married again? What is your relationship with the Jiang family? When he arrived at Yi Wanqing's residence, Luo Xiongdong could no longer hold back the questions in his heart. He grabbed her hand and asked, with an anxious tone, "Brother Luo, don't listen to her nonsense." Yi Wanqing's eyes were red and her voice was trembling. I was framed in the countryside and forced to get engaged to the Jiang family. But I didn't marry him. Brother Luo, you have to believe me. My body is innocent, don't you know? Luo Xiongdong only then remembered the bloodstains on the bedsheets after he had with Yi Wanqing that day. Yes. Didn't Wanqing say it long ago that when she was in the countryside, the educated youth excluded her and framed her? Moreover, he had never heard Wanqing talk about having friends. Could it be that Deputy Battalion Commander Li's wife had also bullied Wanqing? Thinking of this, Luo Xiongdong took Yi Wanqing's hand and asked, "Then that person just said she's your friend. Is that true? Has she bullied you?" Yi Wanqing paused in sobbing, her eyes rolled, and then squeezed out 2 tears. She. I treat her as a friend, but she deliberately ruined my reputation in the countryside. That's why. Everyone doesn't like me. Even I was forced to get engaged to the Jiang family. It was her framed. Yi Wanqing seemed to be very scared and threw herself into Luo Xiongdong's arms, crying pitifully, but her man is an officer in the army. What can I do? I can only let her bully. Brother Luo, I was really scared at that time. I was afraid that her man would retaliate against me. And he once secretly touched my hand. Brother Luo, I don't want to see them again. I don't want. I'm really scared.
What?
Li Chaoyang actually treated you like this. When Luo Xiongdong heard this, how could he bear it? He thought Li Chaoyang was a gentleman, but he didn't expect that he already had a partner and still came to harass Wan Qing. Come to think of it, Wan Qing knew that a weak woman could never resist them. Since Wan Qing can't resist, he can always do it. Brother Luo, this matter is all in the past. Don't do anything stupid for me. Besides, Li Chaoyang seems to be of a high level and is insidious and cunning. You are kind-hearted and cannot defeat him. Yuan Qing felt the change in Luo Xiongdong's mood. Although she was happy that he was so worried about her, she didn't want Luo Xiongdong to do anything crazy, otherwise she would be the one to regret it.
Oh.
Luo Xiongdong sneered. His eyes became fierce. He, Li Chaoyang, is just a deputy battalion commander, but he actually uses his power to oppress others. Wan Qing, don't worry. I am Li Chaoyang's immediate superior, and it will be easy for me to teach him a lesson. Yuan Qing couldn't help but widen her eyes. Luo Xiongdong is actually Li Chaoyang's boss. A strange sense of satisfaction suddenly arose in her heart. Her man is better than Shin Jingshu's man. This news almost made her cheer. Brother Luo, does Li Chaoyang have to obey your orders in the army? Seeing his beloved woman looking at him with an extremely admiring gaze, Luo Xiongdong's heart was as sweet as eating honey. Yes, I am his direct superior. Brother Luo, you are so awesome. I didn't expect you to be so outstanding, Brother Luo. Yuan Qing was so excited that she was incoherent. She knew that Luo Xiongdong was an officer, but she didn't know what his rank was. When she was in the countryside, she thought Li Chaoyang was already a very remarkable person. Unexpectedly, Luo Xiongdong was actually Li Chaoyang's boss. After that, she married Luo Xiongdong. Would Shin Jingshu have to keep her tail between her legs and behave herself when she saw herself? When she thought of Shin Jingshu groveling and cringing in front of her, she wanted to laugh out loud. Don't worry, I will never let Li Chaoyang have an easy time. In public and private, I can't let him bully others by relying on his rank. Looking at the righteous Luo Xiongdong, Yuan Qing couldn't help but hold his face and kissed him, not forgetting to say nice things. Brother Luo, I know you are different from other men. The next day, Luo Xiongdong returned to the army and immediately asked someone to call Li Chaoyang. Deputy Battalion Commander Li, did you know that South Vietnam occupied some islands of our Nan Sha Islands and sent troops to attack our ships, resulting in casualties among many fishermen and militiamen? Since Li Chaoyang entered the door, Luo Xiongdong not only did not let him sit down, but also did not even look at him. I know. Although Li Chaoyang felt that Luo Xiongdong's attitude today was a little abnormal, he did not care too much and said it in a matter-of-fact manner. That's good to know. Luo Xiongdong said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, you are the strongest soldier praised by everyone in our military region. Now that the border is in trouble, you and I can't just sit back and watch, he said, slowly standing up, and then said, the superior leaders have come forward one after another to command the troops to teach South Vietnam a profound lesson. Our military region is the strongest force in Beijing. At this time, it is naturally the first to ask for troops to fight. Yesterday, I applied to the central leadership. You will represent our military region to go to South Vietnam to join other troops. Li Chaoyang's face did not change. He just looked at Luo Xiongdong quietly, and at the same time, he thought about the details of the incident he had heard before. The South Vietnamese Navy relied on the firepower advantage of 4 large American warships to try to bully our Army's only 4 small ships. From the perspective of equipment, our Army is obviously at a disadvantage. The total displacement of South Vietnam's 4 warships is nearly 6,000 tons, while the total displacement of our Army as 4 warships is only 1,700 tons. He is not a coward. If Jingshu had not just found out that she was pregnant, he would have volunteered as soon as he learned the news. It's just, I heard that your wife is pregnant. Logically, this mission is not your turn. Luo Xiongdong avoided his sight, trying to maintain a righteous look on his face, but only by protecting the big family can we have a small family. Don't worry, the military region will take extra care of your wife while you are away. Li Chaoyang pondered for a while, straightened his body, and saluted. Li Chaoyang obeys the order. When Li Chaoyang returned home, Shin Jingshu was half leaning on the head of the bed reading a book. "You're back." Seeing Li Chaoyang coming back, Shin Jingshu's little face immediately showed a smile. "Well, lie down and don't move." Li Chaoyang walked over quickly and stopped Shin Jingshu, who wanted to get out of bed. There was reluctance in his eyes. His big hand held Shin Jingshu's small hand, not knowing how to start. Shin Jingshu also noticed that something was wrong with him and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Li Chaoyang cleared his cough and told her again that he was going to South Vietnam, but he avoided the important point and did not mention the tense situation on the border. He only said that it was an ordinary patrol. "Don't worry, I called Mom and asked her to come here to accompany you for the new year." After receiving the military order, Li Chaoyang quickly called Zheng Yuexia and said that he had to go on a mission and asked her to put down her work and come to Beijing to accompany Jingshu. "Why are you in such a hurry? The new year is almost here." Shin Jingshu was reluctant and worried at the same time. Although she didn't know much about the border situation, borders are generally quite chaotic and many soldiers die on the border every year. "Well, it's okay. Don't worry. I'm just going to check out the situation on behalf of the military region." Li Chaoyang comforted her with a gentle voice. "I just can't spend the new year with you. These are all trivial matters." Shin Jingshu sat up straight, holding Li Chaoyang's face and asked, "When are you leaving? When can you come back?" "I'm leaving early tomorrow morning." Li Chaoyang held her hand, enjoying the moment of tenderness. "At most 2 months, he should be able to come back. This matter is quite serious, and he has no idea when he will be able to come back. Don't worry, I will write to you often. Don't worry about me. Take good care of yourself and the children. When Mother comes, you don't have to do anything, just let Mother help you. Don't be stubborn. Also, let Mother accompany you to the hospital for checkups every month. Don't save on food. Eat whatever you want. When the weather is bad, don't go out. Just let Mother accompany you for a walk in the house." And Li Chaoyang kept nagging and admonishing her, and his words showed his worry about her. Although Shin Jingshu felt a little uncomfortable, she had digested the fact that Li Chaoyang was going to go on a mission. In order to let him feel at ease on the mission, she just endured the bitterness in her heart and tried to put on a smile on her face. Okay. It's not like you won't be back and you still nagging." She smiled and joked, and then said, "What about Dad and Grandma when Mom comes to Beijing? Dad can't cook and Grandma is old." Shin Jingshu thought about it. Although she wanted to say that she could stay here, she knew that Li Chaoyang would definitely not agree. "How about this? Why don't we let my mother come over, and if my father is willing to come over too, it's fine. Anyway, we have room to stay here. Besides, Jiang province is close to here, and it will take at most 2 days to get there." Li Chaoyang thought about it for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll call my father-in-law right now. If Jingshu's parents come over, it will definitely be much better than having her mother come over. Jingshu's taste has changed a lot since she became pregnant. Mother-in-law understands Jingshu's taste, and mother-in-law can also chat with Jingshu to relieve her boredom, which must be much more relaxing than being with her mother. It's not that Zheng Yuexia is not good to Jingshu, but compared with mother-in-law knows Jingshu better after all." In the afternoon, Li Chaoyang contacted Shin's father. The old couple already knew about Jingshu's pregnancy. Originally, Shin's mother had been preparing things that Jingshu and the child could use these 2 days. When she heard that Chaoyang was going to carry out a mission, she agreed without thinking, "Don't worry, your mother and I will buy tickets to Beijing today." "Dad, thank you." Li Chaoyang was very moved, but now, except thank you, he didn't know what to say. He just thought that if he had the chance in the future, he would be more filial to them. Li Chaoyang left anyway. Shin Jingshu looked at the empty yard, and a big piece was missing in her heart. In order to stop herself from thinking too much, she simply went to Sister Qiuxiang's house next door. Sister Qiuxiang was steaming buns. Seeing Shin Jingshu coming over, he hurriedly asked her to sit down and brought her a lot of melon seeds and candies. "Chaoyang told me yesterday to spend more time with you when I have time. It happened that there was no steamed buns at home, so I steamed some and went to your place in time." Sister Qiuxiang felt a little guilty. She promised Li Chaoyang that she would take good care of Jingshu. Sister-in-law, it's too formal to say that. Haven't you taken good care of me? Shin Jingshu said jokingly, my parents will be here tomorrow. It's just that Chaoyang doesn't think much about it, so he comes to trouble you.
He is worried about you.
And you think he thinks too much? Sister Qiuxiang nodded her head lightly and said with a smile. Then she remembered something and whispered again. Jingshu, your brotherly asked me to ask you yesterday if Chaoyang had offended the new battalion commander in some way. Shin Jingshu was puzzled, not knowing why she asked this. What do you mean? Seeing that she didn't know, Sister Qiuxiang leaned over to her ear and whispered, this mission was not originally Chaoyang's turn. It was the new battalion commander who bypassed the regiment commander and the military district leaders and directly submitted an application to the government for Chaoyang to take people to South Vietnam. After hearing this, Shin Jingshu was a little bit unbelieving. I heard from your brother Li that the situation in South Vietnam is serious this time, and the government also attaches great importance to this matter. They also said that if Chaoyang can come back safely, it will be of great benefit to his future career, but if... Sister Qiuxiang stopped talking and quickly looked at Shin Jingshu and saw that she was frowning and had a worried look on her face. Sister Qiuxiang quickly changed the subject. Look at me. I just can't speak. Jingshu, Chaoyang has been in the army for so many years, and he is not a vegetarian. Not only does he have excellent physical fitness, but I heard from your brother Li that he is very proficient in combat skills and so on. Don't worry about him. Just take care of yourself. Sister Qiuxiang wanted to slap herself in the mouth. Jingshu is pregnant now, and she is worried about Chaoyang going to such a dangerous place to carry out the mission. She is uncomfortable with her own words, without thinking. Sister-in-law, what kind of person do you think the new battalion commander is? Shin Jingshu thought about Luo Xiangdong, whom she met yesterday. She thought he had a decent look. Why did he specifically ask Li Chaoyang to carry out the mission? I don't know either. I only heard from your brother Li that the battalion commander's grandfather holds an important position in the government and has a lot of power and connections. Sister Qiuxiang said, with a pout. If this guy hadn't parachuted here, the position of battalion commander would have belonged to Chaoyang. Shin Jingshu nodded slightly, but she was secretly wondering whether this matter had anything to do with Yuan Qing. Yesterday, I deliberately said some words that scared Yuan Qing. If Yuan Qing wanted to take revenge and use Luo Xiangdong to embarrass Chaoyang, it is not impossible. Li Chaoyang is a soldier, and defending the country is his duty. If he is really selected by the army, she has nothing to say. But if this incident was caused by Luo Xiangdong or Yuan Qing, she would not be able to accept it. After sitting at sister-in-law Qiuxiang's house for a while, Shin Jingshu went home on the pretext of having something to do. After lunch, she went straight to the troops, hoping to get some information from Luo Xiangdong. The sentry at the entrance of the army knew Shin Jingshu. When he heard that she was looking for Luo Xiangdong, he naturally went in to help her call for help. When Luo Xiangdong heard that Shin Jingshu came to see him, he was a little surprised. It was lunchtime, so he put down his teacup and came out. Comrade Shin, what do you want to talk to me about? Luo Xiangdong asked directly. He had a preconceived notion that Shin Jingshu was not a good person like Li Chaoyang, so there was a little impatience on his face. Captain Luo, I saw Wan Qing yesterday, and you left after we didn't say a few words. You don't know that Wan Qing and I have been good friends for many years. Later, we went to the countryside together. So, I came here to ask you about Wan Qing's residence when I had nothing to do, thinking that I would go to see her when I have nothing to do, so as to reminisce about the past. Shin Jingshu didn't mind Luo Xiangdong's cold face at all. Her attitude was indifferent, neither humble nor arrogant. Friends? Luo Xiangdong sneered and looked to the side with his hands behind his back, with sarcasm and mockery in his eyes. This Li Chaoyang's daughter-in-law is really just like Wan Qingrua said, full of lies. Clearly she framed and isolated Wan Qing in the countryside, but now she shamelessly says that she is Wan Qing's friend. With Shin Jingshu's ability to remain calm and tell lies with open eyes, how could Wan Qing be her opponent? I don't think it's necessary. Luo Xiangdong said in a cold voice, glancing at Shin Jingshu. You know how you bullied Wan Qing in the past. Since you didn't consider her a friend before, why bother pretending to be one now? She told you that I bullied her? Shin Jingshu thought to herself. So it is. Luo Xiongdong must have been deceived by Yi Wanqing, so he deliberately let Li Chaoyang go to South Vietnam. Didn't you bully her? Luo Xiongdong's voice became a little heavier, but he was very sensible and would not let the two sentinels not far away hear it. It seems that you have a big misunderstanding of me. Shin Jingshu was not annoyed by his attitude, and there was a faint smile on her face. Captain Luo is the head of a battalion. It is not graceful for you to misunderstand me just based on Yi Wanqing's words and without verifying the matter. Luo Xiongdong was about to refute when he heard Shin Jingshu continue. Since Yi Wanqing went to the countryside, she colluded with Jiang Hongjun to frame me. When the framing failed, she hooked up with Jiang Hongjun and had a secret meeting with Jiang Hongjun in the back mountain in the middle of the night. Not only we educated youth know about this, but all the villagers in the commune know it. I don't know what she said to you, but I believe it. Since you can become the battalion commander, you must have your own judgment. You will know the truth of the matter as soon as you ask. When Luo Xiongdong heard her say that Wanqing hooked up with that Jiang Hongjun, he was so angry that his temples throbbed. He clenched his hands, with veins on his forehead exposed. He stared at Shin Jingshu, suppressing the rage in his heart. Shin Jingshu's lips curled slightly, and she looked at Luo Xiongdong without fear, and said word by word, I have nothing to say if you transfer Li Chaoyang to South Vietnam. He is a soldier and should defend his country. But if you are taking revenge on someone else, then you are too petty. If this gets out in the army, it will not be good for your reputation. She paused and lowered her voice slightly. Also, the reason why Yi Wanqing married Jiang Hongjun was because she made peace with Jiang Hongjun in front of hundreds of people in the commune, at the gate of the commune. After she finished speaking, she sneered twice and left the stunned Luo Xiongdong. She is angry, but she won't tolerate it. Didn't Yi Wanqing persuade Luo Xiongdong to deal with Li Chaoyang? Then she would expose all the shameful things Yi Wanqing had done to Luo Xiongdong. Also, she believes in Li Chaoyang's ability. He will definitely come back safely, because in the previous life, Li Chaoyang died because he followed me. In this life, nothing unexpected will happen to him in South Vietnam. Looking at Shin Jingshu's departing back, Luo Xiongdong suddenly became manic.
Why?
Why do they all want to slander Wanqing like this? My father said Wanqing was married, and Shin Jingshu also said so. My father said that Wanqing was with a man at the gate of the commune. And this woman said this. Could it be that Wanqing was really like they said, with a man, and was watched by everyone in the commune? No way. No way. Wanqing is not like that. In his heart, Wanqing is an extremely shy girl. She is simple and kind, and always considers others.
And
that night between him and Wanqing, the bloodstains on the bed couldn't deceive anyone. When Wanqing was with him, her body was intact. How could she have been married? They just can't bear to see Wanqing living a good life, so they try every possible means to slander her. He couldn't be fooled by these people so easily. Don't they dislike Wanqing and don't like Wanqing to live a good life? That's fine. He just wants to pamper Wanqing to the sky. He wants Wanqing to be the happiest woman in the world. He wants to make those who once looked down on Wanqing look at her in a new light. After Shin Jingshu returned home, the more she thought about it, the angrier she became, but she didn't know where Yi Wanqing lived now, so she had to put the matter aside for the time being and clean up another room to welcome her parents' arrival. Mr. and Mrs. Shin arrived at the army unit on the afternoon of the second day. They were carrying large and small bags, and attracted a lot of attention as soon as they entered the family compound. Gu Fengxian was also in the crowd. Seeing Shin Jingshu talking to her parents in a loving manner, she felt uncomfortable. She threw the melon seeds in her hand to the ground and said inappropriately, Tieske, didn't you say that your mother-in-law treats you like her own daughter? How come you brought your parents here during the new year, but your mother-in-law didn't come to serve you? What you say is really better than what you sing. No matter how good your mother-in-law is, She is still your mother-in-law. Gu Fengxian's voice was not small. Not only the onlookers, but even Shin Jingshu and Shin's father and mother heard every word she said. Mother Shin frowned slightly, but thinking that she had just arrived at the family compound, it was not good to have an argument with others. She was about to explain a few words for her in-laws when she saw Shin Jingshu holding her hand and smiling at her. Then she saw Shin Jingshu walked in front of Gu Fengxian and said with contempt and cold eyes, "From what you said, sister-in-law, is it because your mother-in-law treats you badly? That's why you say that your mother-in-law is always your mother-in-law? What nonsense are you talking about?" Gu Fengxian jumped up immediately when she asked this. Her man is still angry with her. If her husband knew that she was saying bad things about her mother-in-law behind her back, she would definitely give her a few slaps in the face. My mother-in-law is a good person. She is good to me, my son, and my whole family. But you didn't see your mother-in-law come to take care of you even when you were pregnant, and you even bothered your parents to come from far away. If you don't know, you would think your mother-in-law doesn't like you and is not good to you. Shin Jingshu was about to retort when she heard Shin's father say, "Your in-laws are busy at home and have elderly people to take care of. I understand that they can't get away for a while." As he spoke, he took out an envelope from his pocket, and the envelope was bulging. Father Shin didn't keep the secret and directly took out a thick stack of big unity from the envelope and handed it to Shin Jingshu. "Jingshu, this is the money your parents-in-law gave you. They sent it to me because they were afraid that you would not accept it. The love of your parents-in-law for you is evident to all. Don't misunderstand them just because of other people's gossip." Shin Jingshu looked at the stack of money and then at the address on the envelope. "Hurry up and take it. My in-laws also said that they will come over when they are done with their work these days. They said that they have been busy making clothes for you and the children these 2 days." Father Shin urged and stuffed the money directly into Shin Jingshu's hand. Who knows if this money was given by her mother-in-law? She's just putting on a show for a 3-year-old child. Gu Fengxian said sarcastically. Judging from the way Mr. and Mrs. Shin are dressed, they should be people who are not short of money. Maybe they deliberately paid out of their own pockets to make Shin Jingshu proud. Still want to deceive her? Snort. Don't overestimate your abilities. Shin Jingshu took the money and the envelope from Shin's father's hand, held it in front of Gu Fengxian and said, "You think everyone is as boring as you? Come, take a look for yourself. Is the address on this envelope my in-law's house?" Gu Fengxian's face was blocked by the envelope. She was about to wave the envelope away unhappily, but Shin Jingshu took the envelope back before her and said sarcastically, "I'm so sorry. How could I forget that you can't read a single word? Alas, it's really pitiful to be illiterate. However, illiteracy is not your fault, but stupidity must be your fault. Sister-in-law, do you need me to read the words above to you again?" Shin Jingshu pointed at the line of words with the address, and she looked like she was really going to help read it again. Gu Fengxian's face turned red in an instant. What makes her most inferior is that she can't read. There have been many jokes caused by this. Now, Shin Jingshu actually spoke out her illiteracy in front of so many people. She now wished there was a rat hole in the ground for her to crawl into. You. Gu Fengxian pointed at Shin Jingshu, too angry to utter a complete sentence. I. Shin Jingshu playfully imitated the way she spoke. I. Gu Fengxian was successfully led astray by her, and her already clumsy tongue began to stutter in an instant. It seems that what sister-in-law needs most is not to learn to read, but to learn to speak first. TSK. Shin Jingshu cast a sympathetic look at Gu Fengxian, turned around, hooked Shin's father's arm with one hand and Shin's mother's arm with the other, and went home. Everyone was so amused by the way Gu Fengxian spoke that they almost bent over with laughter. "Mrs. Gu, I really didn't notice this problem of yours. When did you start stuttering?" "Yes. She wasn't like this before. But I heard that stuttering is contagious, especially for children. They learn to stutter very quickly." No, I have to take good care of my Debeo. He can't learn from her," the man said, pulling the 2 or 3-year-old child beside him, and ran away. Gu Fengxian was so angry that she was gasping for breath and even clenched her fists tightly. I don't stutter. You guys, don't talk nonsense. Isn't this a stutter? What does it mean to not stutter like this? An older sister curled her lips in disdain and covered her child's ears with her hands, muttering, "Don't listen, don't listen. Be careful not to catch this problem, it's hard to change." Seeing that the people around her looked down on her, Gufengxian was so angry that a mouthful of blood stuck in her throat. She stomped her feet in anger and went straight home. That night, she tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. "I feel that Shin Jingshu is deliberately targeting me, causing everyone in the family compound to dislike me." She sat up suddenly from the bed, thinking that she should do something. "Are you sick?" Platoon leader Su was awakened by Gufengxian's noise, and he shouted angrily, "I'm not sick.
I'm festy.
I want to drink water." Gufengxian was so scared by platoon leader Su's roar that her whole body trembled. The speech is unnatural and stuck. She suddenly covered her mouth. Her eyes widened, and a sense of fear suddenly rose in her heart. She really stuttered? Or was he poisoned by Shin Jingshu with the stuttering poison? She always thought Shin Jingshu was weird. Everyone was farming together, but she didn't or catch insects in the land she farmed, yet the vegetables in her land grew better than those of others. Also, the chickens she raises can lay one egg every 2 days, right? But the chickens she raised were tireless and laid an egg every day. And Fuhua, who couldn't get pregnant for so many years, got closer to Shin Jingshu, and this year she got pregnant. And Qiuxiang, her husband, hasn't been promoted for a long time. Ever since Shin Jingshu moved next door to her house and became her neighbor, her husband got promoted. Looking at herself again, she has not had a good day since she proposed to exchange land with Shin Jingshu. First, the land she exchanged for grew grass and insects, but vegetables didn't grow at all. The leaders of the army thought she was cheating and not working hard. It was said that they didn't even give her any dividends from selling vegetables during the new year. There were also chickens that she raised. She used to raise them in the back hills of her hometown, and they had never been lost. But after she had a falling out with Shin Jingshu, the chickens she raised were eaten by something unknown, and it also inexplicably caused her husband to be unable to get promoted. Now, just because Shin Jingshu said she stuttered during the day, she really stuttered. Oh my god, is Shin Jingshu really a goblin? The more she thought about it, the more frightened she became. Looking at the dark room and the black shadow on the window that came from nowhere, she screamed and crawled into the quilt, hugging platoon leader Su's back tightly.
Get out.
Are you done yet? If you don't want to sleep, get out. Platoon leader Su was almost by Gufengxian's outrageous behavior. He had a tiring day in the army, and it was bad enough that he couldn't eat his favorite food when he came back. After all, everyone's life was hard. But why is this woman not sleeping at night and making such a fuss? I am scared. Seeing that he was angry, Gufengxian didn't dare to stay away from him, so she could only explain as quietly as possible. Platoon leader Su pried her hands apart with all his strength, turned around and kicked her off the bed. "If you touch me again, I'll kick you out." He said that and fell asleep. Gufengxian shivered from the cold. She had just had a few words with Shin Jingshu today, and Shin Jingshu cast a spell to make her man hate her? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that this was the truth. At the same time, she regretted looking for trouble today. She couldn't go to bed and continue sleeping anyway. Gufengxian gritted her teeth, picked up the cotton coat next to her, put it on, and walked outside with her head lowered. After leaving the house, Gufengxian went straight to Shin Jingshu's house. Arriving at the gate of her house, Gufengxian knelt directly at the door and kowtowed 3 times, muttering silently, "Don't blame me, fairy. I didn't recognize Mao Tai. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again." Shin Jingshu didn't know that Gufengxian came to the door of her house to kowtow in the middle of the night. Shin's mother prepared meals every day and didn't let her do anything. Shin Jingshu felt that she had gained a lot of weight in the past few days. Now the weather is getting colder. The winter in Beijing is the kind of dry cold that goes to the bone. Shin Jingshu didn't want to go anywhere, so she stayed at home with her parents, and she also missed Li Chaoyang. That day, The mother and daughter sat in the yard basking in the sun and chatting, while Father Shin was busy repairing the chicken coop. Sister-in-law Xiaoxiang came and knocked on the door. Shin's mother invited Xiaoxiang in, but she heard her say, "Aunt, I won't go in. I'm here to tell you that it's best not to go out during this period. Our family compound and some soldiers left behind in the army have contracted the flu, with colds, fevers, coughs, and runny noses. Especially for the elderly and children, the symptoms are more serious." Shun Jingshu also came to the door at this time. Hearing this, she was a little worried. "Sister-in-law, are you and brotherly okay?" "Don't worry, we are all fine." Sister-in-law Xiaoxiang felt warm in her heart when she saw Jingshu caring about her. "You are a pregnant woman now, so you must be careful." Fu Hua contracted the flu, and she insisted on not taking medicine for fear of hurting the baby in her belly.
Alas.
"Jingshu, tell your sister-in-law what you need, and I will send it to you. Don't go out unless it is absolutely necessary. Remember?" Shin Jingshu nodded. Mother Shin was busy thanking Xiaoxiang. Xiaoxiang takes such good care of Jingshu, so they can feel more at ease even if they go back one day. While Mother Shin was chatting with Sister Xiaoxiang, Shin Jingshu ran into the house and got 3 cans of canned fruit. Sister Xiaoxiang naturally didn't want to accept it. Fruits are so rare these days, especially at the end of the year. It is harder to eat fruit than to eat meat. "Sister-in-law, I made these a few days ago when I was bored at home. They are not worth much. Just accept them." Shun Jingshu stuffed the can into Xiaoxiang's hand without saying a word, not allowing her to refuse. Then I won't be polite." Sister Xiaoxiang understood Shun Jingshu's character. If she said she wanted to give it to her, it meant she really wanted to give it to her. If she tried to refuse, it would seem awkward.
"Don't be polite. Take it and eat it,"
Shun's mother also said with a smile. After sending Sister Xiaoxiang away, Shun Jingshu began to worry about Fu Hua. Fu Hua is an older pregnant woman and her health is not good. If she had taken good care of herself, she would have been fine. But now she has been infected with the flu, and she may not be able to survive without taking medicine. Shun Jingshu was pregnant, so she could understand Fu Hua's reluctance to take medicine.
But
after thinking it over, she felt that she still had to do something. Soon, she thought of the canned fruits she had just given to Sister Xiaoxiang. The canned food is made by her using spiritual spring water. Eating it can help ordinary people strengthen their bodies, just like Sister Xiaoxiang, who has always been in good health. After eating the canned food, the flu will probably not come to her. But Fu Hua is different. Pregnant women have poor resistance and can no longer take medicine. Thinking of this, Shun Jingshu went back into the house, took out 2 cans of canned fruit, and was about to go out. Hey. Where are you going? Didn't you listen to Xiaoxiang and try not to go out?" Shun's mother stopped Shin Jingshu and stopped her from going out. Shin Jingshu had no choice but to tell her about Fu Hua's situation. Shin's mother knew that Jingshu had a good relationship with Fu Hua. A few days ago, Fu Hua came to her specially to give her some children's clothes she made herself. "I'll deliver it for you." Shun's mother took the cans and shouted to Shin's father, who was repairing the chicken coop. "Old Shin, I'm going to go out for a while. You keep an eye on Jingshu and don't let her run around." After that, she opened the door and went out. Shun Jingshu glanced at Father Shin, then looked at Mother Shin's back helplessly. Oh, she is about to become a mother now, but her parents still treat her like a child. But this is also good. In my previous life, didn't I long day and night to return to my parents? Shun's mother came back in a hurry after delivering the canned food. After coming back, she washed her hands and face first, and changed the clothes she had just put on. Then she let Shin Jingshu come over. I thought it was just an ordinary flu cold, but I didn't expect it to be so serious.
"Mom."
Shin Jingshu frowned and sat next to Shin's mother, with a look of worry on her face. That Fu Hua and her son look much more serious than a cold. When I went there, the child was talking nonsense due to the fever. Shun's mother felt a palpitation when she thought about the scene she had just seen at Fu Hua's house. Fu Hua also has a fever, and her little face is so thin that there is no flesh on it. Her husband is busy making soup, and I don't know if it will work. Yeah, how can a flu make such a serious problem? Shun Jingshu was worried, but she didn't know any medical skills, so she could only pin her hopes on the 2 cans of food. As long as Fu Hua and Tianxi ate them, they would probably feel better. The next morning, there were knocks on her door. From the frequency of the knocks, it was clear that the people outside were very anxious. Father Shin put on his coat and went to open the door, and saw a man with a strange face. He hurriedly asked, "Comrade, what are you doing?" "Hello, uncle, I'm a military doctor in the army." The military doctor took out his work ID and handed it to Shin's father. "I came here to ask Comrade Shun about how to treat influenza I." When he heard about influenza, Shun's father subconsciously closed the door tighter, leaving only a small gap. "Comrade, my daughter can't treat influenza. You should go find someone else." Shun's father was puzzled as to why the military doctor came to Jingshu for help. After all, Jingshu didn't know any medical skills, and she was pregnant now. If she got infected with the flu, it would be troublesome. Last time, Shun Jingshu was able to save Tianxi from having a sore throat, and yesterday she saved Fu Hua and Tianxi, who were suffering from the most severe flu. In the military doctor's heart, Shun Jingshu can also help him control the flu this time. Shun Jingshu mentioned was very simple. It was to boil white radish, brown sugar, green onion, and in water. The most important thing was that she had to add spiritual spring water. After asking the military doctor to bring her what she needed, Shun Jingshu asked Shun's mother to help and asked Shun's father to start boiling medicine in their big pot. Shun Jingshu asked the military doctor to notify those who had the flu and asked them to come to their doorsteps in an hour with teacups or other containers to wait for medicine. After receiving the order, the military doctor rushed to the homes of several families where the influenza epidemic was more serious. When distributing the medicine, Shun's mother pulled Shun Jingshu into the house and repeatedly told her not to go out and stay in the house. Shun Jingshu nodded in agreement and put the mask-like things she had just made on her parents' faces, and then let them go out. When platoon leader Su returned home from the army, he saw Go Fengxian lying on the bed with a flushed face. He walked over and touched her forehead and called her name softly, "Fengxian, Fengxian." Go Fengxian was in a daze due to fever, and she was mumbling something in her mouth. She didn't hear platoon leader Su's call at all. Platoon leader Su frowned, feeling that this was not a solution. Then he picked up Go Fengxian from the bed and carried her on his back, ready to find a military doctor. When they arrived at the place, there was not much medicine left in the pot. In addition, platoon leader Su was in a hurry and did not bring a teacup or anything, so the military doctor gave him his teacup. After feeding Go Fengxian a teacup of medicine, platoon leader Su carried her back. The next day, all those who had recovered from drinking the medicine twice yesterday came to Shun Jingshu to thank her, but Shun's father and mother were worried about Shun Jingshu's health and did not let her out. They greeted the people who came to thank them, and Sister Qiuxiang also came to help. While distributing the medicine, she smiled and said good things about Jingshu. "Jingshu is the lucky star of our family compound. Since she came, our lives have been getting better and better." Qiuxiang smiled so hard that her teeth were showing. She was not exaggerating when she said this. Her old Li has learned everything from Li Chaoyang now. He rushes to do all the heavy and dirty work at home. Occasionally, when the army improves the food, he will bring the leftovers home for her to eat. Most importantly, he has also learned to say sweet words. This is truly the first time that an iron tree has blossomed. Sister Qiuxiang felt that their relationship was even sweeter than the first year they got married. All this is thanks to Li Chaoyang. But if there was no Shun Jingshu, Li Chaoyang would not be able to do so well. So how could he affect Laoli? Yes. I got 12 yuan in dividends from growing vegetables, and I also earned work points. I am more confident in front of my mother-in-law, so she doesn't always say that I rely on men for food and drink. That's right. My relatives came to see me from the town yesterday. Did you know that people in the town also got the flu? I heard that there was a line of people lining up to see a doctor in the clinic. There were so many people. It's still good here. There are free medicines, and the key is that the medicine can cure the disease. We don't have to suffer. When this flu is over, we have to thank Jingshu very much." Everyone discussed enthusiastically, and they almost praised Shin Jingshu to the sky. The military doctor was also delivering medicine to the troops. When he heard everyone praising Shin Jingshu, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. Once the flu is resolved, he will definitely report to the leadership and strive for a third-class merit for Comrade Shin. Yi Wanqing was also infected with the flu, and coupled with her own gynecological disease, she was now running a fever and was almost dizzy. Luo Xiongdong stayed by her side all the time, wiping her forehead with a towel and giving her some hot water. Seeing that Yi Wanqing's fever was getting higher and higher, Luo Xiongdong became worried and decided to go to the clinic to get some more medicine. As soon as he arrived at the clinic and saw the long line in front of him, Luo Xiongdong became extremely anxious. Thinking of this, Luo Xiongdong left immediately without queuing. Wanqing took the medicine from the clinic, but her condition did not improve at all. Instead, it got worse. Continuing to queue is just a waste of time. The lady just now spoke so confidently. Maybe the military doctor has developed a drug to fight the flu. He must send Wanqing back home as soon as possible. Luo Xiongdong rented an ox cart and took Yi Wanqing to the staff quarters in a hurry. A long line formed in front of Li Chaoyang's home in the family compound. Everyone was holding a teacup or a large bowl in their hands. It was obvious that they were there to get their medicine. Luo Xiongdong frowned. Shouldn't the distribution of medicine be done in the army? Why did you all come here to collect it? Just at this moment, the military doctor happened to run over in a hurry. Luo Xiongdong grabbed his arm and asked, "Military doctor, what's going on?" The military doctor's arm was pulled, and then he saw clearly that it was the newly appointed Captain Luo who was pulling him. "It's Captain Luo. Do you have the flu too?" Luo Xiongdong was in good health. Although his condition was not as serious as Yi Wanqing's, he also had symptoms of nasal congestion and sore throat.
No, Yi.
Luo Xiongdong shook his head and asked, "Why don't you go to the army to distribute the medicine? Instead, you are at Li's house." "Oh, that's right." The military doctor had a smile on his face. With an expression of pride, Deputy Battalion Commander Li's wife is Comrade Shin. She thought of using the folk remedies from her hometown to treat influenza, so she boiled the medicine at her home and distributed it to everyone for free. Unexpectedly, the effect was so good. Almost all the people who had influenza in our family compound and the army have recovered. Luo Xiongdong listened, and his suspicions grew even more. The flu was so serious that the town's clinic and the army's doctors were helpless, but Li Chaoyang's wife was able to cure it with just a folk remedy. No matter how you look at it, this matter seems unbelievable. Actually, I don't think it's a folk remedy. The military doctor said proudly, "Nowadays, most people believe in Western medicine, and many people don't believe in the things left by our ancestors. But I think that our Chinese medicine or some unknown folk remedies are indeed priceless remedies." Luo Xiongdong didn't say anything. Seeing that everyone still looked sick, but in good spirits, he could only suppress his doubts and let the military doctor do his work while he stood in the line. Finally, it was Luo Xiongdong's turn. Seeing that he didn't take a container for the decoction, Shun's father specially took a medicine wrapped in oil paper and filled a bowl for him. "Take this first, and after drinking the medicine, throw away the oil paper and return the bowl." Luo Xiongdong didn't know Shun's mother. After hurriedly thanking her, he took the decoction and fed Yi Wanqing to drink.
Xiongdong.
Ahem. Luo's mother also heard that the family compound was useful for treating influenza, so she ran here to ask for medicine. "Just as I found the place, I saw my son feeding Yi Wanqing with a bowl of medicine. It is impossible to say that I am not heartbroken." He took care of Yi Wanqing so carefully, but he didn't know that his father was lying in bed at this time, exhausted by the flu. As for himself, although his condition is better than his father's, he still feels dizzy and has serious symptoms. The son whom I raised with great effort is now taking care of another person so attentively, without caring whether they will also get the flu. "Mom, why are you here too?" Luo Xiangdong looked in the direction of the voice and saw his mother looking at him. He wanted to ask his mother why she was here, but then he remembered that there were still a few mouthfuls of medicine left in the bowl that he hadn't fed Yuanqing, so he immediately lowered his head and said in a low voice, "Mom, Wanqing has the flu, and the condition is quite serious. Please wait a moment, I'll finish feeding her the medicine." Luo's mother's heart felt like it was cut by a knife. Because of the flu, her lips were cracked and bleeding. Her son didn't ask her how she was. She was only worried about not having finished feeding Yi Wanqing the medicine. A bitter smile appeared on Luo's mother's lips. What can she say? When she first caught the flu, she told her husband that she should call Xiangdong back so that he could take care of him. But the husband said that he would rather die of the flu than see that rebellious son. She was thinking that her husband was still angry, so she didn't say anything. Now, she finally understood her husband's feelings. I believe that even if Xiangdong was told that their flu was very serious, he might not abandon Yi Wanqing to take care of them. Then why should she say more? Luo's mother wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and walked into the crowd to line up for medicine. After Luo Xiangdong fed Yi Wanqing the medicine, he sent Yi Wanqing to his dormitory and wrapped her in a thick quilt so that she could sweat. I don't know how long it was before he remembered Luo's mother. After calling a soldier to guard outside the dormitory, Luo Xiangdong went back to find his mother. When we got there, not only was there no sign of Luo's mother, but even the door of Li Chaoyang's house was deserted. He originally wanted to go home to see his father, but when he thought about his father's attitude towards him last time, Luo Xiangdong gave up. Forget it, my parents should be fine. What else can I do if I go back except make them angry? Luo's mother returned home and fed the medicine in the thermos bucket to Luo's father bit by bit. She also drank the medicine today and felt much better. She plans to ask for more medicine tomorrow. How sad the husband would be if he knew that his son took care of a lying woman like that.
Well,
forget it. Tomorrow she will find an opportunity to give the letter to Xiangdong, and everything depends on his own decision. If he could draw a clear line with that woman, then the old couple could pretend that nothing had happened and never mention the matter again. They would then find a good girl for Xiangdong to marry and live the rest of their lives in harmony. If Xiangdong still doesn't believe it after reading the letter, then she will have to harden her heart and never acknowledge Yi Wanqing as the daughter-in-law of the Luo family. After drinking the medicine twice, Yi Wanqing finally woke up and felt much better. Luo Xiangdong had to admit that Shen Jingshu's flu prescription was indeed quite good. The next morning, he went there early to line up for the medicine. Today, Shen Jingshu was the one distributing the medicine to everyone. Shen Jingshu was really bored in the yard. She repeatedly assured her parents that she would not catch the flu and armed herself fully, which finally made her parents nod their heads. Agree to let her come out to distribute the medicine. Xiangdong, come here for a moment. I have something to tell you. Luo's mother got up early, and when she came over she didn't rush to queue up, but waited for Luo Xiangdong. Mom? Hearing the familiar voice, Luo Xiangdong turned around and saw his mother's red face from the cold. Mom, why don't you take the car sent by the army? It's so cold? Shen Jingshu had noticed the situation on Luo Xiangdong's side a long time ago. She continued to give people medicine without saying a word, but her ears perked up to listen to the situation here. Luo's mother did not answer him, but took out an unopened letter from her pocket and stuffed it into his hand. You are angry that your father and I are too meddling. Take this letter back and read it carefully. Is that person different from what you saw?
Mom.
Luo Xiangdong heard the complaint in his mother's voice and shouted in dissatisfaction. I don't care what you say or what others say. I only believe what Wanqing told me. Luo Xiangdong said with a sullen face and a firm attitude. Besides, I have already submitted a marriage application to the army. I believe it will be approved in a few days. Mom, I will not marry anyone but Wanqing, so you and Dad, don't force me anymore. After he said that, he walked into the line without looking back. He also turned a blind eye to Luo's mother. Luo's mother was so angry at his words that she trembled all over. She didn't know how her good son could become like this. The next second, she ran quickly towards Luo Xiangdong. It turned out that Luo Xiongdong took out the letter that his mother had stuffed in his hand and was about to tear it up. Xiongdong, what kind of magic potion did that woman put into you? You can even pretend not to see the evidence right in front of you. Luo's mother snatched the letter and roared hysterically, regardless of her image. When the others saw this, they all gathered around and looked at the situation here.
Mom.
What happened between you and Dad? Why do you have to pick on Wanqing? Luo Xiongdong no longer cared about his face and confronted Luo's mother head-on. Shin Jingshu put down the spoon in her hand and watched the mother and son quarrel over Wanqing. Okay, didn't you ask why? I'll tell you why today. Luo's mother was shaking with anger. She opened the letter and took out a piece of letter paper from it. Wanqing, a native of Jiangxi province, responded to the country's call on September 26, 1975, and came to the Red Star Commune in Eastern Province to work in the countryside. While working in the countryside, Comrade Wanqing first framed a male educated youth for molesting her in order to avoid working in the fields. She also had a secret meeting with a commune villager, Zhang Hongjun, in the back mountain and did something shameful, which was seen by another educated youth. Later, she did something shameful with a commune villager, Zhang Hongjun, at the gate of the commune, which was witnessed by the villagers and educated youth of the commune. The commune held a wedding for the two out of magnanimity. Not long after the marriage, Wanqing couldn't stand the poverty of life in the countryside, so she took all the money of the Zhang family and disappeared. Luo's mother said just like that. She read out the contents of the letter in front of everyone. Before Luo Xiongdong could deny it, Wanqing stumbled and pushed aside the onlookers and squeezed in front of Luo's mother. There was panic and fear in her eyes, a few tears on her face, and she said with trembling lips, "No. Aunt, this is not true. It's not true. I didn't. I really didn't do these things. I am innocent. I didn't have a tryst with anyone, and I didn't marry anyone. Xiongdong can testify for me on these. Xiongdong, I tell you, I am innocent, right? You saw it, I was bleeding, right?" Wanqing was eager to prove her innocence. However, she also exposed in public the fact that she and Luo Xiongdong had been together before marriage, and she also forgot that Shin Jingshu was there too.
Yes, Mom, Wanqing and I. It was her first time, and I can testify to that.
Luo Xiongdong didn't care about his face and only wanted to help Wanqing prove it. He hated to see Wanqing cry the most. "Aunt, did you hear that? I am innocent. The letter wrongly accuses me. I didn't do those things." Wanqing cried bitterly and knelt at Luo's mother's feet. Shin Jingshu rolled her eyes speechlessly. The way he looked at Luo Xiongdong was as if he was an idiot. Doesn't he really know whether he is innocent or not? Also, a battalion-level officer admitted in front of so many people that he had an affair with a woman before marriage. This will have an impact on his future prospects. If Luo Xiongdong wasn't obsessed with, then Shin Jingshu should really say that Luo Xiongdong is a romantic. However, since Wanqing was able to persuade Luo Xiongdong to use his position to make Li Chaoyang unhappy, she couldn't just sit back and watch. Wanqing, if lies could generate electricity, you would have lit up the whole world long ago. Shin Jingshu had a mocking smile on her face. She slowly walked up to Wanqing and looked down at her. When Wanqing saw that it was Shin Jingshu, she shuddered slightly, but then she thought that except Shin Jingshu, no one else here knew her past. She straightened her back involuntarily. Even if Shin Jingshu said that what was written in the letter was true, what would it matter? As long as she refused to admit it, could Shin Jingshu still force her to agree?
I
don't know what you are talking about. Shin Jingshu was too lazy to pay attention to Wanqing. She could guess what she was planning. It's nothing more than a dead duck talking stubbornly and a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. What? Did she hear it right?
Lichean haraset Yevanming?
How come she doesn't know when this happened? Wanqing, is that what you told him? Shin Jingshu was almost laughed at by Wanqing's shamelessness. Will Li Chaoyang harass her? Seeing Wanqing lowering her head and not speaking, Shin Jingshu looked at Luo Xiongdong again and laughed in anger. "Captain Luo, it's okay that she is talking nonsense, but are you blind too? As soon as she finished speaking, a burst of laughter broke out in the crowd. Captain Luo's girlfriend is really good at flattering herself. Look at her withered and dry appearance. Not to mention that her fingers are not as good as Jingshu's. Even my middle-aged woman can't compare to her, can she? That's right. Deputy Captain Lee has good eyesight. He doesn't want a beauty like Jingshu, but he still harasses her? God, he wouldn't do that even in a daydream. Keep your voice down, or Captain Luo will hear you and take revenge on my husband. Didn't he send Deputy Captain Lee to South Vietnam? Yes. My husband also said that it was not Deputy Captain Lee's turn to go there. He also said that Deputy Captain Lee must have offended Captain Luo, so he was making things difficult for him.
Sigh.
Everyone's comments were heard by Luo Xiangdong word for word. His face turned blue, then white. He really couldn't explain this. He used his private power to take Li Chaoyang to South Vietnam. However, he thought that he had done this secretly, and no one would think that he was deliberately making things difficult. Why was this so? Captain Luo, anyone who can reach your position would not make a conclusion based on the words of one person, right? You don't believe what I say, so don't you believe what your parents who gave birth to you and raised you say? The mockery in Shin Jingshu's eyes was so strong that Luo Xiangdong was speechless. Xiangdong, are you really going to listen to this woman and take revenge? Luo's mother looked at her once proud son with disappointment and asked sadly, Mom, Luo Xiangdong lowered his head, not knowing what to say. Yi Wanqing also knew that if she didn't say something now, she and Luo Xiangdong would be skinned alive by everyone today. And everyone. Chen Jingshu and I have never gotten along. When we were in the countryside, she teamed up with the educated youth to isolate me, and now she's deliberately saying things to ruin my reputation. You are all family members of soldiers, and you should be able to distinguish right from wrong. Whatever happens, God is watching. Luo Xiangdong and I are upright and have nothing to fear. Rumors only stop at the wise. As she said that, she was about to pull Luo Xiangdong away. Shin Jingshu was not willing to let her leave like this. Just when she was about to stop her, she heard a voice. What a good person is doing, God is watching. Battalion Commander Chung walked out of the crowd. It was he who took Luo Xiangdong with him when he went on a mission. Behind him were 3 men in tattered clothes, with handcuffs on their hands. When Yi Wanqing turned around, she saw those 3 faces that made her tremble with fear. She screamed in fear and collapsed to the ground, burying her head tightly between her legs, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Wanqing. Luo Xiangdong didn't know what happened to her and squatted down worriedly to ask, Captain Luo, I came here today just to tell you something. Captain Chung looked at Luo Xiangdong with guilt on his face. At that time, you asked me to investigate the trafficking of Yi Wanqing, but I was fooled by the people in the village. Later, your father repeatedly begged me to find out the ins and outs of this matter. God will not let down those who work hard, and I finally caught the 3 people who trafficked Yi Wanqing. As he spoke, he pushed the 3 people behind him forward. Luo Xiangdong looked at Captain Chung in confusion, and then at the 3 disgusting and fierce men. Chen Jingshu also looked at Captain Chung and was confused by the 3 men. Trafficking? So, Yi Wanqing was abducted and sold?
Ye Wanbing.
It's you, right? The leader of the 3 people looked at the trembling Yi Wanqing and asked. Hearing the familiar voice that frightened her to the core, Yi Wanqing was so scared that she covered her ears and shook her head frantically. Where's the child? Where is my child? You witch, did you abort my child? The man's eyes were bloodshot, and he suddenly went crazy staring at Yi Wanqing's abdomen. He is almost 50 years old this year. He finally made Yi Wanqing pregnant, but he didn't expect that when he was not paying attention, this woman would run away and the child was lost. What child? Luo Xiangdong's heart was pounding. He couldn't help feeling nauseous and retching when he saw the man with yellow teeth. How do you know Wanqing, Captain Chung? These 3 people didn't abduct Wanqing. Wanqing was bought to be a child bride.
They.
Captain Chung said nothing and looked at Luo Xiangdong with sympathy. What child bride? Yi Wanqing is the wife of the 3 of us brothers. She was pregnant with our child when she left. The eldest of the three brothers objected immediately after hearing this, pointing at Yi Wanqing and said, "Witch, where's my child? Did you abort my son? What right do you have to abort my child? You witch! I'm going to kill you." Seeing that he was about to rush to Yi Wanqing, the soldiers behind him immediately held him down to prevent him from hurting anyone else. Captain Chung saw that there was no way to go on like this, so he had to bite the bullet and walk over and said, "Xiangdong, the three brothers are the ones who bought Yi Wanqing." According to their confessions, Yi Wanqing seduced the director of a textile factory in province and was sold to the mountains because she offended the director. When Yi Wanqing saved you by accident, she was already 2 months pregnant. Everyone in their village can testify to this. Luo Xiangdong took 2 steps back in disbelief. He shook his head randomly, trying to put a smile on his face, but the muscles at the corners of his mouth were too stiff. He tried several times but failed. "No, it's not like that, it's not like that."
Chung.
Captain Chung. "Oh no. Brother Chung, are you mistaken? Wanqing is not like that." Luo Xiangdong felt like his brain was about to explode. What textile factory director? What 3 brothers' wife? What 2-month pregnant?
No. Impossible.
Wanqing, that's not the case. That's indeed the case. Battalion Commander Chung sighed helplessly, patted Luo Xiangdong on the shoulder, and said, "It's true that she saved you, but it's also true that she lied to you." "No, Brother Chung, you're kidding me, right?" Luo Xiangdong shook his head and refused to accept what Captain Chung said. He suddenly walked up to Yi Wanqing and said in the same gentle tone as before, "Wanqing, can you please say something? What they said is not true, right? You're not married. You did not some lousy factory director, and you did not marry those 3 guys, right? You have always been pure, innocent, and lovely, right? Wanqing, I beg you, can you please say something?" "Wanqing, I can't stand them talking like that, Wanqing. She is the wife of my 3 brothers and me. She has a black birthmark on her ace." The eldest of the 3 brothers stared at Yi Wanqing viciously. When he thought that the son he had worked so hard to give birth to was gone, he wanted to beat Yi Wanqing to death. He ignored the people behind him who were holding him back and roared, "The doctor in our village said that she was pregnant with a son. This witch, actually aborted my son.
Ah.
I'm going to kill you. Yi Wanqing, you witch. I wish I had tortured you to death. You'd better not forget the days when you served the 3 of us brothers alone. And even my dog had with you."
Wow.
1 stone can cause 1,000 ripples. A heated discussion broke out in the crowd. Even Shun Jingshu felt uncomfortable when she heard what the man said. Luo Xiangdong looked at Yi Wanqing, who was crying with her head down, and there was something he didn't understand. It turned out that he really trusted Yi Wanqing wrongly. "It turns out that what my parents said from the beginning was true."
Oh.
"I know about this. I know," Gu Fengxian shouted and rushed out from the crowd. She wanted to come out to help when Yi Wanqing and Qin Jingshu were arguing just now. But Shun Jingshu didn't suffer any loss at that time, and she was a little embarrassed to show her kindness to Qin Jingshu, so she held back until now. But now, she couldn't hold back any longer. Yi Wanqing had an abortion. "I have the final say on this matter." Gu Fengxian slapped her chest and said confidently, "A few days ago, I was not feeling well and went to see a doctor, and then I saw Yi Wanqing coming out of the abortion operating room." Gu Fengxian almost told everyone that she had an abortion, but fortunately she bit her tongue in time. If you don't believe it, you can go to the hospital to retrieve the operation records. Hearing this, Luo Xiangdong could no longer bear rolled his eyes and fainted. Luo's mother was so frightened that she panicked and cried for someone to help call a military doctor. Battalion Commander Chung looked at the chaos and didn't know whether his visit was right or wrong. He sighed, ordered people to take the 3 brothers away, and also ordered people to capture Yi Wanqing. "Let me go. What gives you the right to arrest me? Let me go." Yi Wanqing has come back to her senses. To be precise, when she saw the 3 brothers, she knew she was finished. But she didn't know how to face Luo Xiangdong, so she could only pretend that she heard nothing. Now, when someone came to arrest her, she immediately resisted. I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you arresting me?
They were the ones who abducted me.
I did nothing wrong. Let me go. Captain Chen looked at Yi Wanqing with disgust. From Luo Xiongdong's father, he learned about everything Luo Xiongdong had done recently, and in the final analysis, it was all Yi Wanqing who was meddling behind the scenes. His face turned cold, and he shouted sternly, "You did nothing wrong? You stole the Jiang family's money, which constitutes the crime of theft. And you left the countryside without reason. The Youth Educated Committee will also hold you accountable. Shut her mouth and take her away." Even if Yi Wanqing resisted, she could not resist the strength of the two soldiers. Her mouth was gagged, her hands were handcuffed, and she was dragged away in a miserable state. When she passed by Shin Jingshu, she used up all her strength and glared at Shin Jingshu fiercely, but her mouth was blocked and she couldn't speak. She could only make a whimpering sound. Shin Jingshu looked at her calmly, not taking her seriously at all. Theft, leaving the countryside secretly. Yi Wanqing, who was punished for 2 crimes, can forget about turning things around. Mother Shin came over and held Shin Jingshu's arm. Looking at Yi Wanqing, who was taken away with regret, this girl, didn't she look pretty good before? How come she is like this? Shin Jingshu did not comment. Yes. In her previous life, she also thought Yi Wanqing was a good person. But wasn't she still harmed like that by Yi Wanqing? There is always a mystery in her heart. That was what Yi Wanqing said about wanting to replace her looks and figure. But now it seems that she and Yi Wanqing will never meet again. As for what she once said, she probably won't be able to do it in this lifetime. The excitement died down, and everyone started lining up to get medicine. When it was Gu Fengxian's turn, Shin Jingshu didn't care and served her a bowl according to the normal amount. Jingshu, thank you. Thanks to you for saving me this time. Gu Fengxian's face was a little embarrassed, and she was embarrassed to look directly into Shin Jingshu's eyes. Her husband said that it was the decoction made by Shin Jingshu that stopped her fever, and asked her to find a chance to thank Shin Jingshu. In fact, ever since she kowtowed at the door of Shin Jingshu's house that night, Gu Fengxian has been particularly respectful to Shin Jingshu. Although, she thought Shin Jingshu had some weird skills. Just like this time, when others couldn't cure the flu, Shin Jingshu boiled some medicine and cured everyone. If she isn't a fairy, then what is she? But she still felt a little awkward with this sudden show of goodwill. No need. I'm happy to be able to do something for everyone. Shin Jingshu didn't want to take credit for it. She said the same thing to other people. When Gu Fengxian heard this, she smiled happily with wrinkles on her face. The fact that Jingshu was willing to talk to her meant that she had forgiven herself. If I spend more time with Jingshu in the future, will my luck be better? After distributing the lunch medicine, Shin Jingshu went home to rest. Lying on the bed, touching the pillow on the right side, she began to miss Li Qiuyang again. This time, she was the one who implicated Li Qiuyang. As she was thinking, Shin Jingshu fell asleep unknowingly. In her dream, she watched her past life as a bystander. After being insulted by Jiang Hongjun, she was forced to marry into the Jiang family. Yi Wanqing used this incident to take credit and successfully got Jiang Hongjun to help her return to the city. After returning to the city, Yi Wanqing successfully found a job and became a factory worker. There, she thrived, and with her eloquence, she was soon promoted to line leader, group leader, and finally director. At the same time, she used the food and fruits obtained from the bracelet space to accumulate a lot of funds, which was an important support for her to rise to the top after the reform and opening up. On the other hand, she was locked up in the backyard of the Jiang family all day long and was tortured day and night to the point that she no longer looked her former self. Even after the reform and opening up, when earth-shaking changes took place outside, she was unable to leave the Chang family's backyard. Later, Mrs. Jiang and Mr. Jiang passed away one after another, and Jiang Hongjun asked her to go to a restaurant in the town to wash dishes. She was not entitled to the monthly wages, and every time Jiang Hongjun had to go to the boss in person to ask for it. As soon as her mind turned, Shin Jingshu saw Yi Wanqing sitting on a chair holding a bracelet. her expression extremely serious. She just closed her eyes lightly and muttered to herself, "Go in." The next second, Yi Wanqing disappeared. Shen Jingshu understood that Yi Wanqing had entered the bracelet space. She also closed her eyes and muttered to herself, "Go in." Soon, she also followed Yi Wanqing into the space. Yi Wanqing knelt beside the spiritual spring, with a black container in front of her knees. She took a match and lit the portrait of Shen Jingshu and threw it into the container. Shen Jingshu frowned and looked at her in confusion. After burning the portraits, Yi Wanqing also burned the clothes that Shen Jingshu had given her before. Finally, she picked up the dagger at her feet, gritted her teeth, and slashed it into the palm of her hand. The bright red blood dripped into the container in strings and drops until Yi Wanqing's lips turned white, and then it stopped. Then, Yi Wanqing was seen muttering something silently. Soon, a wisp of black smoke emerged from above the black container. The black smoke seemed to have spiritual energy and slowly surrounded Yi Wanqing. Shen Jingshu looked at this scene and couldn't help but took 2 steps back, watching all this in horror. She seemed to have discovered that the bracelet space she had entered before was always sunny. But the space in front of him seemed to be shrouded in a black air, giving people an invisible feeling of oppression. Before she could figure out what was going on, she saw Yi Wanqing slowly stand up in the black smoke and slowly take off her clothes. Then, she heard Yi Wanqing say word by word, "Use blood as a curse, use soul as a guide, and the curse will be abolished. I curse Shen Jingshu to never enter the reincarnation in her life, and her soul will be scattered when she dies, and she will never have peace in her life. She will be reduced to the path of an animal in every life. Her children will be broken in her. Her eyes will be gouged out with knives. Her heart will be pierced by arrows. She will be torn apart by 5 horses. She will be plagued by internal diseases, and she will be abandoned by everyone." Shen Jingshu's eyes widened instantly when she heard it. She knew that Yi Wanqing hated her, but she never thought that she hated her so much. And Yi Wanqing's next words shocked her so much that she almost lost her balance. "Another living being will sacrifice his body, take away his appearance and figure, and replace him. No regrets or changes." Yi Wanqing in the black smoke seemed to be possessed, with an extremely pious and submissive expression on her face. When Shen Jingshu saw this scene, she couldn't help but get goosebumps all over her body, and beads of sweat oozed out of her forehead. Is this what Yi Wanqing said, that it would take away her looks, her figure, everything she had? Shen Jingshu felt physically and mentally unwell and wanted to leave here urgently. Then, he recited it silently in his mouth. "When I opened my eyes again, I found myself lying on the bed, maintaining a sleeping position." She stood up and glanced at her parents who were busy in the kitchen. After returning to the house, she locked the door and entered the bracelet space again. The sky is still clear and the sun is shining as always. It was completely different from the dark, oppressive space in the dream. Shen Jingshu exhaled heavily, looked at the green ginseng seedlings, and then went out with satisfaction. What she just saw in her dream might just be a dream. Or maybe it really happened. But that just happened in the previous life. In this life, Yi Wanqing does not have the bracelet space, so naturally she'll not attract the black fog. After Yi Wanqing was taken away, the police came to take over. After a few days, she was sent to the prison in East Province. Jiang Hongjun had become a vegetable, so he naturally could not come to hold Yi Wanqing accountable. Instead, Old Man and Old Lady Jiang came despite the cold weather and snow, knelt at the feet of the public security comrades, and begged them to severely punish Yi Wanqing. They also put the blame for Jiang Hongjun's becoming a vegetable on Yi Wanqing's head, saying that Jiang Hongjun was accidentally injured on the way to find Yi Wanqing. Later, Yi Wanqing was sentenced to 10 years in prison. She also left the countryside without permission, and the circumstances were quite serious. After serving her 10 years in prison, she was sent to a farm for reform for another 5 years. After hearing the verdict, Yi Wanqing was in a trance for a moment. Somehow, Luo Xiangdong's anxious face suddenly appeared in her mind. She wanted to reach out and touch his face and tell him that she was wrong, but before her hand could touch it, the face quickly disappeared. No, don't. Come back, come back. Yi Wanqing struggled to find the disappeared face. She had nothing to lose but Luo. Thinking of this, Yi Wanqing suddenly struggled violently, pushed away the two people who were grabbing her from behind, and ran towards the light at the door. He is the descendant of a soldier. He is also a glorious soldier. He was born to stand in the sun and bathe in it.
He should be there.
At this time, a child of 2 or 3 years old ran away in the chaos, crying loudly and walking towards the door. Yi Wanqing was quick-eyed and quick-handed, and the moment she ran out, she did not forget to pull the child to her chest. Don't come over. She was about to go outside, but those annoying men in police uniforms surrounded her one by one, 2, 3, or 4 times. Yi Wanqing screamed angrily, grabbed the child's collar with her right hand, and stretched her left hand to the child's neck. Let go of the hostage. You can't run away. A policeman came over and looked at Yi Wanqing cautiously. Run? Yi Wanqing's eyes were dull, with a hint of mockery on the corners of her mouth. I didn't say I wanted to run. Why are you so nervous? She looked at those people, smiling faintly, her tone calm. I want to go outside, just stand under the sun for a while. Just a while, and you can do whatever you want with me afterwards, okay? It seemed like she was discussing, but in fact, Yi Wanqing's left hand had already quietly exerted force. The child could no longer cry out, and his little face turned red. The policeman saw this, and hurriedly stopped the people who were about to pass by and said, Retreat. He made a stop order with one hand, and with the other hand behind his back, he quickly made a gesture. Yi Wanqing succeeded, and pulled the child back outside. When they got outside, the sun poured down, generously covering Yi Wanqing completely. Yi Wanqing could hardly open her eyes. She hadn't seen the sun for a long time, nor had she heard the smile and voice that were as bright as the sun again. With a gunshot, Yi Wanqing fell to the ground. There was a black hole on her forehead, from which blood was oozing out. Blood soon began to flow out of her mouth as well. She did not reach out to wipe the blood, but instead stared at the dazzling sunlight and smiled. The sun was so nice, can embrace all darkness. Just like Luo Xiongdong, a word, a look, or an action can make her temporarily forget the darkness she has experienced. I feel so sad. Why was it that when she was shot, it was not her body that was in pain, but her heart? She could not forget how Luo Xiongdong begged her to deny what that disgusting man said. What she could not forget was his tenderness, doting, and complete and pure love for her. But what about yourself? Using such a dirty body combined with an imperfect lie, he was captured and trapped. Thinking of this, Yi Wanqing suddenly laughed. Silly. After his training, it will not be so easy for any woman to deceive him in the future. He should thank himself. Thank you for giving him an unforgettable lesson. Yi Wanqing's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Finally, she closed her eyes. The crying of children, the voices of the police commanding, the sounds of people shouting and killing, gradually dissipated. After Luo Xiongdong woke up, his mother found a car to pick him up and take him home. It was thought that he would face beatings, scolding, or ridicule from his parents, but surprisingly, his parents did not mention a word about Yi Wanqing. Instead, they only cared about his health, whether he felt uncomfortable, hungry, or cold. At night, Luo Xiongdong locked the door and looked up at the roof alone for a long time, with tears sliding down his eyes. That day, he lay in the pit exhausted physically and mentally. That day, she looked at him with timidity in her eyes, but with the courage to risk everything. He walked in front and she followed behind. The branches scratched her clothes and scratched her skin, but she didn't seem to care and didn't cry out in pain like other girls. Later, she was exhausted, and she stubbornly did not support his outstretched hand, but directly held the corner of his clothes. It was this action that made her heart tremble for a long time afterwards whenever she thought of her stubborn look. It's not surprising that I would fall in love with such a strong, brave, hard-working, and generous girl, right? But how could she do so many things to men?
If he meant if.
If Yi Wanqing was forced to marry Jiang Hongjun, and if she was bought back by the three brothers, it was also forced. Then he should be able to accept it. However, she took the initiative to Jiang Hongjun and then took the initiative to the director of some textile factory. As a soldier and a man, he could not accept this at all. Being forced was not what she wanted, so it has nothing to do with her character. She is still the Yi Wanqing in his mind. But taking the initiative means there is something wrong with her character. No matter how much he liked someone, he couldn't possibly like someone with questionable moral character. It was just, he felt so painful and empty inside. Luo Xiongdong pulled the quilt up, hiding himself completely under it, tears streaming down his face. The quilt moved, moving with the grief of the person underneath it. The news of Yi Wanqing's death came on the 10th day of the Lunar New Year. It was Wei Minglan who wrote to inform me. Shun Jingshu put down the letter, was stunned for a moment, and then got busy with what else she had to do. My parents' vacation ends on the 15th day of the first lunar month. Excluding the time spent on the road, they only have 2 days left to stay here with her. These days, Shun Jingshu has been thinking of ways to let her parents drink spiritual spring water. But considering their health, she only uses a small amount each time. The water and soil in Beijing are so good. My waist and legs don't hurt anymore these days since I came here. Shun's mother sat in the yard, chatting casually. How can it be so magical? Shun Jingshu smiled and replied, You must be in a good mood with me, so you feel comfortable everywhere in your body. Oh, right. This time I think what Jingshu said makes sense. Shun's father drank the tea bought by his son-in-law and brewed by his daughter, and he felt very refreshed. I haven't had stomach problems since I came out this time. Shun's mother looked at Shun's father, and an idea came to her mind. Chun Jingshu looked at the two of them with a smile and asked, Mom and Dad, do you want to live here permanently?
How can that be?
I still have several years before I retire. Yes, yes, yes. How can we live with our married daughter? The old couple waved their hands again and again. This time, Chaoyang was on a mission, so they had the opportunity to accompany their daughter. It is unknown when they will be able to accompany Jingshu like this next time. Shin Jingshu was also thinking about this question at the same time. She is an only child and should have married in Jiang province to be taken care of by her parents. But that's fate. The man she likes is not there. Now, the country does not allow the buying and selling of real estate. She just wants to buy land and build her own house, but no one is willing to sell it to her. But fortunately, it's coming soon. In 2 or 3 years at most, the country will usher in reform and opening up. Then, it will be time for her to bring her parents over to enjoy family happiness. And there are Li Chaoyang's parents and grandmother. She'll take them all. Okay, got it. Shun Jingshu responded in a hoarse voice. Take care of yourselves and come over again in a few months when I give birth to the baby. Shun's mother and father naturally nodded in agreement. After seeing her parents off, Shun Jingshu stood at the intersection for a long time. It was only Sister Qiuxiang who couldn't bear it and persuaded her to come back. Fu Hua knew that Mr. and Mrs. Shun were leaving today, so she brought Tianxi to accompany her early in the morning and brought her some snacks she made herself. As they were talking, someone came to deliver a letter. When she took it, it turned out to be a letter from Li Chaoyang. Hurry up and take a look. What's written in the letter? Sister Qiuxiang urged. She treated Jingshu as her own sister and Li Chaoyang as her own brother. Ever since Li Chaoyang went to South Vietnam, she and her husband have been worried about him. From time to time, she asked her husband to inquire about the situation in South Vietnam and tell Jingshu about it. Shun Jingshu couldn't help but tear up when she saw the familiar handwriting on the envelope. She opened the envelope and took out the letter inside. After just one look, she shyly put the letter behind her, her face blushing, not knowing what to do. Fu Hua and Qiuxiang were fully aware of her behavior when they saw her like this. Oh my, Sister Fu Hua, look at how tactless we are. Young couples write letters to express their feelings, but we are so shameless that we ask Jingshu to read them. That's right, sister-in-law, we have to change this bad habit in the future. Fu Hua also joked with a smile. However, Jingshu didn't care what they said. Her mind was full of the first sentence of the letter, I love Jingshu. This person. How could this person be like this? He usually looks decent and elegant, but I didn't expect that he could be so showy when writing letters. Soon, Sister Qiuxiang and Fu Hua left with a smile, leaving Shen Jingshu with some private space to read the letter carefully. After everyone left, Shen Jingshu closed the door and returned to her room. Then she opened the letter with a blushing face. In addition to the words I love Jingshu, there were also words about missing her. Of course, the letter also briefly mentioned a situation in South Vietnam. Faced with the provocation of the South Vietnamese army, Li Chaoyang followed the troops and obeyed the leadership's command to launch a self-defense counterattack. Although we were at a clear disadvantage in equipment, our army demonstrated strong combat effectiveness and defeated the enemy within an hour. 4 warships suffered heavy damage, and one was directly sunk. Although Li Chaoyang said it very easily. But Shen Jingshu could still imagine how dangerous the situation was at that time. Then Li Chaoyang mentioned that he would be back at the end of the month. Finally, he told her to take good care of herself and the children and wait for him to come back. Shen Jingshu read the letter over and over again until she could recite its contents by heart, and then she reluctantly put it in the drawer. Very nice. The sunrise is coming back soon. In the afternoon, after lunch, Shen Jingshu went to Sister Qiuxiang's house next door and told her about the situation on Li Chaoyang's side. She knew that Sister Qiuxiang was really worried about Chaoyang, so there was good news. He immediately came over to share with her. Okay. I told you, Chaoyang is a very capable guy.
He will be fine.
Sister Qiuxiang said to Shen Jingshu while sewing the soles of shoes. You don't know yet, right? Captain Luo resigned, and I heard that he asked to go to the northwest.
Resigned?
Northwest? Shen Jingshu was surprised. Luo Xiongdong's family is well off, and his grandfather is a senior military officer. There is no way he can go to such a remote place. Yes. Wasn't he the one behind Chaoyang's trip to South Vietnam this time? Sister-in-law Qiuxiang doesn't have a good impression of Luo Xiongdong. Relying on his family's power and influence, he was parachuted in to become a battalion commander, and he's still restless. However, fortunately, he still has some conscience. He confessed to his superiors that he deliberately let Chaoyang go to South Vietnam. He also resigned from his position as battalion commander and went to the northwest to reflect on his mistakes. Shen Jingshu nodded, and in her heart she looked up to Luo Xiongdong. He is also a responsible person. It's just that his eyesight is poor, and he was fooled by Yi Wanqing. Your elder brother Li said that when Chaoyang comes back, he will definitely be promoted. Captain Luo is also very foresight and knows how to vacate his position. This way, he won't be disliked. It was also the first time that Shen Jingshu knew that Sister Qiuxiang was such a vicious person. But she likes it very much. Clear distinction between love and hate, just like Wei Minglan and Chen Runan. After Mr. and Mrs. Shen left, Sister Qiuxiang and Fu Hua came over to help make the flu medicine. The flu in the family compound and the troops has been cured. The reason why we continue to boil medicine is that people in the town and other nearby residents heard about it and came from far away to ask for medicine. Since both radish and cost money, Shen Jing discussed with the military doctor and decided to sell the medicine to other people in the name of the army. The price was not expensive, $1 per person, and the person could drink it until he recovered, with no limit on the number of times. Everyone is quite satisfied with the price. After all, this medicine is really effective and can cure the disease after just a few drinks. Shen Jingshu did not keep the money for herself, but gave it to the military doctor and asked him to give it to the troops. She, Sister Qiuxiang, and Fu Hua only need to charge $1 a day as wages. More and more people came to seek medical treatment and medicine. When these people learned that the medicine was made by Shen Jingshu, they praised Shen Jingshu to be the best in the world. So much so that the rumor became more and more miraculous, saying that Shen Jingshu was a goddess, a messenger sent from heaven to save the flu. Although feudal superstition was prohibited in this era, it did not stop people from talking about it secretly. Of course, Gafengxian had made a great contribution to the fact that this matter spread so widely. Ever since Shin Jingshu talked to her that day, her flu was completely cured, and her man was no longer as cold to her as before. He would tell her about things in the army every day when he came back. This made Gafengxian very happy. She thought that all this was thanks to Shin Jingshu, and it also strengthened her idea. That is, as long as she has a good relationship with Shin Jingshu, her luck will not be bad. Look, Fu Hua and Xiaoxiang have the best relationship with Shin Jingshu. Now, they can earn $1 a day by following Shin Jingshu. Therefore, whenever she met villagers from outside who could speak to her, she would not only say that Shin Jingshu could cure diseases and save lives, but also that she was comparable to the goddess of fertility, and would tell those people the story of Fu Hua with a slight modification. Some rational people naturally did not believe Gafengxian's words, but some people who were anxious to have children took Gafengxian's words to heart. Just today, a young couple found Shin Jingshu. "Comrade Shen, I beg you to help me." The young woman burst into tears before she spoke, which made Shin Jingshu confused. "You don't cry first." Shin Jingshu was most afraid of other people crying. She patiently comforted. "Do you have the flu? There are soup medicines for sale in the army. You should be able to get better after drinking a few times." The woman was still crying, and the man who came with her finally spoke with difficulty. "Comrade, we are not here to treat the flu." "Not to treat the flu? Then why come to see her?" Sister Xiaoxiang at the side was also puzzled, and then she said, "If you can't treat the flu, then what are you doing here?" The man looked unnatural and said stiffly, I heard that you can cure women's infertility, so we came to see."
What?
"Cure fertility?" Shin Jingshu was full of surprise, pointing her finger at her nose, and asked uncertainly, "Me? Cure infertility?" The woman stopped crying at this time, looking at Shin Jingshu as if she was looking at the goddess of fertility. "Comrade, I really have no other choice." Shin Jingshu and Sister Xiaoxiang looked at each other. Neither of them knew what the two meant. "Could you have made a mistake? I have never treated anyone for this disease before." Shin Jingshu rubbed her temples with a headache. She really couldn't figure out what was going on. The woman did not rush to refute Shin Jingshu's words, but talked about her own experience. Her name is Chen Suilian, and she is a girl from an ordinary family in the suburbs of Beijing. At the age of 18, she was introduced by her family and married to Wang Gang, a young man from the same village. That is the man who came with her. The relationship between the two was quite harmonious after they got married. Less than half a year after their marriage, Chen Suilian became pregnant. However, when she was 5 months pregnant, she happened to see the child of the martyr's family next door fall into the river and was about to drown. Her first reaction was to call for help, but the river was quite far from the village. If she ran back to call for help, the child would have drowned. Chen Suilian thought that the child's father died for his country, and she couldn't bear to let the martyr die, so she jumped into the water to save the child without thinking. The child was rescued, but Chen Suilian choked on a lot of water in the river and had a miscarriage. By the time she was sent to the hospital, the baby in her belly had no heartbeat. Just like that, the 5-month-old baby died From that day on, Chen Suilian never became pregnant again. The mother-in-law scolded her for meddling in other people's business all day long and accused her of killing her beloved grandson. After waiting for several years and seeing that Chen Suilian could no longer get pregnant, she urged Wang Gang to divorce Chen Suilian and remarry someone who could give birth well. Fortunately, Wang Gang did not listen to his mother and still stayed with Chen Suilian. "Comrade, I can't make brother Gang childless. As a woman, if I can't even give birth to a child, am I still considered a woman?" "Woo-woo." Chen Suilian cried bitterly, while Wang Gang whispered to her. Shin Jingshu frowned, not knowing what to do. She doesn't know anything, except for the spiritual spring water. But she couldn't guarantee that the spiritual spring water would be useful for women to have children. However, Chen Suilian and her husband both seemed to be honest and decent people. Chen Suilian lost her own child in order to save the orphans of the martyrs. Wang Gang did not abandon Chen Suilian because she was infertile. Instead, he stayed with her. Chen Jingshu hesitated for a while, went to the kitchen to get a glass of water, handed it to Chen Suilian, and said, "Don't cry. Drink some water and take a rest." No one thought there was anything wrong, and they all persuaded Chen Suilian to drink water and calm down. Having children depends on fate. It won't do if you are so anxious. It's better to calm down. Maybe the child will come back to you. Chen Jingshu chose her words carefully and tried to comfort her, and even pulled her clothes to cover her already slightly pregnant belly. She was afraid that Chen Suilian would be reminded of her past when she saw her belly. "Yes, sister. This matter cannot be rushed. You might as well think about it more open-mindedly. Maybe you can get what you want." Sister Qiuxiang also felt very sympathetic towards Chen Suilian. She sighed helplessly. "Suilian, if the child is not meant to be with us, we can adopt one and treat him as our own. We won't be afraid that he won't be close to us." Wang Gang said this many times, but Suilian just disagreed. He knew that Cui Lian disagreed because of her mother. "But my idea is not wrong as an older person. She just wanted to have children and grandchildren around her, and she could not accept that her son did not have his own biological children. But he would never agree to divorce Cui Lian." Thinking of this, Wang Gang held his head and sighed helplessly. Nowadays, there are too many people who give birth to children and then abandon them. He and Cui Lian wanted a child so much, but they couldn't get pregnant. Oh my God, why is it so unfair? Chen Suilian felt as if her heart was being cut by a knife when she saw Wang Gang's painful expression. She looked at Shin Jingshu and confirmed that she would not treat her, so she had to pull Wang Gang away. Before leaving, she bowed to Shin Jingshu and said, "I'm sorry to trouble you." Shin Jingshu shook her head and opened her mouth, but in the end she said nothing. After the two left, Shin Jingshu was still a little depressed. What is going on? However, she gave Chen Suilian water mixed with spiritual spring water. Regardless of whether it could make her pregnant, it could at least strengthen her physical fitness, and it also fulfilled her courage to risk her life to save people. Thinking of this, Shen Jingshu lowered her head and touched her belly, which was almost showing, wondering if she could be as fearless as Chen Suilian if she encountered such a situation. The answer is no. Living this life again, Shin Jingshu cherishes her life very much. She has parents and a husband. She can't gamble with the happiness of so many people. Even if someone says she is selfish, she will admit it. When saving people, at least do what you can while being able to protect yourself. After this matter was over, Zheng Yuexia also rushed over from the eastern province. She put the package on the ground and began to take out the things she had prepared for Shin Jingshu from the bag as if she was offering treasures. "This is the cotton socks I knitted. When you give birth, it will be around August. The weather will be hot then, but you can't catch a cold during the confinement period, even in summer. And this, I went to the department store in the city to buy what's called
pajamas.
Yes, people in the city call this pajamas and say it's for sleeping. You should wear this during the confinement period. And this, I specifically asked the doctor in our village, and he said that after giving birth, the organs in the stomach will sag. God, I was scared to death when I heard it, so I made this bandage for you overnight. The village doctor taught me that tying it on the stomach can not only speed up the recovery of the body, but also prevent the organs from sagging. And this hat, this is clothes for the little baby." Watching her mother-in-law take out things like treasures, Shen Jingshu couldn't help but look forward to the appearance of the child after birth. In the evening, Zheng Yuexia made dumplings stuffed with sauerkraut for Shen Jingshu. The dumplings had thin skin and large fillings. The sour taste of sauerkraut and the delicious meat filling were perfectly combined, making the dumplings taste sour and rich in flavor. Shen Jingshu hadn't eaten such authentic sauerkraut dumplings for a long time, and she ate 2 big bowls without noticing. This made Zheng Yuexia very distressed, and she said, "Oh my Jingshu has suffered so much. It's all your dad's fault. He made him learn how to cook, and he only learned how to make stir-fried shredded potatoes after such a long time. It was your grandmother in her 80s who couldn't stand it and said she could cook, so I was able to get away. If I had known you wanted to taste this flavor so much, I would have come here quickly even if it meant starving Li Montong to death. When Shun Jingshu thought of her father-in-law's worried look with a spatula in his hand, she couldn't help but laugh. Mom, you're so nice. Shun Jingshu pulled Jing Yuexia's arm and shook it twice like a spoiled child. Chaoyang will be back at the end of the month. If Dad can't take care of himself and Grandma, you can go back. I can take care of myself.
Don't worry about him.
Just starve him to death. When Jing Yuexia thought of Li Montong's clumsy look with a spatula, she wanted to hit him on the head with a stick. I've cooked for him all my life, but he doesn't necessarily remember my kindness. I'd better stay here. It's more important to take care of you and my grandchildren. Zhang Yuexia raised her head proudly. When Li Montong sent her to the train, he pretended to be strong. Don't think that she didn't see the reluctance in the old man's eyes. Snort. Take this opportunity to let him feel whether that home can survive without her. Shin Jingshu just smiled and said nothing. She realized that although her mother-in-law said harsh words to her father-in-law, she was actually worried about him. When Chaoyang comes back, I will let my mother-in-law go back. She can't let an 80-year-old grandmother cook with a spatula. As soon as Zheng Yuexia came, Shin Jingshu began to live a good life with food and clothes provided for her. There was no rift between her and Zheng Yuexia, as Shin's mother worried about. On the contrary, Zheng Yuexia was very accommodating to Shin Jingshu's work and rest schedule. If she didn't get up, she would let her sleep a little longer and would reheat the food if it got cold. In this way, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law got along very harmoniously. In addition, Zheng Yuexia felt sorry for Shin Jingshu making medicine, so she took over this job as well. Shin Jingshu could only find an opportunity to add spiritual spring water. Time passed quickly, and Li Chaoyang finally returned on the last day of the first lunar month. After Shin Jingshu and Zheng Yuexia learned that Li Chaoyang had arrived at the army, they couldn't stay at home and went directly to the army gate to pick him up. Li Chaoyang was eager to return home. After briefly reporting the mission to his superiors, he asked to go home. The leader knew that he missed his pregnant wife and agreed immediately. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but your wife is really a good one. Li Chaoyang didn't know that Shin Jingshu boiled medicine to treat influenza. He just thought that the leader had a good impression of Jingshu. After all, Jingshu led the military wives to grow vegetables, which saved a lot of military expenses for the army. After saluting his leader, Li Chaoyang took his clothes and ran outside. As soon as he went out, he saw Shin Jingshu and his mother waiting outside. Jingshu. Li Chaoyang ran over quickly, holding Jingshu's hand, as if he had thousands of words stuck in his throat. When Zheng Yuexia saw her son like this, she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. This boy, he really doesn't even notice his mother now that he has a wife. But she doesn't care. As long as my son and daughter-in-law have a good relationship, it doesn't matter whether they see her or not. Mom is still here. Shin Jingshu's face turned red when Li Chaoyang looked at her, although she also wanted to get into his arms and hug him tightly. Yeah. Li Chaoyang came back to his senses and responded. He smiled somewhat unnaturally, then looked at Jing Yuexia. Mom.
Hey.
I'm glad you're back. Zhang Yuexia responded happily and said, Let's go home first. On the way home, Zhang Yuexia walked in front. Li Chaoyang held Shin Jingshu's hand and was reluctant to let go. Even if he met someone on the road, he didn't let go. Okay, you two go back to the room and talk. Mom will make you hot pot tonight. Zhang Yuexia knew that they must have something sweet to say, so she didn't want to get in the way and went to the kitchen with an apron. Shin Jingshu was a little shy, and just as she was about to say something, she was pulled back into the house by Li Chaoyang. As soon as he entered the door, Li Chaoyang hugged Shin Jingshu tightly in his arms. He put his hand on her shoulder and said with a little grievance in his voice, Jingshu, I miss you. Shin Jingshu listened to his voice and her heart softened all of a sudden. Without caring that the door was not closed yet, she reached out and hugged him and said softly, Is the child bothering you? Is he vomiting again? How is your feeding? Do you sleep well? Do you feel sore in your waist? Li Chaoyang finally felt comfortable hugging the person he had been thinking about day and night. After a simple tenderness, he pulled Shin Jingshu and began to ask about her life. No, everything is fine. Shin Jingshu looked at Li Chaoyang steadily with a smile on her face. This little thing is quite sensible. Li Chaoyang nodded with satisfaction and asked some trivial questions about Shin Jingshu's daily life. Shin Jingshu also told him the truth. Since she became pregnant, except for feeling a little nauseous at the beginning, she has not felt any discomfort. She really thinks that the child in her belly is here to repay her gratitude. On the third day after Li Chaoyang returned, the army officially appointed him as the battalion commander. At the same time, they awarded Shin Jingshu the third-class merit medal and gave her the title of Outstanding Military Family Member. Shin Jingshu has become a celebrity in the family compound. In early February, Shin Jingshu started a new round of vegetable planting with the military wives. The military wives, who already had experience, were familiar with farming, so Shin Jingshu didn't need to worry about anything else and managed the vegetable garden in an orderly manner. In mid-February, Li Montsong in Eastern Province finally couldn't help it and called Li Chaoyang's troops. Although Li Montsong did not say it directly, Li Chaoyang also knew that his father wanted his mother to go back. Li Chaoyang discussed it with Shin Jingshu, and within 2 or 3 days he bought a ticket for Zheng Yuexia to return to Eastern Province and sent her to the train. Zheng Yuexia held Shin Jingshu's hand, unwilling to let go, and cursed Li Montsong over and over again in her heart. Jingshu, after Mom leaves, the housework will be left to Chaoyang. You must not get too tired. Mom will go back to see me and will be back soon. I really can't leave you alone. Also, if you want to eat anything, just let Chaoyang call Mom and I will definitely send it to you.
Don't worry, Mom.
Chaoyang is here. I'll be fine. You just stay at home. Shin Jingshu was reluctant to leave, but she was also worried because there was no one to take care of her father-in-law. If you don't have time to come when I give birth, you can let my mother come over. You just need to take care of the family. I'll come. I will definitely come when you give birth. Zheng Yuexia quickly promised. I'll let your father learn how to cook when I get back. If he still can't learn, I won't care about him anymore. He is not as important as you and the children. What about Grandma? Don't you feel sorry for her? Li Chaoyang joked with a smile. I'll bring your milk here too. Zheng Yuexia said nonchalantly. Mom, my grandma is over 80 years old. Are you sure she can take a long train journey with you?
Li Chaoyang interrupte deliberatelli.
He really couldn't bear to see his mother and Jingshu so sad.
You.
Zheng Yuexia thought about the scene of her mother-in-law staggering when she walked, and she was speechless for a moment. Mom, you just need to take care of Grandma and Dad. I'm here for Jingshu. Li Chaoyang said, taking out an envelope from his pocket and handing it over. Here is 200 yuan, take it. Zheng Yuexia was not willing to accept it and just pushed the money out. Mom has money. You keep the money and buy Jingshu good food. Also, I left some money under my pillow when I sleep. Don't be stingy. Buy her whatever she wants to eat. You must take good care of Jingshu, understand? After getting Li Chaoyang's assurance, Zheng Yuexia reluctantly let go of Shin Jingshu's hand. When the two returned home, they took out a stack of money from under Zheng Yuexia's pillow and counted it. There was a total of 203 yuan. The money was in both small and large amounts, and it was obvious that Zheng Yuexia had kept all the money she had.
Why?
Those who truly love you don't think about how to take, but how to give. Take it. This is mother's kindness. Li Chaoyang put the money into Shin Jingshu's hand and asked her to keep it as her own money. Shin Jingshu touched the money and was even more reluctant to leave Zheng Yuexia. She nestled in Li Chaoyang's arms and said in a muffled voice, Tell me, when can we bring the parents from both sides to live together without being separated? Hearing the childish words, Li Chaoyang couldn't help but smile. Maybe soon. Zheng Yuexia's departure made Shin Jingshu sad for several days, but she soon adapted. After all, life must go on. At the end of July, Fu Hua successfully gave birth to a son. The little guy was chubby and weighed 7.42 pounds. After Tianxi had a younger brother, it's like I grew up in an instant. She no longer clamors for Fuhua to play with her, but stays at home peacefully and helps take care of her younger brother. In early August, Zheng Yuexia came to the staff quarters again. This time, she brought even more. Most of them are things for Shen Jingshu to use to replenish her body during her confinement. Shen's mother also came a week before Shen Jingshu gave birth. The main task of the two mothers was to take care of Jingshu wholeheartedly so that she could get through the birthing safely. As the due date got closer, Li Chaoyang became even more nervous. He would even wake up when Shen Jingshu turned over at night. After a few days, Li Chaoyang lost weight at a speed visible to the eye. Shen Jingshu felt that if this continued, she would not give birth yet. Li Chaoyang couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, Shen Jingshu had her period that night. The two mothers were busy preparing everything that might be needed, while Li Chaoyang ran to the army to borrow a car and sent Shen Jingshu to the hospital. That night, Shen Jingshu hardly slept. She was placed in the ward, and every time she was about to fall asleep, she would be woken up by stomach pain. She tossed and turned all night like this. At around 8 o'clock the next morning, the doctor checked and found that her was 5 fingers dilated, so he asked Shen Jingshu to go to the delivery room to give birth. Li Chaoyang, did you remember what I told you? Shen Jingshu's voice was filled with tears. She held Li Chaoyang's hand and reminded him worriedly. Li Chaoyang nodded randomly in response. He had not slept all night, and his eyes were bloodshot. His face was very pale, even paler than Shen Jingshu's face when she was experiencing labor pains. Remember, don't worry, I'll be waiting for you outside and won't go anywhere. If it hurts, just scream. Don't bear it. It will be fine soon. Jingshu, don't be afraid. I'm here, always here. Seeing him like this, Shen Jingshu knew that he had long forgotten what she had told her. She looked helplessly at the two mothers who were equally nervous. Mom, did you remember? You must take good care of the child. Don't let him be taken away by the wrong person or stolen by someone. Zheng Yuexia and Shen's mother nodded vigorously. Don't worry, we will take care of it. Just give birth and don't worry about anything else. Seeing this, Shen Jingshu was relieved and let the doctor take her to the delivery room. The moment the door of the delivery room was closed, 2 of the 3 people collapsed. Mother Shen felt sad for her daughter's suffering, but she had been trying hard not to show it. As soon as Shen Jingshu came in, her pretended strength collapsed at this moment, and her legs went weak and she sat down on the ground. Li Chaoyang also fell at the same time. His eyes were fixed on the door that separated him and Jingshu, as if he wanted to stare a hole in it. Zheng Yuexia's legs also went weak, but she held on. When he saw his mother-in-law fall, he hurried over to help her up, but before he could help her up, his son fell down again. Zheng Yuexia really wanted to give her son 2 slaps in the face. Who is this? Jingshu is going through the brink of death right now, and this guy not only can't help her, but he's making things worse. Get up. Look at you. Zheng Yuexia hated him for not fighting and glared at him. Li Chaoyang looked at Zheng Yuexia pitifully and cried, and asked pitifully, Mom, why didn't the doctor let me in? I want to accompany Jingshu. Zheng Yuexia rolled her eyes angrily. She helped her relative up and let her sit on a chair to rest. Then she came over and grabbed Li Chaoyang's ear and scolded, What can you do when you go in? Can you help Jingshu give birth? Jingshu is not the only one in the delivery room. There are other people giving birth there. What's in your head? Li Chaoyang felt pain and stood up with the help of Zheng Yuexia's hand, but his legs were still very weak. He held on to the wall to steady himself. He looked towards the delivery room and said aggrievedly, I don't care about other people giving birth. I just want to accompany Jingshu. Jingshu had no idea what was happening outside. At this moment, she was lying on the delivery bed, feeling the labor pain very clearly. She gritted her teeth, grasped the bed sheets tightly with her hands, and struggled through the contractions again and again. Wait until your stomach doesn't hurt anymore. She took the time to drink some water from the cup, in which she had put spiritual spring water, hoping that the delivery would go smoothly. But even with the blessing of the spiritual spring water, Shin Jingshu still felt so painful that she wanted to curse several times. This hurts too much. Her body felt like it had been run over by a car, crushed and then reassembled and crushed again. Finally, when Shin Jingshu was crushed again, she suddenly felt her body lighten, and the child was delivered smoothly. Then, she heard the sound of the doctor patting the child, and then the loud sound of a baby crying. Wow, Shin Jingshu was in a daze until the doctor's voice came again. A boy, 15 pounds and 6 ounces. A big fat boy. Shin Jingshu was exhausted and barely opened her eyes, supporting the doctor to wrap the child. She heard a nurse shout, "Are you a family member of Shin Jingshu? Congratulations, it's a big fat boy. 15 pounds and 6 ounces. Hearing this, Shin Jingshu finally closed her eyes and fell asleep with peace of mind. In this era, there are too many cases of wrong babies being taken away in hospitals. That's why she repeatedly reminded them to take good care of the child. Now, she can finally rest assured for a while. Outside the delivery room, Li Chaoyang only took a look at the wrinkled baby in the nurse's hands and then looked away. Nurse. My wife. Is Shin Jingshu, how is she? When will she come out? Is she in pain? He heard Jingshu's painful voice just now. And I heard it clearly. Jingshu, who usually would cry out in pain if she cut her finger, actually endured the tremendous pain to give birth to his child. I heard that when a woman gives birth, the pain is like breaking 20 ribs at the same time. How painful would it be to have 20 ribs broken at the same time? When he thought of this, Li Chaoyang's heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. The mother is being cleaned up and will be able to come out soon. The nurse glanced at Li Chaoyang, who had no intention of taking the baby, then looked at Shin's mother with tears in her eyes, shook her head helplessly, and finally looked at Zheng Yuexia, who was a little better, and motioned for her to come over and hold the baby. Zheng Yuexia's palms were sweaty from nervousness, and she wiped her hands on her clothes. Only then did she take the soft baby with some trembling, and without even taking a look at it, she asked, "How's my daughter-in-law? Is she very weak?" It was the first time for the nurse to see a family that cared so much about a woman in labor. She was extremely envious of Shin Jingshu. Usually, when she came out to send a child, the family members would always be fond of the child, or only the mother of the woman in labor would ask about the woman's condition. This family, a mother-in-law and a husband, don't care much about the baby being a boy, but are extremely concerned about the mother. It's really rare. The woman in labor is resting now and will be out soon, the nurse said, then closed the door and went in. Zheng Yuexia held the child in her arms, fearing that she would drop the child if she could not stand steadily, so she carefully returned to sit next to Shin's mother. Mother-in-law, look at the child. Yes, look at the child first. Shin's mother's tears fell in big drops. Looking at my little grandson, his lips unconsciously in the cradle, my heart softened again. The little guy seemed to know that everyone's attention was not on him at the moment, so he closed his eyes and went to sleep obediently. The little lips move. It's so cute. It looks good, just like the rising sun. Mother Shin loves her grandson so much that she feels extremely distressed when she sees him. Zheng Yuexia had recovered by now, and looking at the little grandson in her arms, she couldn't help but praise. This child was white and rosy when he was born. His white skin looks like Jingshu, and his features look exactly like Chaoyang when he was a child. Li Chaoyang was not curious about the child at all. He just waited eagerly for Jingshu to come out. Finally, the cleaned Shin Jingshu was sent out. Looking at Shin Jingshu with her eyes closed, Li Chaoyang's voice changed. Doctor, what's wrong with my wife? Why doesn't she open her eyes? The doctor glanced at Li Chaoyang and found it funny. Giving birth to a baby takes a lot of effort, so it is normal for a woman to fall asleep. I just didn't expect that I would scare him like this. However, the doctor was very professional and suppressed his smile very well. The mother is very tired and just fell asleep. It's okay. Li Chaoyang was a little worried and stretched out his finger to feel Shin Jingshu's breath, but was slapped away by Zheng Yuexia. Get out of here. You're always causing trouble, but can't do anything for me. She lowered her voice for fear of waking Jingshu up. Li Chaoyang withdrew his hand and did not dare to make any more moves. He followed the nurse's instructions and sent Shen Jingshu back to the ward to rest. When Shen Jingshu woke up, she didn't realize where she was for a moment. Just when I was about to turn over by holding my stomach, I found that my stomach was deflated when I stretched out my hand. Then I realized that the baby had already been born. Jingshu, how do you feel? Does it still hurt?
Jingshu.
I'm sorry, it's all my fault that you suffer. Woo woo. As soon as Shen Jingshu's hand moved, Li Chaoyang noticed immediately. The first thing he did was to run over and cry for comfort. Before Shen Jingshu could speak, Zheng Yuexia had already pushed Li Chaoyang aside and kicked him because he was in the way.
Jingshu, ignore him.
Zheng Yuexia looked at Li Chaoyang with disdain and motioned him to go away. Jingshu, do you want to eat something? Are you thirsty? How about some brown sugar water first? Just at this time, Shen's mother came back with the little girl who had just been examined. Seeing that her daughter woke up, she walked past Li Chaoyang and went to Shen Jingshu. Jingshu, look, this is your child. Shen Jingshu's eyes lit up, and she stretched her head to look at the baby in the cradle. The little guy has fair skin, his eyes are closed, and his little mouth makes smacking sounds as if he is eating something delicious in a dream. The two little hands were clenched into fists, half raised unconsciously. Shen Jingshu looked at them again and again in surprise, as if she could never see enough. The child has never left our sight since he was brought out. When he was sent for examination just now, your mother-in-law was so thoughtful that she tied a red rope on the child's wrist. Thinking of Jingshu's instructions, Shen's mother told her what happened after the child was taken out. Shen Jingshu smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work, mother. Li Chaoyang looked at Shen Jingshu looking at the child with a loving face and felt mixed emotions. It seems that since Jingshu woke up, her temperament has changed. It was as if she had grown up overnight, and she was even more radiant and gentle as a new mother. Jingshu. Li Chaoyang felt that Jingshu looked even more charming like this. As soon as he opened his mouth to call Jingshu's name, he was immediately stopped by Zheng Yuexia's fierce eyes. What if you disturb the child's sleep? Jingshu, you only know how to call names. What else can you do? At this moment, Shen's mother also cast a dissatisfied look and whispered, Chaoyang, the child is still young and needs more sleep. You should speak more quietly, okay?
Li Chaoyan.
When Shen Jingshu looked up, she met Li Chaoyang's pitiful little eyes. Her heart softened and she waved at him. Li Chaoyang's eyes immediately burst into light. He ran over and lay down obediently on the edge of the bed. Even his breathing became lighter. Look, our child. Li Chaoyang finally got the opportunity to talk to his wife. He was unwilling to go to see the child. He just leaned close to Shen Jingshu's ear and whispered, Jingshu, you are amazing. You really gave birth to a person. Shen Jingshu. Li Chaoyang, if you really don't know what to say, you don't have to say it. Shen Jingshu was full of black lines on her face. She finally understood why her mother-in-law and mother didn't like Li Chaoyang getting close to them. Jingshu. I want to say, you have worked hard. Li Chaoyang reached out and touched Shen Jingshu's slightly messy hair and finally said something decent. Shen Jingshu smiled with satisfaction. Although the delivery process was painful, when she saw such a cute child lying next to her, she felt that it was all worth it. Have you thought of a name for your son? When talking about this, Li Chaoyang couldn't help but scratch his head. Before the child was born, he thought of many names, both for boys and girls. But now that the child was born, he felt that the previous names were a bit too simple and rejected all those names. Not yet, I don't think there is any suitable one. Shen Jingshu was speechless and could only look at Zheng Yuexia. Mom, do you and Dad have a suitable name? Zheng Yuexia was a little flattered. In her heart, her daughter-in-law is not only beautiful, but also cultured and worldly wise. She would never let them name the daughter-in-law, but she didn't expect that her daughter-in-law would ask for her opinion. However, she was well prepared. She took out a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Shen Jingshu. This is the name your father asked the most cultured old gentleman in our town to give to me. He said it can be used for both boys and girls. Shun Jingshu took it with surprise and saw that it said, Jingha 10 miles of smoke in the suburbs, the book Jingha, the green water in spring.
Li Jinsha.
Shun Jingshu pondered the name and thought it had a good meaning. Chaoyang's name was also given by this old gentleman. Zheng Yuexia said quickly when she saw her daughter-in-law didn't say anything. Jingshu, your father said that you can only use this name as a reference. If you don't like it, don't use it. Mom, I like it. Chun Jingshu knew that she was thinking wrong and quickly said, this name sounds nice, and the meaning is good. Let's use it.
Thank you, Mom.
When Zheng Yuexia heard this, the smile on her face grew a little bigger. She was illiterate, and she didn't know what the string of words written by the old gentleman meant, but she knew that there was a word he in the name. As the old saying goes, a harmonious family brings prosperity. Just for the word harmony, she was extremely satisfied. Just like that, the name of Shin Jingshu and Li Chaoyang's son was decided. Chaoyang, you can choose the nickname for our son. Shun Jingshu felt that Li Chaoyang had to be involved in this matter, so she gave him the task.
Me?
The names I can give are not nice. How about you give it to me? Li Chaoyang did not dare to agree directly. He was afraid that no one would like the name he gave. Seeing that Li Chaoyang wanted to agree but pretended to refuse, Shun Jingshu rolled her eyes at him and irritated him. Okay, I'll give it to you. There are many people in our village named Gooden, Laifu, etc. How about you give her the nickname Gooden? People in the countryside believe that a cheap name is easier to keep. When Li Chaoyang heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched, and even his temples throbbed.
Then, how about I give it to you?
You just gave birth and you should rest and recuperate. I won't let you worry about this. After a night of observation in the hospital, the doctor came to check on Shin Jingshu and the baby the next morning. He thought that Shin Jingshu and the baby were in good condition, so he asked someone to handle the discharge procedures for them. In this era, people who come to the hospital to give birth stay in the hospital for 1 day at most. Some go home directly after giving birth. Most of them are reluctant to spend extra money. Li Chaoyang wanted to let Jingshu stay for another day, but when he thought of how Jingshu didn't sleep well last night, he no longer insisted. He borrowed a car from the army and took Jingshu and her son to the family compound. After returning home, Shun Jingshu officially entered the confinement process. Originally, Shun's mother and Zheng Yuexia had agreed that one of them would look after the child at night and the other would look after the child during the day, but Li Chaoyang disagreed. No matter who takes care of her at night, she will have to live in their room. There is only one bed in the room. If they live in it, I will have no place to live. He doesn't want to sleep alone at night at all. So, he vowed to take charge of the night work. Let the two mothers, one taking care of the child during the day, and the other taking care of Jingshu. Shun's mother and Zheng Yuexia couldn't persuade Li Chaoyang, so they had to let him try for 1 night. If there was anything he couldn't handle, he would come to the next room and call them. That night, Li Jing and the child woke up several times, and Li Chaoyang got up to comfort them. Shun Jingshu wanted to help, but Li Chaoyang pushed her back to bed. You have to sit well during the confinement period. You can't get tired, and you can't hold the baby, otherwise your arms will hurt in the future. You can't sit for a long time, or your waist will hurt. Shun Jingshu didn't know where he heard all this, but she didn't insist. She just watched him take care of the child. I thought he would be overwhelmed in taking care of the child, but he got the hang of it very quickly. In the past, the little guy would make some noises after eating the milk powder, but in Li Chaoyang's hands, he became unusually well-behaved and fell asleep after eating, without making any noise at all. The next day after she came back, Fu Hua came to visit with a can of malted milk. Shun Jingshu naturally had enough malted milk, but this thing was really expensive. Even people in the city were not willing to buy it. However, Fu Hua was generous. Not only did she buy malted milk, she also made 2 small clothes for Jingha. Fu Hua, you are too polite. What are you going to do with such an expensive thing? Take it back quickly and save it for you and Tianxi. Fu Hua smiled and put the things on the table. You need to nourish yourself well after giving birth. Can I afford a can of malted milk? Seeing that Shin Jingshu was about to refuse, Fu Hua held her hand and said, "First, Jingshu, don't be polite with me. If it weren't for you, Tianxi would have been stuck last time. And it was you who cured Tianxi and I of the flu. Besides, I also earned money by helping to make the medicine. I would feel bad if you don't accept it." What Fu Hua didn't say was that even the second baby she had just given birth to was also due to Jingshu's contribution. It's just that saying this out loud sounds a bit futile and superstitious. Some things are enough for her to know in her heart. Seeing that she insisted, Shin Jingshu no longer refused and had to accept the things. Sister Qiuxiang also sent 20 eggs, which seemed to be what she had saved up on weekdays. When she had time, she would come over to chat with Shin Jingshu to relieve her boredom. Shin Jingshu was extremely comfortable during her confinement period, and her two mothers were thinking of ways to cook for her. Eggs, chicken soup, and pork rib soup were always available. Shin Jingshu would also put some spiritual spring water in the soup so that she could recover quickly. Also, her milk is coming in now, and because of adequate nutrition, Jingha's belly is round from all the food she eats every day, and she is gaining weight at a speed visible to the eye. After a period of time, Shin Jingshu became rosy-cheeked and full of energy. On the contrary, Li Chaoyang has lost a lot of weight. He insisted on taking care of the children and Jingshu by himself at night, and had to go to work in the army during the day. It was not easy for him to get 2 or 3 hours of sleep every night, but he never gets tired of it. Shin Jingshu felt so distressed when she saw this, but she couldn't persuade him, so she had to give up. That night, Jingha cried again in the middle of the night. Li Chaoyang immediately got up to change his diaper. Just as he was about to prepare milk powder, he heard Shin Jingshu say, "Bring him to me and feed him." In order to let Shin Jingshu sleep well at night, Li Chaoyang basically fed Jingha with milk powder. Only during the day could the little guy have milk every meal. "Did I wake you up? It's okay. I'll get the milk powder quickly." Li Chaoyang covered her with a quilt with concern, wanting her to continue sleeping. "My milk is swollen and it hurts. I'll feel better if the baby eats a little." Shin Jingshu moved aside to make room for her. Seeing this, Li Chaoyang had no choice but to let Jingha go. The little guy was eating milk and humming comfortably. Shin Jingshu thought of Li Chaoyang's skillful movements of changing diapers just now, and her heart was touched. "Chaoyang, thank you for your hard work." Since the confinement period, she has not changed her diaper once. Li Chaoyang changes at night, and the two mothers change during the day. "I'm not tired." Li Chaoyang also lay down and looked at his wife and children tenderly. "You're the one who has to endure the hardship. When you entered the delivery room, I couldn't help you at all and left you to face it all alone. If I asked you to take care of the child during the confinement period, would I still be a human being?" Thinking of Jingshu's painful moans in the delivery room, Li Chaoyang felt that he had not done enough. He didn't even want Jingha to drink milk. Can't the little brat just eat some milk powder? Shin Jingshu had no idea what he was thinking, so she reached out and touched his thin face. "You've worked hard. You look so thin. There's not even 200 grams of flesh on your face." Hee, it doesn't matter. You'll be back to normal in a few days." Li Chaoyang touched her hand and kissed her on the cheek gently. "I've thought of a nickname for our son. How about calling him Zhuang Zhuang?" "Zhuang Zhuang?" Shin Jingshu looked down at Jingha, who was working hard to eat, and couldn't help laughing. It really suits him. Li Chaoyang also laughed, touching his son's chubby arms like lotus roots. "Boys, it's better to be strong." Many years later, an artistic boy wearing a neat suit and gold-rimmed glasses couldn't help but frown every time he heard his parents call him Zhuang Zhuang. After Shin Jingshu was 1 month old, she stayed in confinement for another half a month at the insistence of her two mothers and Li Chaoyang. Shin's mother also went home when Zhuang Zhuang was 2 months old. Before leaving, she took Zhuang Zhuang to the town to take a photo, saying that she would take it back to show old Shin. I printed out an extra photo and sent it to Li Montsong, who is far away in the eastern province, so that his grandmother could also see her great-grandson. By the end of the year, Zhuang Zhuang was already 4 or 5 months old. The little guy was plump and white, and looked just like a New Year picture doll pasted on the wall. This year they are planning to go back to the East Province to celebrate the New Year. Hearing that Grandma's health is not as good as before, Li Chaoyang also wants the old lady to see her great-grandson. And Li Montsong sends a letter to Beijing City every week, and every word of his letter is full of his longing for his little grandson. After several days of travel, the family was finally reunited. Li Montsong couldn't let go of his adorable grandson, and even when his own mother asked her to hold him for a while, he still refused to let go. Or maybe Shin Jingshu felt sorry for the old lady, so she found an excuse to breastfeed the little guy and took him back and gave him to the old lady. When the old lady saw her great-grandson, her illness got better a lot. She held Zhuang's chubby little hand and said frankly that she had no regrets. Chen Runan and Wei Minglan knew that she was back, so they hurried to the Li family. The two girls were still chattering around Chen Jingshu as before. Wei Minglan and Li Ronghai were already married and were about to return to the city. They heard that they were among the two who would be allowed to return. Runan, what do you think? The three of them were best friends. Minglan is going back to the city, and she is also going to join the army, so Runan is left here alone.
Me?
There is no sadness on Chen Runan's face. Instead, her eyes are shining with stars. I plan to stay here. Now, I am the largest shareholder of the tofu factory besides you. The annual dividends are enough for me to live well here. Yes, the tofu factory's business is stable now. When Wei Minglan and Li Ronghai returned to the city, they transferred their shares to Chen Runan. Just from the annual dividends, Chen Runan can get an income of about 1,000 yuan. It's not that she hadn't thought about returning to the city, but the last time she returned made her see everything clearly. Instead of going back to be exploited, it is better to stay here and shine. Well, that's not bad. Chen Jingshu thought about it. After the Chinese New Year, it would be 1977, and the day of resuming the college entrance examination and reform and opening up was getting closer and closer. Runan Minglan, I always feel that in the near future, our country will undergo earth-shaking changes. If you want to live a better life on your own, in addition to saving your first pot of gold, you must not neglect your studies. Although Chen Runan and Wei Minglan didn't know what changes she was talking about, they agreed with what she said. Saving money and learning are applicable at any time. New Year's Eve, the family sat together eating the New Year's Eve dinner, and everyone was discussing holding a full moon banquet for Zhuangzhuang. These are all social interactions among rural people. Although Zhuangzhuang is now 4 or 5 months old, the full month banquet still has to be held. Finally, the family decided on a date and set it on the 6th day of the Lunar New Year. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Zheng Yuexia took her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson to visit people in the village to wish them a happy new year. When they passed by Jiang Hongjuan's house, they suddenly heard a shrill cry coming from inside. Red Army. My son. Shen Jingshu and Li Chaoyang looked at each other, and Zheng Yuexia had already taken the lead and entered the yard. But before Li Chaoyang and the others could go in, Zheng Yuexia ran out and stopped Shen Jingshu. Jingshu, take Zhuangzhuang home first. Don't stay here. It's unlucky. Shen Jingshu had already thought of something, but still asked, Mom, what's wrong? What happened? Zheng Yuexia looked back at the yard, moved Shen Jingshu away a little, and then said, Jiang Hongjun is dead. I heard from old lady Jiang that Jiang Hongjun was paralyzed in bed for many years and had bed sores on his back. In addition, the treatment was not timely, so he died of infection. Shen Jingshu frowned. Died on New Year's Day. What bad luck. Take Zhuangzhuang home first. Mom will go in and say a few words and then leave. Then she looked at Chaoyang again. Chaoyang, go notify the team leader and ask someone to help. Although Shen Jingshu really wanted to see Jiang Hongjuan's miserable appearance, she held back in the end. After returning home, Zhuangzhuang was carried out by Li Montsong to show off, and Shen Jingshu sat in the yard with old lady Li to bask in the sun.
Huh.
Evildoers will be punished. It's not that there is no retribution, it's just that the time has not come yet. Jiang Hongjun suffered bad consequences in this life for the evil he did in his previous life. On the other hand, In his previous life, after dropping out of school, he got involved with the town's hooligans. Not going to work, not doing any work, just thinking about getting something for nothing all day long. Later, he fell in love with me and teamed up with Yi Wanqing to use such despicable means to get me. But what did he do after he got it? There are endless bad words to say and endless fists to swing. By that time her reputation was ruined, and she had already begun to accept her fate. But it still can't overcome the evil nature of human nature. Later, he beat himself to death and was sent to the execution ground by Li Chaoyang himself, ending his evil life. In this life, he married Yi Wanqing. The tragedy is obviously even worse. At least he didn't live those extra 20 years. Lying in bed at such a young age, he has become a living dead. Later, he developed bed sores, which were infected by maggots and led to his death. Shen Jingshu let out a long breath. The person who hurt her had received retribution. In the second half of her life, she must work hard to live every day well. On the 6th day of the Lunar New Year, Li Jinghe's full moon banquet was held as scheduled. Shen's father and mother also came, and Uncle Yao Miao was also invited. At the end of the following year, Shen Jingshu became pregnant again, and this time she was pregnant with twins. Because of the pregnancy and childbirth, she missed the college entrance examination that had just been resumed. But her ambition was not here. At the end of 1979, Shen Jingshu entrusted her 3 children to the care of her mother-in-law and Shen's mother, and went to reflect deeply accompanied by Li Chaoyang. Now that the country has implemented reform and opening up, the overall environment for deep thinking has begun to improve. The economy is booming rapidly, and the good environment has attracted many businessmen from Hong Kong. Shen Jingshu seized the opportunity and quickly prepared to enter the real estate industry. Riding on the spring breeze of reform and opening up, and with the funds from Shen Jingshu's ginseng trading, just 2 years later, Shen Jingshu's real estate company became the leading enterprise in Shenzhen province. Now that the office building has just been completed, at Li Chaoyang's suggestion, Shen Jingshu registered another group company and named it Tingfei Group together with a previous real estate company. Tingfei Group mainly engages in domestic and foreign import and export trade and transfers the money earned to the mainland to continue investing in the real estate industry. The economic boom is unstoppable. With the right general direction, Shen Jingshu was a bold person, and Li Chaoyang was meticulous and often gave her correct guidance. Shen Jingshu became one of the first people to try something new and made a fortune. 5 years later, Shen Jingshu will focus her main energy on Beijing, because here her most beloved person is. After discussing with Li Chaoyang, the two bought a large piece of land in the central area of Beijing and decided to build an iconic building. And Shen Jingshu's Tingfei Group headquarters also moved to Beijing City and officially moved in after the building was completed. The current Tingfei Group has covered all walks of life, including real estate, tourism, import and export, shopping malls, catering. And even in the military industry, it has maintained good cooperation with relevant departments. In 2015, Li Chaoyang retired successfully from the army. Shen Jingshu, who had sent off the elders on both sides, chose to follow her husband and handed over the Tingfei Group to her eldest son, Li Jinghe, to manage. She and Li Chaoyang started a global tour. During the trip, they still did what they could. After visiting a mountain primary school, they were deeply touched and immediately called Li Jinghe to ask him to take charge of the construction of Hope Primary Schools and nursing homes. When Shen Jingshu was 80 years old, Tingfei Group had built more than 20,000 Hope Primary Schools and more than 10,000 nursing homes. When Li Chaoyang was 89 years old, he was terminally ill. Looking at Shen Jingshu, who was grief-stricken and crying, he used up all his strength, raised his hand and touched her gray hair. "My love.
Shu, don't cry.
I'll wait for you at home in the next life." After saying that, his hand dropped weakly. The room was filled with crying. The sounds were deafening. 3 months after Li Chaoyang passed away, Shen Jingshu leaned against Li Chaoyang's tombstone and closed her eyes peacefully. In the 3 months without Li Chaoyang, Shen Jingshu felt that every day was torture. But fortunately, in this life, God was kind to her. Even when she was about to die, he let her leave in the least painful way. Li Chaoyang returned from the countryside. He was distracted while riding his bike and accidentally knocked down a female educated youth. The girl wore a white dacron shirt, navy blue cotton trousers, and had 2 pigtails. Her big watery eyes were filled with tears. She just stared at him blankly. His heart, which had been silent for many years, was beating abnormally. He could only stutter and ask her if she was hurt. The girl seemed to be frightened. She staggered to her feet and ran away. He wanted to chase her, but was afraid of being seen by others and ruining her reputation. He could only shout his name and home address. When he got home, Zhang Yuexia saw through his distraught look. Under his mother's questioning, he told her that he had bumped into a girl and asked her to keep an eye out for who the girl was so that he could go and apologize. Later, he saw her in the village. I learned from others that her name is Xin Jingshu, and she is an educated youth who came here to work in the countryside. But it seems that she doesn't have a good reputation. She was unable to complete the production team's tasks in time and did not get along well with the educated youth in the Educated Youth Institute. It was even said that she stole the watch of a female educated youth. But Li Chaoyang did not think so. A girl with such a pair of clear eyes shouldn't be as terrible as people say. But that day, he witnessed with his own eyes the scene of her and Jiang Hongjun lying on the bed with their clothes disheveled. He stumbled back home, packed his luggage, and returned to the army. Even though his vacation was still half a month away from ending, after returning to the army, he threw himself into training wholeheartedly, trying not to have any free time at all, and trying to make himself exhausted every day so that he could fall asleep as soon as he lay down on the bed. In this way, he would not have the time and energy to think about the pair of eyes that haunted him. But he couldn't stop thinking about them just because he didn't want to. Everything that happened when I bumped into her that day did not become blurred with the passage of time, but became clearer instead. It was so clear that he could see her hair and the fine hair on her face. He rejected all the girls who expressed their love to him, sealed his heart and locked up his love, and devoted himself to his career to numb himself. Later, he was promoted little by little in the army and had nothing to do with her anymore. That year, he went home to visit his relatives. By chance, he heard from his mother how miserable Jiang Hongjuan's wife was beaten and tortured to the point that she was almost unrecognizable. He had a cold face and a hard heart and said nothing. But at night, he couldn't control himself and went to Jiang Hongjuan's door. Just after I stood there for a while, I heard the wooden door being opened from the inside, and a thin woman who could fall down with a gust of wind walked out. He couldn't see her face clearly, but he could recognize her at a glance. She was Shun Jingshu. He quickly hid in the corner, watching her walk towards the nearby river with 1 step deep and 1 step shallow. He thought that she would follow her because she was upset. She walked to the river, stretched out her fingers like dry branches to stir the river water, and finally scooped up some water to wash the blood off her face. Through the blood, Li Chaoyang could see the redness and swelling at the corners of her mouth and eyes. This should be caused by that beast Jiang Hongjun. Somehow, Li Chaoyang's heart felt like it was being gripped by someone, and it hurt so much that he even had difficulty breathing. After cleaning, Shun Jingshu returned to the Jiang family with an expressionless face. Li Chaoyang came to the river where she had just squatted and sat quietly looking at the water all night. The next day, news came out that Jiang Hongjun was beaten up while walking at night. I heard that he had 4 broken ribs and 3 fractures on his right hand. Later, he saw a female educated youth blocking Shun Jingshu's way. He didn't know what the woman said to her. He only saw inferiority, fear, and pain on Shun Jingshu's face. At that time, he still didn't think he heard it. He decided to check. Just start investigating from the woman who is looking for Shun Jingshu. That night, he put on a slight disguise and kidnapped the man himself. It turned out that the person was Yi Wanqing, a good friend of Shun Jingshu. It was because of her that Shun Jingshu came here to the countryside. Because Yi Wanqing was jealous of Shun Jingshu as family background and jealous of her beauty, She often created things that caused people to misunderstand and made everyone hate Shin Jing-shu. Also, Shin Jing-shu was framed by her to be in the same room with Jiang Hongjun. At the same time, Yu Wanqing also said something that made him hate himself to death. "She likes you, don't you know?"
Ha ha ha.
Yi Wanqing recognized Li Chaoyang and laughed a little crazily. She even laughed out tears in her eyes, and blood foam mixed with saliva flowed down from the corners of her mouth. "That idiot told me that she fell in love with someone, a man, who bumped into her. How can this be possible? I still want to use her to return to the city. So, I sped up the plan and let her and Jiang Hongjun get together that night." What a pity, what a pity. The man had feelings and the woman had intentions, but they missed each other. Who can I blame? Blame her for being stupid. She is stupid. She deserves to die. She doesn't deserve love. Li Chaoyang raised his foot and kicked Yi Wanqing hard in the abdomen. When he was angry, he was like a thunderstorm. His violent accusations were hard to bear, and his anger was like a flood and a beast, making people unable to resist.
You.
Even if you beat me to death, you can't go back. Ahem. She is just a piece of trash. She has been played by Jiang Hongjun for so many years, but you don't think it's dirty at all. Yi Wanqing covered her stomach in pain, her eyes full of madness. I didn't expect that the witch. At this point, there are still men who like her. Li Chaoyang's face was ashen, and his brows were frowned. "Next, enjoy it," he said, and left. When he reached the door, he kicked over the bamboo basket beside him. Fat black rats crawled out of the bamboo basket one by one, and there were about 100 of them. Yi Wanqing's eyes widened instantly, her face full of fear. "Go away. Go away. You come back. I was wrong. I was wrong. Please forgive me." Li Chaoyang did not look back. After closing the door, he went straight back to the Red Star commune. He's going to find that woman. He wants to rescue her. But Jiang Hongjun and his family no longer lived there. Looking at the empty and dilapidated house, Li Chaoyang felt overwhelmed for the first time. He quickly cheered up, went straight to the police station, showed his official certificate, and asked the police to send someone to help him find the person. 10 days later, he finally found her, but she was beaten so badly that she only had one breath left. He asked the doctor to save her at all costs. At all costs. But when the doctor looked at her condition, he just shook his head. No one can save her. He regrets. "I regret why I didn't find her earlier. I regretted why I didn't check it clearly at that time and let her fall into the abyss." In the end, she died in his arms. After Li Chaoyang recovered from the pain, he handled her affairs in an orderly manner and arranged the best funeral services for her so that she could leave in a decent, beautiful, and clean way. After doing all this, he submitted the evidence of Jiang Hongjun's torture and murder of Shin Jing-shu and the bad things he had done over the years to the procuratorate. After seeing with his own eyes that Jiang Hongjun received the punishment he deserved, he wrote 2 letters. One letter is for my parents, and the other is for the troops. To his parents, he told them how unfilial he was and how he could not provide for them in their old age. To the army, he told them the whole story of how he killed Yi Wanqing. Finally, he calmly drank the poison and went to find the girl in his heart. Before he died, he did a superstitious thing for the first time. He silently recited a few spells he got from a high monk. The book ends here. Thank you for your support. If you like this book, please go to the last page of the book and give a free 5-star review. Your praise is very important to the little author. Writing a book is not easy, so my dears, please don't give bad reviews easily. I love you. Thank you again for your support. There are many unrealistic parts in this article. The young author was born in the 1990s and does not know much about many situations of that era. Thank you for your tolerance. I will pay more attention to these issues in the future.